International Short Stories, English ****** W. Clark Russell. International Short Stories edited by William Patten, a new collection of famous examples from the literatures of England, France and America. English, P. F. Collier and Son, New York. Copyright 1910 by P. F. Collier and Son. The use of the copyrighted stories in this collection has been authorized in each case by their authors or by their representatives. English Stories: The Two Drovers by Sir Walter Scott. Mr. Deuceace by W. M. Thackeray. The Brothers Edward Bulmer-Lytton. Dr. Maynett's Manuscript by Charles Dickens. The Cauldron of Oil by Wilkie Collins. The Burial of the Tithe by Samuel Lover. The Knightsbridge Mystery by Charles Reade. The Courting of Dinah Shadd by Rudyard Kipling. The Sire de Maltroit's Door by R. L. Stevenson. The Secret of Goresthorpe Grange by Sir Conan Doyle. A Change of Treatment by W. W. Jacobs. The Stickit Minister by S. R. Crockett. The Lammas Preaching by S. R. Crockett. An Undergraduate's Aunt by F. Arnstey. The Silhouettes by A. T. Quiller. Couch My Brother Henry by J. M. Barrie. Jill Ray's Flower Pot by J. M. Barrie. Mr. O'Leary's Second Love by Charles Lever. The Indifference of the Miller of Horfbow by Anthony Hope Hawkins. The Stolen Body by H. G. Wells. The Lazarette of the Huntress by W. Clark Russell. The Great Triangular Duel by Captain Frederick Marryat. Three Thimbles and a Pea by George Borrow. The Two Drovers by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter I. It was the day after Dunfair when my story commences. It had been a brisk market. Several dealers had attended from the northern and midland counties in England, and English money had flown so merrily about as to gladden the hearts of the Highland farmers. Many large droves were about to set off for England, under the protection of their owners, or of the topsmen whom they employed in the tedious, laborious, and responsible office of driving the cattle for many hundred miles, from the market where they had been purchased to the fields or farmyards where they were to be fattened for the shambles. The Highlanders in particular are masters of this difficult trade of driving, which seems to suit them as well as the trade of war. It affords exercise for all their habits of patient endurance and active exertion. They are required to know perfectly the drove roads, which lie over the wildest tracts of the country, and to avoid as much as possible the highways, which distress the feet of the bullocks, and the turnpikes, which annoy the spirit of the drover, whereas on the broad green or grey track, which leads across the pathless moor, the herd not only move at ease and without taxation, but, if they mind their business, may pick up a mouthful of food by the way. At night, the drovers usually sleep along with their cattle, let the weather be what it will, and many of these hardy men do not once rest under a roof during a journey on foot from Lochaber to Lincolnshire. They are paid very highly, for the trust reposed is of the last importance, as it depends on their prudence, vigilance, and honesty whether the cattle reach the final market in good order, and afford a profit to the grazier. But, as they maintain themselves at their own expense, they are especially economical in that particular. At the period we speak of, a Highland drover was victualled for his long and toilsome journey with a few handfuls of oatmeal and 2 or 3 onions, renewed from time to time, and a ram's horn filled with whisky, which he used regularly, but sparingly, every night and morning. His dirk, or skene-dhu, i.e. black knife, so worn as to be concealed beneath the arm, or by the folds of the plaid, was his only weapon, excepting the cudgel with which he directed the movements of the cattle. A Highlander was never so happy as on these occasions. There was a variety in the whole journey which exercised the Celt's natural curiosity and love of motion. There were the constant change of place and scene, the petty adventures incidental to the traffic, and the intercourse with the various farmers, graziers, and traders, intermingled with occasional merrymakings, not the less acceptable to Donald that they were void of expense, and there was the consciousness of superior skill, for the Highlander, a child amongst flocks, is a prince amongst herds, and his natural habits induce him to disdain the shepherd's slothful life, so that he feels himself nowhere more at home than when following a gallant drove of his country cattle in the character of their guardian. Of the number who left down in the morning, and with the purpose we have described, not a glunamy of them all cocked his bonnet more briskly, or gartered his tartan hose underknee over a pair of more promising spigs, legs, than did Robin Oig M'Combich, called familiarly Robin Oig, that is, young, or the lesser Robin. Though small of stature, as the epithet Oig implies, and not very strongly limbed, he was as light and alert as one of the deer of his mountains. He had an elasticity of step which, in the course of a long march, made many a stout fellow envy him, and the manner in which he busked his plaid and adjusted his bonnet argued a consciousness that so smart a John Highland man as himself would not pass unnoticed among the lowland lasses. The ruddy cheek, red lips, and white teeth set off a countenance which had gained by exposure to the weather a healthful and hardy rather than a rugged hue. If Robin Oig did not laugh, or even smile, frequently, as indeed is not the practice among his countrymen, his bright eyes usually gleamed from under his bonnet with an expression of cheerfulness ready to be turned into mirth. The departure of Robin Oig was an incident in the little town, in and near which he had many friends, male and female. He was a topping person in his way, transacted considerable business on his own behalf, and was entrusted by the best farmers in the Highlands, in preference to any other drover in that district. He might have increased his business to any extent had he condescended to manage it by deputy, but, except a lad or two, sisters' sons of his own, Robin rejected the idea of assistance, conscious, perhaps, how much his reputation depended upon his attending in person to the practical discharge of his duty in every instance. He remained, therefore, contented with the highest premium given to persons of his description, and comforted himself with the hopes that a few journeys to England might enable him to conduct business on his own account in a manner becoming his birth. For Robin Oig's father, Lachlan M'Combich, or son of my friend, his actual clan surname being M'Gregor, had been so called by the celebrated Rob Roy, because of the particular friendship which had subsisted between the grandsire of Robin and that renowned cateran. Some people even say that Robin Oig derived his Christian name from one as renowned in the wilds of Loch Lomond as ever was his namesake, Robin Hood, in the precincts of merry Sherwood. Of such ancestry as James Boswell says, who would not be proud? Robin Oig was proud accordingly, but his frequent visits to England and to the lowlands had given him tact enough to know that pretensions which still gave him a little right to distinction in his own lonely glen might be both obnoxious and ridiculous if preferred elsewhere. The pride of birth, therefore, was like the miser's treasure, the secret subject of his contemplation, but never exhibited to strangers as a subject of boasting. Many were the words of gratulation and good luck which were bestowed on Robin Oig. The judges commended his drove, especially Robin's own property, which were the best of them. Some thrust out their snuff mulls for the parting pinch, others tendered the dock and darroch, or parting cup. All cried, "Good luck travel out with you and come home with you. Give you luck in the Saxon market, brave notes in the Lebardieu, black pocket book, and plenty of English fold in the sporran, pouch of goat skin." The bonny lasses made their adieus more modestly, and more than one, it was said, would have given her best brooch to be certain that it was upon her that his eye last rested as he turned towards the road. Robin Oig had just given the preliminary who, to urge forward the loiterers of the drove, when there was a cry behind him. "Stay, Robin, bide a blink. Here is Janet of Tomahowrick, old Janet, your father's sister. Plague on her, for an old Highland witch and spearwife," said a farmer from the Carse of Stirling. "She'll cast some of her cantrips on the cattle." "She canna do that," said another sapient of the same profession. "Robin Oig is no the lad to leave any of them without tying Saint Mungo's knot on their tails, and that will put to her speed the best witch that ever flew over de Meat upon a broomstick." It may not be indifferent to the reader to know that the Highland cattle are peculiarly liable to be taken or infected by spells and witchcraft, which judicious people guard against by knitting knots of peculiar complexity on the tuft of hair which terminates the animal's tail. But the old woman who was the object of the farmer's suspicion seemed only busied about the drover, without paying any attention to the drove. Robin, on the contrary, appeared rather impatient of her presence. "What old world fancy," he said, "has brought you so early from the Ingleside this morning, mum? I am sure I bid you good even, and had your Godspeed, last night, and left me more siller than the useless old woman will use till you come back again, bird of my bosom," said the Sibyl. "But it is little I would care for the food that nourishes me, or the fire that warms me, or for God's blessed sun itself, if aught but weal should happen to the grandson of my father. So let me walk the diesel round you, that you may go safe out into the far foreign land, and come safe home." Robin Oig stopped, half embarrassed, half laughing, and signing to those around that he only complied with the old woman to soothe her humor. In the meantime, she traced around him, with wavering steps, the propitiation, which some have thought has been derived from the Druidical mythology. It consists, as is well known, in the person who makes the diesel walking 3 times round the person who is the object of the ceremony, taking care to move according to the course of the sun. At once, however, she stopped short, and exclaimed, in a voice of alarm and horror, "Grandson of my father, there is blood on your hand." "Hush, for God's sake, aunt," said Robin Oig, you will bring more trouble on yourself with this tie shatter at second sight, than you will be able to get out of for many a day." The old woman only repeated, with a ghastly look, "There is blood on your hand, and it is English blood. The blood of the Gael is richer and redder. Let us see, let us," ere Robin Oig could prevent her, which, indeed, could only have been by positive violence, so hasty and peremptory were her proceedings. She had drawn from his side the dirk which lodged in the folds of his plaid, and held it up, exclaiming, although the weapon gleamed clear and bright in the sun, "Blood, blood, Saxon blood again! Robin Oig Combich, go not this day to England." "Prut, trut," answered Robin Oig, "that will never do neither. It would be next thing to running the country." "For shame, mum, give me the dirk. You cannot tell by the colour the difference betwixt the blood of a black bullock and a white one, and you speak of knowing Saxon from Gaelic blood. All men have their blood from Adam, mum. Give me my skene-dew, and let me go on my road. I should have been half-way to Stirling Brig by this time. Give me my dirk, and let me go." "Never will I give it to you," said the old woman, "never will I quit my hold on your plaid, unless you promise me not to wear that unhappy weapon." The women around him urged him also, saying few of his aunt's words fell to the ground, and as the lowland farmers continued to look moodily on the scene, Robin Oig determined to close it at any sacrifice. "Well, then," said the young drover, giving the scabbard of the weapon to Hugh Morrison, "you Lowlanders care nothing for these freeds. Keep my dirk for me. I cannot give it you, because it was my father's, but your drove follows ours, and I am content it should be in your keeping, not in mine." "Will this do, mum?" "It must," said the old woman, "that is, if the Lowlander is mad enough to carry the knife." The strong Westland man laughed aloud. "Goodwife," said he, "I am Hugh Morrison from Gleney, come of the manly Morrisons of Auld Lang Syne, that never took short weapon against a man in their lives. And neither needed they had their broadswords, and I have this bit supple showing a formidable cudgel, for dirking our the board. I leave that to John Highlandman. Ye needna snort, none of you Highlanders, and you in especial, Robin. I'll keep the bit knife, if you are feared for the old spearwife's tale, and give it back to you whenever you want it." Robin was not particularly pleased with some part of Hugh Morrison's speech, but he had learned in his travels more patience than belonged to his Highland constitution originally, and he accepted the service of the descendant of the manly Morrisons, without finding fault with the rather depreciating manner in which it was offered. If he had not had his mourning in his head, and been but a Dumfriesshire hog into the boot, he would have spoken more like a gentleman. "But you cannot have more of a sow than a grumph. It's shame my father's knife should ever slash a haggis for the like of him." Thus saying, but saying it in Gaelic, Robin drove on his cattle, and waved farewell to all behind him. He was in the greater haste, because he expected to join at Falkirk a comrade and brother in profession, with whom he proposed to travel in company. Robin Oig's chosen friend was a young Englishman, Harry Wakefield by name, well known at every northern market, and in his way as much famed and honoured as our Highland driver of bullocks. He was nearly 6 feet high, gallantly formed to keep the rounds at Strathfield, or maintain the ring at a wrestling match, and although he might have been overmatched, perhaps, among the regular professors of the fancy, yet, as a yokel or rustic, or a chance customer, he was able to give a bellyful to any amateur of the pugilistic art. Doncaster races saw him in his glory, betting his guinea, and generally successfully, nor was there a main fort in Yorkshire, the feeders being persons of celebrity, at which he was not to be seen, if business permitted. But though a sprack lad, and fond of pleasure and its haunts, Harry Wakefield was steady, and not the cautious Robin Oig M'Combich himself was more attentive to the main chance. His holidays were holidays indeed, but his days of work were dedicated to steady and persevering labour. In countenance and temper, Wakefield was the model of old England's merry yeoman, whose cloth-yard shafts, in so many hundred battles, asserted her superiority over the nations, and whose good sabres, in our own time, are her cheapest and most assured defence. His mirth was readily excited, for, strong in limb and constitution, and fortunate in circumstances, he was disposed to be pleased with everything about him, and such difficulties as he might occasionally encounter were, to a man of his energy, rather matter of amusement than serious annoyance. With all the merits of a sanguine temper, our young English drover was not without his defects. He was irascible, sometimes to the verge of being quarrelsome, and perhaps not the less inclined to bring his disputes to a pugilistic decision, because he found few antagonists able to stand up to him in the boxing ring. It is difficult to say how Harry Wakefield and Robin Oig first became intimates, but it is certain a close acquaintance had taken place betwixt them, although they had apparently few common subjects of conversation or of interest, so soon as their talk ceased to be of bullocks. Robin Oig, indeed, spoke the English language rather imperfectly upon any other topics but stots and kilos, and Harry Wakefield could never bring his broad Yorkshire tongue to utter a single word of Gaelic. It was in vain Robin spent a whole morning, during a walk over Minch Moor, in attempting to teach his companion to utter, with true precision, the shibboleth, which is the Gaelic for a calf. From Trequa to Murder Cairn, the hill rung with the discordant attempts of the Saxon upon the unmanageable monosyllable, and the heartfelt laugh which followed every failure. They had, however, better modes of awakening the echoes, for Wakefield could sing many a ditty to the praise of Moll, Susan, and Cicely, and Robin Oig had a particular gift at whistling interminable pibrochs through all their involutions, and, what was more agreeable to his companion's southern ear, knew many of the northern airs, both lively and pathetic, to which Wakefield learned to pipe a bass. Thus, the Robin could hardly have comprehended his companion's stories about horse racing, and cock-fighting, or fox-hunting, and although his own legends of clan fights and crees, varied with talk of Highland goblins and fairy folk, would have been caviar to his companion, they contrived nevertheless to find a degree of pleasure in each other's company, which had for 3 years back induced them to join company and travel together, when the direction of their journey permitted. Each, indeed, found his advantage in this companionship, for where could the Englishman have found a guide through the Western Highlands like Robin Oig-M'Combich? And when they were on what Harry called the right side of the border, his patronage, which was extensive, and his purse, which was heavy, were at all times at the service of his Highland friend, and on many occasions his liberality did him genuine yeoman's service. Chapter 2. Were ever two such loving friends, how could they disagree? Oh, thus it was, he loved him dear, and thought how to requite him, and having no friend left but he did resolve to fight him. Duke upon Duke the pair of friends had traversed with their usual cordiality the grassy wilds of Liddesdale, and crossed the opposite part of Cumberland, emphatically called the Waste. In these solitary regions the cattle under the charge of our drovers derived their subsistence chiefly by picking their food as they went along the drove road, or sometimes by the tempting opportunity of a start and a loop or invasion of the neighboring pasture, where an occasion presented itself. But now the scene changed before them. They were descending towards a fertile and enclosed country, where no such liberties could be taken with impunity, or without a previous arrangement and bargain with the possessors of the ground. This was more especially the case, as a great northern fair was upon the eve of taking place, where both the Scotch and English drover expected to dispose of a part of their cattle, which it was desirable to produce in the market rested and in good order. Fields were therefore difficult to be obtained, and only upon high terms. This necessity occasioned a temporary separation betwixt the two friends, who went to bargain, each as he could, for the separate accommodation of his herd. Unhappily it chanced that both of them, unknown to each other, thought of bargaining for the ground they wanted on the property of a country gentleman of some fortune, whose estate lay in the neighborhood. The English drover applied to the bailiff on the property, who was known to him. It chanced that the Cumbrian squire, who had entertained some suspicions of his manager's honesty, was taking occasional measures to ascertain how far they were well founded, and had desired that any inquiries about his enclosures, with a view to occupy them for a temporary purpose, should be referred to himself. As, however, Mr. Ireby had gone the day before upon a journey of some miles' distance to the northward, the bailiff chose to consider the check upon his full powers as for the time removed, and concluded that he should best consult his master's interest, and perhaps his own, in making an agreement with Harry Wakefield. Meanwhile, ignorant of what his comrade was doing, Robin Oig, on his side, chanced to be overtaken by a good-looking, smart little man upon a pony, most knowingly hogged and cropped, as was then the fashion, the rider wearing tight leather breeches and long-necked bright spurs. This cavalier asked one or two pertinent questions about markets and the price of stock. So Robin, seeing him a well-judging, civil gentleman, took the freedom to ask him whether he could let him know if there was any grass land to be let in that neighborhood, for the temporary accommodation of his drove. He could not have put the question to more willing ears. The gentleman of the buckskins was the proprietor with whose bailiff Harry Wakefield had dealt, or was in the act of dealing. "Thou art in good luck, my canny Scot," said Mr. Ireby, "to have spoken to me, for I see thy cattle have done their day's work, and I have at my disposal the only field within 3 miles that is to be let in these parts. The drove can pay gang 2, 3, 4 miles very pratty weel indeed," said the cautious Highlander. "But what would his honour pay axing for the beast's pay the head, if she was to tack the park for TWA or 3 days? We won't differ, Sawney, if you let me have 6 stots for winterus, in the way of reason." "And which beasts would your honour pay for having?" "Why, let me see, the 2 black, the dun one, yon doddy, him with the twisted horn, the brocket." "How much by the head?" "Ah," said Robin, "your honour is a shudge, a real shudge. I couldna have set off the pest 6 beasts petter mysel, me that ken them as if they were my pairns, gooey things." "Well, how much per head, Sawney?" continued Mr. Ireby. "It was high markets at Down and Falkirk," answered Robin. And thus the conversation proceeded, until they had agreed on the pre-just for the bullocks, the squire throwing in the temporary accommodation of the enclosure for the cattle into the boot, and Robin making, as he thought, a very good bargain, provided the grass was but tolerable. The squire walked his pony alongside of the drove, partly to show him the way, and see him put into possession of the field, and partly to learn the latest news of the northern markets. They arrived at the field, and the pasture seemed excellent. But what was their surprise when they saw the bailiff quietly inducting the cattle of Harry Wakefield into the grassy goshen which had just been assigned to those of Robin Oig Combic by the proprietor himself. Squire Ireby set spurs to his horse, dashed up to his servant, and learning what had passed between the parties, briefly informed the English drover that his bailiff had let the ground without his authority, and that he might seek grass for his cattle wherever he would, since he was to get none there. At the same time he rebuked his servant severely for having transgressed his commands, and ordered him instantly to assist in ejecting the hungry and weary cattle of Harry Wakefield, which were just beginning to enjoy a meal of unusual plenty, and to introduce those of his comrade, whom the English drover now began to consider as a rival. The feelings which arose in Wakefield's mind would have induced him to resist Mr. Ireby's decision, but every Englishman has a tolerably accurate sense of law and justice, and John Fleecebumpkin, the bailiff, having acknowledged that he had exceeded his commission, Wakefield saw nothing else for it than to collect his hungry and disappointed charge, and drive them on to seek quarters elsewhere. Robin Oig saw what had happened with regret, and hastened to offer to his English friend to share with him the disputed possession. But Wakefield's pride was severely hurt, and he answered disdainfully, "Take it all, man, take it all, never make 2 bites of a cherry. Thou canst talk over the gentry, and blear a plain man's eye. Out upon you, man, I would not kiss any man's dirty latchets for leave to bake in his oven." Robin Oig, sorry but not surprised at his comrade's displeasure, hastened to entreat his friend to wait but an hour till he had gone to the squire's house to receive payment for the cattle he had sold, and he would come back and help him to drive the cattle into some convenient place of rest, and explain to him the whole mistake they had both of them fallen into. But the Englishman continued indignant. "Thou hast been selling, hast thou? Thou is a cunning lad for kenning the hours of bargaining. Go to the devil with thyself, for I will ne'er see thy false loon's visage again. Thou should be ashamed to look me in the face." "I am ashamed to look no man in the face," said Robin Oig, something moved, "and, moreover, I will look you in the face this blessed day, if you will bide at the clachan down yonder." "Mayhap you had as well keep away," said his comrade, and turning his back on his former friend, he collected his unwilling associates, assisted by the bailiff, who took some real and some affected interest in seeing Wakefield accommodated. After spending some time in negotiating with more than one of the neighboring farmers, who could not, or would not, afford the accommodation desired, Henry Wakefield at last, and in his necessity, accomplished his point by means of the landlord of the alehouse at which Robin Oig and he had agreed to pass the night, when they first separated from each other. Mine host was content to let him turn his cattle on a piece of barren moor, at a price little less than the bailiff had asked for the disputed enclosure, and the wretchedness of the pasture, as well as the price paid for it, were set down as exaggerations of the breach of faith and friendship of his Scottish crony. This turn of Wakefield's passions was encouraged by the bailiff, who had his own reasons for being offended against poor Robin, as having been the unwitting cause of his falling into disgrace with his master, as well as by the innkeeper, and 2 or 3 chance guests, who stimulated the drover in his resentment against his quondam associate, some from the ancient grudge against the Scots, which, when it exists anywhere, is to be found lurking in the border counties, and some from the general love of mischief, which characterizes mankind in all ranks of life. To the honor of Adam's children be it spoken. Good John Barleycorn also, who always heightens and exaggerates the prevailing passions, be they angry or kindly, was not wanting in his offices on this occasion, and confusion to false friends and hard masters was pledged in more than one tankard. In the meanwhile, Mr. Ireby found some amusement in detaining the northern drover at his ancient hall. He caused a cold round of beef to be placed before the Scot in the butler's pantry, together with a foaming tankard of home brewed, and took pleasure in seeing the hearty appetite with which these unwonted edibles were discussed by Robin Oig M'Combich. The squire himself, lighting his pipe, compounded between his patrician dignity and his love of agricultural gossip, by walking up and down while he conversed with his guest. "I passed another drove," said the squire, "with one of your countrymen behind them. They were something less beasts than your drove, doddies most of them. A big man was with them, none of your kilts though, but a decent pair of breeches. Do ye know who he may be?" "Hoot I, that might, could, and would be Hughie Morrison. I didna think he could happen sack weel up. He has made a day on us, but his Argyllshires will have wearied shanks." "How far was he behind?" I think about 6 or 7 miles, answered the squire, for I passed them at the Cristenberry Crag, and I overtook you at the Holland Bush. If his beasts be leg weary, he will be maybe selling bargains. Na, Hughie Morrison is no the man for bargains. Ye maun come to some Highland body like Robin Oig for the like of these. Put I maun pay wishing you good night, and 20 of them let alane ane, and I maun down to the clachan to see if the lad Harry Wakefield is out of his humdudgeons yet. The party at the alehouse were still in full talk, and the treachery of Robin Oig still the theme of conversation, when the supposed culprit entered the apartment. His arrival, as usually happens in such a case, put an instant stop to the discussion of which he had furnished the subject, and he was received by the company assembled with that chilling silence which, more than 1,000 exclamations, tells an intruder that he is unwelcome. Surprised and offended, but not appalled, by the reception which he experienced, Robin entered with an undaunted and even a haughty air, attempted no greeting, as he saw he was received with none, and placed himself by the side of the fire, a little apart from a table at which Harry Wakefield, the bailiff, and 2 or 3 other persons were seated. The ample Cumbrian kitchen would have afforded plenty of room, even for a larger separation. Robin, thus seated, proceeded to light his pipe and call for a pint of twopenny. We have no twopence ale, answered Ralph Heskett, the landlord, but, as thou findest thy own tobacco, it's like thou mayst find thy own liquor too. It's the wont of thy country, I wot. Shame, goodman, said the landlady, a blithe, bustling housewife, hastening herself to supply the guest with liquor. Thou knowest well enow what the strange man wants, and it's thy trade to be civil, man. Thou shouldst know, that if the Scot likes a small pot, he pays a sure penny. Without taking any notice of this nuptial dialogue, the Highlander took the flagon in his hand, and addressing the company generally, drank the interesting toast of good markets to the party assembled. The better that the wind blew fewer dealers from the north, said one of the farmers, and fewer Highland runts to eat up the English meadows. Saul of my poddy, put you our rang there, my friend, answered Robin, with composure. It is your fat Englishmen that eat up our Scots cattle, pooey things. I wish there was a summit to eat up their drovers, said another. A plain Englishman canna make bread with a kenning of them. Or an honest servant keep his master's favour, but they will come sliding in between him and the sunshine, said the bailiff. If these pay jokes, said Robin Oig, with the same composure, there is our mony jokes upon one man. It is no joke, but downright earnest, said the bailiff. Harkee, Mr. Robin Oig, or whatever is your name, it's right we should tell you that we are all of one opinion, and that is, that you, Mr. Robin Oig, have behaved to our friend, Mr. Harry Wakefield here, like a raff and a blackguard. Nae doubt, answered Robin, with great composure, and you are a set of very pretty judges, for whose prains or behaviour I would not gie a pinch of sneeshing. If Mr. Harry Wakefield kens where he is wranged, he kens where he may be righted. He speaks truth, said Wakefield, who had listened to what passed, divided between the offence which he had taken at Robin's late behaviour and the revival of his habitual feelings of regard. He now rose and went towards Robin, who got up from his seat as he approached, and held out his hand. "That's right, Harry, go it, serve him out," resounded on all sides. "Tip him the nailer, show him the mill. Hold your peace all of you, and be," said Wakefield, and then addressing his comrade, he took him by the extended hand, with something alike of respect and defiance. "Robin," he said, "thou hast used me ill enough this day, but if you mean, like a frank fellow, to shake hands, and take a tussle for love on the sod, why, I'll forgive thee, man, and we shall be better friends than ever." "And would it no pay better to pay good friends without more of the matter," said Robin. "We will be much better friendships with our pains hale than broken." Harry Wakefield dropped the hand of his friend, or rather threw it from him. "I did not think I had been keeping company for 3 years with a coward." "Coward belongs to none of my name," said Robin, whose eyes began to kindle, but keeping the command of his temper. "It was no coward's legs or hands, Harry Wakefield, that drew you out of the fords of Frew, when you was drifting o'er the Black Rock, and every eel in the river expected his share of you." "And that is true enough, too," said the Englishman, struck by the appeal. "Adzooks!" exclaimed the bailiff, "sure Harry Wakefield, the nattiest lad at Whitsun Tryst, Wooler Fair, Carlisle Sands, or Stagshaw Bank, is not going to show white feather. Ah, this comes of living so long with kilts and bonnets, men forget the use of their daddies." "I may teach you, Master Fleecebumpkin, that I have not lost the use of mine," said Wakefield, and then went on, "This will never do, Robin. We must have a turn-up, or we shall be the talk of the countryside. I'll be d if I hurt thee. I'll put on the gloves gin thou like. Come, stand forward like a man." "To be beaten like a dog," said Robin, "is there any reason in that? If you think I have done you wrong, I'll go before your judge, though I neither know his law nor his language." A general cry of "No, no, no law, no lawyer. A belleful and be friends," was echoed by the bystanders. "But," continued Robin, "if I am to fight, I have no skill to fight like a jackanapes, with hands and nails." "How would you fight, then?" said his antagonist, "though I am thinking it would be hard to bring you to the scratch anyhow." "I would fight with broadswords, and sink point on the first blood drawn, like a gentleman's." A loud shout of laughter followed the proposal, which indeed had rather escaped from poor Robin's swelling heart than been the dictate of his sober judgment. "Gentlemen, quotha!" was echoed on all sides, with a shout of unextinguishable laughter. "A very pretty gentleman, God wot! Canst get 2 swords for the gentleman to fight with, Ralph Heskett?" "No, but I can send to the armory at Carlisle, and lend them 2 forks, to be making shift with in the meantime." "Tush, man," said another, "the bonny Scots come into the world with the blue bonnet on their heads, and dirk and pistol at their belt." "Best send post," said Mr. Fleecebumpkin, "to the Squire of Corby Castle, to come and stand second to the gentleman. In the midst of this torrent of general ridicule, the Highlander instinctively griped beneath the folds of his plaid. "But it's better not," he said in his own language. "100 curses on the swine-eaters, who know neither decency nor civility. Make room, the pack of you," he said, advancing to the door. But his former friend interposed his sturdy bulk, and opposed his leaving the house, and when Robin Oig attempted to make his way by force, he hit him down on the floor, with as much ease as a boy bowls down a ninepin. "A ring, was now shouted, until the dark rafters, and the hams that hung on them, trembled again, and the very platters on the bink clattered against each other. "Well done, Harry, give it him home, Harry, take care of him now, he sees his own blood." Such were the exclamations, while the Highlander, starting from the ground, all his coldness and caution lost in frantic rage, sprung at his antagonist with the fury, the activity, and the vindictive purpose of an incensed tiger-cat. But when could rage encounter science and temper? Robin Oig again went down in the unequal contest, and as the blow was necessarily a severe one, he lay motionless on the floor of the kitchen. The landlady ran to offer some aid, but Mr. Fleecebumpkin would not permit her to approach. "Let him alone," he said, "he will come to within time, and come up to the scratch again. He has not got half his broth yet." "He has got all I mean to give him, though," said his antagonist, whose heart began to relent towards his old associate, "and I would rather by half give the rest to yourself, Mr. Fleecebumpkin, for you pretend to know a thing or two." And Robin had not art enough even to peel before setting to, but fought with his plaid dangling about him. "Stand up, Robin, my man, all friends now, and let me hear the man that will speak a word against you, or your country, for your sake." Robin Oig was still under the dominion of his passion, and eager to renew the onset, but being withheld on the one side by the peacemaking Dame Hesket, and on the other aware that Wakefield no longer meant to renew the combat, his fury sunk into gloomy sullenness. Come, never grudge so much at it, man," said the brave-spirited Englishman, with the placability of his country. "Shake hands, and we will be better friends than ever." "Friends!" exclaimed Robin Oig with strong emphasis, "friends! Never! Look to yourself, Harry Wakefield. Then the curse of Cromwell on your proud Scots stomach, as the man says in the play, and you may do your worst, and be d, for one man can say nothing more to another after a tussle, than that he is sorry for it." On these terms the friends parted. Robin Oig drew out, in silence, a piece of money, threw it on the table, and then left the ale-house. But, turning at the door, he shook his hand at Wakefield, pointing with his forefinger upwards, in a manner which might imply either a threat or a caution. He then disappeared in the moonlight. Some words passed after his departure between the bailiff, who piqued himself on being a little of a bully, and Harry Wakefield, who, with generous inconsistency, was now not indisposed to begin a new combat in defense of Robin Oig's reputation, although he could not use his daddies like an Englishman, as it did not come natural to him. But Dame Hesket prevented this second quarrel from coming to a head by her peremptory interference. There should be no more fighting in her house, she said, there had been too much already. And you, Mr. Wakefield, may live to learn, she added, what it is to make a deadly enemy out of a good friend. Pshaw, Dame. Robin Oig is an honest fellow, and will never keep malice. Do not trust to that. You do not know the dour temper of the Scots, though you have dealt with them so often. I have a right to know them, my mother being a Scot. And so is well seen on her daughter, said Ralph Hesket. This nuptial sarcasm gave the discourse another turn. Fresh customers entered the taproom or kitchen, and others left it. The conversation turned on the expected markets, and the reports of prices from different parts both of Scotland and England. Treaties were commenced, and Harry Wakefield was lucky enough to find a chap for a part of his drove, and at a very considerable profit. An event of consequence more than sufficient to blot out all remembrances of the unpleasant scuffle in the earlier part of the day. But there remained one party from whose mind that recollection could not have been wiped away by the possession of every head of cattle betwixt Esk and Eden. This was Robin Oig M'Combich. That I should have had no weapon, he said, and for the first time in my life. Blighted be the tongue that bids the Highlander part with the dirk. The dirk hath the English blood. My mum's word, when did her word fall to the ground? The recollection of the fatal prophecy confirmed the deadly intention which instantly sprang up in his mind. Ha! Morrison cannot be many miles behind, and if it were 100, what then? His impetuous spirit had now a fixed purpose and motive of action, and he turned the light foot of his country towards the wilds, through which he knew, by Mr. Ireby's report, that Morrison was advancing. His mind was wholly engrossed by the sense of injury sustained from a friend, and by the desire of vengeance on one whom he now accounted his most bitter enemy. The treasured ideas of self-importance and self-opinion, of ideal birth and quality, had become more precious to him, like the hoard to the miser, because he could only enjoy them in secret. But that hoard was pillaged, the idols which he had secretly worshipped had been desecrated and profane. Insulted, abused, and beaten, he was no longer worthy, in his own opinion, of the name he bore, or the lineage which he belonged to. Nothing was left to him, nothing but revenge, and, as the reflection added a galling spur to every step, he determined it should be as sudden and signal as the offence. When Robin Oig left the door of the alehouse, 7 or 8 English miles at least lay betwixt Morrison and him. The advance of the former was slow, limited by the sluggish pace of his cattle. The last left behind him stubble field and hedgerow, crag and dark heath, all glittering with frost rime in the broad November moonlight, at the rate of 6 miles an hour. And now the distant lowing of Morrison's cattle is heard, and now they are seen creeping like moles in size and slowness of motion on the broad face of the moor, and now he meets them, passes them, and stops their conductor. May good betide us, said the Southlander. Is this you, Robin M'Combich, or your wraith. It is Robin Oig M'Combich, answered the Highlander, and it is not. But never mind that, put pay giving me the skein due. What? You are for back to the Highlands? The devil! Have yon selt all off before the fair? This beats all for quick markets. I have not sold, I am not going north. May pay I will never go north again. Give me back my dirk, Hugh Morrison, or there will pay words between us. Indeed, Robin, I'll be better advised before I gie it back to you. It is a one chancy weapon in a Highland man's hand, and I am thinking you will be about some bonds breaking. Prut, trut. Let me have my weapon, said Robin Oig, impatiently. Wholly and fairly, said his well-meaning friend. I'll tell you what will do better than these dirking doings. Ye ken Highlander, and Lowlander, and Borderman are a man's bairns when you are over the Scots Dyke. See, the Eskdale Callants, and Fighting Charlie of Liddesdale, and the Lockerbie lads, and the four dandies of Lustruther, and a ween mere grey plaids are coming up behind, and if you are ranged, there is the hand of a manly Morrison. We'll see you righted, if Carlisle and Stanwix Spaith took up the feud. To tell you the truth, said Robin Oig, desirous of eluding the suspicions of his friend, I have enlisted with a party of the Black Watch, and must march off tomorrow morning. Enlisted? Were you mad or drunk? You must buy yourself off. I can lend you 20 notes, and 20 to that, if the drove sell. I thank you, thank ye, Hughie, but I go with goodwill the gate that I am going, so the dirk. There it is for you then, since less vinna serve. But think on what I was saying. Was me, it will be sair news in the braes of Balquidder, that Robin Oig M'Combich should have run an ill gate, and ta'en on. Ill news in Balquidder, indeed, echoed poor Robin, but cot speed you, Hughie, and send you good markats. Ye winna meet with Robin Oig again, either at tryst or fair. So saying, he shook hastily the hand of his acquaintance, and set out in the direction from which he had advanced, with the spirit of his former pace. There is something wrang with the lad, muttered the Morrison to himself, but we will maybe see better into it the morn's morning. But long ere the morning dawned, the catastrophe of our tale had taken place. It was 2 hours after the affray had happened, and it was totally forgotten by almost every one, when Robin Oig returned to Heskett's Inn. The place was filled at once by various sorts of men and with noises corresponding to their character. There were the grave low sounds of men engaged in busy traffic, with the tough, the song, and the riotous jest of those who had nothing to do but to enjoy themselves. Among the last was Harry Wakefield, who, amidst a grinning group of smock frocks, hobnailed shoes, and jolly English physiognomies, was trolling forth the old ditty. What though my name be Roger, who drives the plough and cart, when he was interrupted by a well-known voice saying in a high and stern voice, marked by the sharp Highland accent, Harry Wakefield, if you be a man, stand up. What is the matter, what is it? The guests demanded of each other. It is only a D. Scotsman, said Fleecebumpkin, who was by this time very drunk, whom Harry Wakefield helped to his broth today, who is now come to have his cord klet again. Harry Wakefield repeated the same ominous summons, "Stand up, if you be a man." There is something in the tone of deep and concentrated passion which attracts attention and imposes awe, even by the very sound. The guests shrunk back on every side, and gazed at the Highlander as he stood in the middle of them, his brows bent, and his features rigid with resolution. "I will stand up with all my heart, Robin, my boy, but it shall be to shake hands with you, and drink down all unkindness. It is not the fault of your heart, man, that you don't know how to clench your hands." By this time he stood opposite to his antagonist, his open and unsuspecting look strangely contrasted with the stern purpose which gleamed wild, dark, and vindictive in the eyes of the Highlander. "'Tis not thy fault, man, that, not having the luck to be an Englishman, thou canst not fight more than a schoolgirl." "I can fight," answered Robin Oig, sternly but calmly, "and you shall know it. You, Harry Wakefield, showed me today how the Saxon churls fight. I show you now how the Highland Duinawassil fights." He seconded the word with the action, and plunged the dagger, which he suddenly displayed, into the broad breast of the English yeoman, with such fatal certainty and force that the hilt made a hollow sound against the breastbone, and the double-edged point split the very heart of his victim. Harry Wakefield fell and expired with a single groan. His assassin next seized the bailiff by the collar, and offered the bloody poniard to his throat, whilst dread and surprise rendered the man incapable of defence. "It were very just to lay you beside him," he said, "but the blood of a base Picthank shall never mix on my father's dirk with that of a brave man." As he spoke, he cast the man from him with so much force that he fell on the floor, while Robin, with his other hand, threw the fatal weapon into the blazing turf fire. "There," he said, "take me who likes, and let fire cleanse blood if it can." The cause of astonishment still continuing, Robin Oig asked for a peace officer, and a constable having stepped out, he surrendered himself to his custody. "A bloody night's work you have made of it," said the constable. "Your own fault," said the Highlander. "Had you kept his hands off me 2 hours since, he would have been now as well and merry as he was 2 minutes since." "It must be sorely answered," said the peace officer. "Never you mind that. Death pays all debts, it will pay that too." The horror of the bystanders began now to give way to indignation, and the sight of a favourite companion murdered in the midst of them, the provocation being, in their opinion, so utterly inadequate to the excess of vengeance, might have induced them to kill the perpetrator of the deed even upon the very spot. The constable, however, did his duty on this occasion, and, with the assistance of some of the more reasonable persons present, procured horses to guard the prisoner to Carlisle, to abide his doom at the next assizes. While the escort was preparing, the prisoner neither expressed the least interest nor attempted the slightest reply. Only, before he was carried from the fatal apartment, he desired to look at the dead body, which, raised from the floor, had been deposited upon the large table, at the head of which Harry Wakefield had presided but a few minutes before, full of life, vigor, and animation, until the surgeons should examine the mortal wound. The face of the corpse was decently covered with a napkin. To the surprise and horror of the bystanders, which displayed itself in a general "ah," drawn through clenched teeth and half-shut lips, Robin Oig removed the cloth, and gazed with a mournful but steady eye on the lifeless visage, which had been so lately animated, that the smile of good-humoured confidence in his own strength, of conciliation at once and contempt towards his enemy, still curled his lip. While those present expected that the wound, which had so lately flooded the apartment with gore, would send forth fresh streams at the touch of the homicide, Robin Oig replaced the covering with the brief exclamation, "He was a pretty man." My story is nearly ended. The unfortunate Highlander stood his trial at Carlisle. I was myself present, and as a young Scottish lawyer, or barrister at least, and reputed a man of some quality, the politeness of the Sheriff of Cumberland offered me a place on the bench. The facts of the case were proved in the manner I have related them, and whatever might be at first the prejudice of the audience against a crime so un-English as that of assassination from revenge, yet when the rooted national prejudices of the prisoner had been explained, which made him consider himself as stained with indelible dishonor when subjected to personal violence, when his previous patience, moderation, and endurance were considered, the generosity of the English audience was inclined to regard his crime as the wayward aberration of a false idea of honor rather than as flowing from a heart naturally savage, or perverted by habitual vice. I shall never forget the charge of the venerable judge to the jury, although not at that time liable to be much affected either by that which was eloquent or pathetic. "We have had," he said, "in the previous part of our duty, alluding to some former trials, to discuss crimes which infer disgust and abhorrence, while they call down the well-merited vengeance of the law. It is now our still more melancholy task to apply its salutary though severe enactments to a case of a very singular character, in which the crime, for a crime it is, and a deep one, arose less out of the malevolence of the heart than the error of the understanding, less from any idea of committing wrong than from an unhappily perverted notion of that which is right. Here we have two men, highly esteemed, it has been stated, in their rank of life, and attached, it seems, to each other as friends, one of whose lives has been already sacrificed to a punctilio, and the other is about to prove the vengeance of the offended laws, and yet both may claim our commiseration at least, as men acting in ignorance of each other's national prejudices, and unhappily misguided rather than voluntarily erring from the path of right conduct. In the original cause of the misunderstanding, we must in justice give the right to the prisoner at the bar. He had acquired possession of the enclosure, which was the object of competition, by a legal contract with the proprietor, Mr. Ireby, and yet, when accosted with reproaches undeserved in themselves, and galling doubtless to a temper at least sufficiently susceptible of passion, he offered notwithstanding to yield up half his acquisition, for the sake of peace and good neighborhood, and his amicable proposal was rejected with scorn. Then follows the scene at Mr. Heskett the publican's, and you will observe how the stranger was treated by the deceased, and, I am sorry to observe, by those around, who seem to have urged him in a manner which was aggravating in the highest degree. While he asked for peace and for composition, and offered submission to a magistrate, or to a mutual arbiter, the prisoner was insulted by a whole company, who seem on this occasion to have forgotten the national maxim of fair play, and while attempting to escape from the place in peace, he was intercepted, struck down, and beaten to the effusion of his blood. Gentlemen of the jury, it was with some impatience that I heard my learned brother, who opened the case for the Crown, give an unfavorable turn to the prisoner's conduct on this occasion. He said the prisoner was afraid to encounter his antagonist in fair fight, or to submit to the laws of the ring, and that, therefore, like a cowardly Italian, he had recourse to his fatal stiletto, to murder the man whom he dared not meet in manly encounter. I observed the prisoner shrink from this part of the accusation with the abhorrence natural to a brave man, and as I would wish to make my words impressive when I point his real crime, I must secure his opinion of my impartiality by rebutting everything that seems to me a false accusation. There can be no doubt that the prisoner is a man of resolution, too much resolution. I wish to heaven that he had less, or rather that he had had a better education to regulate it. Gentlemen, as to the laws my brother talks of, they may be known in the bull ring, or the bear garden, or the cockpit, but they are not known here. Or, if they should be so far admitted as furnishing a species of proof that no malice was intended in this sort of combat, from which fatal accidents do sometimes arise, it can only be so admitted when both parties are in part casu, equally acquainted with, and equally willing to refer themselves to, that species of arbitrament. But will it be contended that a man of superior rank and education is to be subjected, or is obliged to subject himself, to this coarse and brutal strife, perhaps in opposition to a younger, stronger, or more skillful opponent? Certainly even the pugilistic code, if founded upon the fair play of merry old England, as my brother alleges it to be, can contain nothing so preposterous. And, gentlemen of the jury, if the laws would support an English gentleman, wearing, we will suppose, his sword, in defending himself by force against a violent personal aggression of the nature offered to this prisoner, they will not less protect a foreigner and a stranger, involved in the same unpleasing circumstances. If, therefore, gentlemen of the jury, when thus pressed by a vis major, the object of obloquy to a whole company, and of direct violence from one at least, and, as he might reasonably apprehend, from more, the panel had produced the weapon which his countrymen, as we are informed, generally carry about their persons, and the same unhappy circumstance had ensued which you have heard detailed in evidence, I could not in my conscience have asked from you a verdict of murder. The prisoner's personal defense might indeed, even in that case, have gone more or less beyond the moderum and inculpatae tutelar spoken of by lawyers, but the punishment incurred would have been that of manslaughter, not of murder. I beg leave to add, that I should have thought this milder species of charge was demanded in the case supposed, notwithstanding the statute of James I cap. 8. Which takes the case of slaughter by stabbing with a short weapon, even without malice prepense, out of the benefit of clergy. For this statute of stabbing, as it is termed, arose out of a temporary cause, and as the real guilt is the same, whether the slaughter be committed by the dagger or by sword or pistol, the benignity of the modern law places them all on the same, or nearly the same, footing. But, gentlemen of the jury, the pinch of the case lies in the interval of 2 hours interposed betwixt the reception of the injury and the fatal retaliation. In the heat of affray and chaude melee, law, compassionating the infirmities of humanity, makes allowance for the passions which rule such a stormy moment, for the sense of present pain, for the apprehension of further injury, for the difficulty of ascertaining with due accuracy the precise degree of violence which is necessary to protect the person of the individual, without annoying or injuring the assailant more than is absolutely necessary. But the time necessary to walk 12 miles, however speedily performed, was an interval sufficient for the prisoner to have recollected himself, and the violence with which he carried his purpose into effect, with so many circumstances of deliberate determination, could neither be induced by the passion of anger nor that of fear. It was the purpose and the act of predetermined revenge, for which law neither can, will, nor ought to have sympathy or allowance. It is true, we may repeat to ourselves, in alleviation of this poor man's unhappy action, that his case is a very peculiar one. The country which he inhabits was, in the days of many now alive, inaccessible to the laws not only of England, which have not even yet penetrated thither, but to those to which our neighbours of Scotland are subjected, and which must be supposed to be, and no doubt actually are, founded upon the general principles of justice and equity which pervade every civilized country. Amongst their mountains, as among the North American Indians, the various tribes were wont to make war upon each other, so that each man was obliged to go armed for his own protection. These men, from the ideas which they entertained of their own descent and of their own consequence, regarded themselves as so many cavaliers or men-at-arms, rather than as the peasantry of a peaceful country. Those laws of the ring, as my brother terms them, were unknown to the race of warlike mountaineers, that decision of quarrels by no other weapons than those which nature has given every man must to them have seemed as vulgar and as preposterous as to the noblesse of France. Revenge, on the other hand, must have been as familiar to their habits of society as to those of the Cherokees or Mohawks. It is indeed, as described by Bacon, at bottom a kind of wild untutored justice, for the fear of retaliation must withhold the hands of the oppressor where there is no regular law to check daring violence. But though all this may be granted, and though we may allow that, such having been the case of the Highlands in the days of the prisoner's fathers, many of the opinions and sentiments must still continue to influence the present generation, it cannot, and ought not, even in this most painful case, to alter the administration of the law, either in your hands, gentlemen of the jury, or in mine. The first object of civilization is to place the general protection of the law, equally administered, in the room of that wild justice which every man cut and carved for himself, according to the length of his sword and the strength of his arm. The law says to the subjects, with a voice only inferior to that of the deity, vengeance is mine. The instant that there is time for passion to cool and reason to interpose, an injured party must become aware that the law assumes the exclusive cognizance of the right and wrong betwixt the parties, and opposes her inviolable buckler to every attempt of the private party to right himself. I repeat, that this unhappy man ought personally to be the object rather of our pity than our abhorrence, for he failed in his ignorance and from mistaken notions of honor. But his crime is not the less that of murder, gentlemen, and, in your high and important office, it is your duty so to find. Englishmen have their angry passions as well as Scots, and should this man's action remain unpunished, you may unsheath, under various pretenses, 1,000 daggers betwixt the Land's End and the Orkneys. The venerable judge thus ended what, to judge by his apparent emotion, and by the tears which filled his eyes, was really a painful task. The jury, according to his instructions, brought in a verdict of guilty, and Robin Oig Combic, alias M. Gregor, was sentenced to death, and left for execution, which took place accordingly. He met his fate with great firmness, and acknowledged the justice of his sentence. But he repelled indignantly the observations of those who accused him of attacking an unarmed man. I give a life for the life I took, he said, and what can I do more? 1. See Robert Donne's poems. Note 14. Mr. Ducias Demund Cut Demund by W. M. Thackeray. The name of my next master was, if possible, still more elegant and euphonious than that of my first. I now found myself body servant to the Honourable Algernon Percy Ducias, youngest and 5th son of the Earl of Crabs. Algernon was a barrister, that is, he lived in Pump Court Temple, a vulgar neighbourhood, which perhaps my readers don't know. Suffice to say, it's on the confines of the city, and the chosen abode of the lawyers of this metropolis. When I say that Mr. Ducias was a barrister, I don't mean that he went sishums or surcoats, as they call 'em, but simply that he kept chambers, lived in Pump Court, and looked out for a commissionership, or a revisionship, or any other place that the Whig government could give him. His father was a Whig peer, as the Landrist told me, and had been a Tory peer. The fact is, his lordship was so poor, that he would be anything, or nothing, to get provisions for his sons, and an income for himself. I fancy that he allowed Algernon 200 a year, and it would have been a very comfortable maintenance, only he never paid him. However, the young GNLMN was a GNLMN, and no mistake, he got his allowance of nothing a year, and spent it in the most honourable and fashionable manner. He kept a cab, he went to Hallmarks, and Croke Foods, he moved in the most exquisite suckles, and troubled the law booze very little, I can tell you. Those fashionable gents have ways of gettin' money, which common people don't understand. Though he only had a that flow in Pump Court, he lived as if he had the wealth of Caesars. The 10-pun notes flew about as common as halfpence. Claret and champagne was at his house as vulgar as gin, and very glad I was, to be sure, to be a valet to a zeeran of the nobility. Ducius had, in his sitting room, a large picture on a sheet of paper. The names of his family was wrote on it. It was wrote in the shape of a tree, growing out of a man in armor's stomach, and the names were on little plates among the boughs. The picture said that the Duciuses came into England in the year 1066, along with William Conquerans. My master called it his pedigree. I do believe it was because he had this picture, and because he was the Honourable Ducius, that he managed to live as he did. If he had been a common man, you'd have said he was no better than a swindler. It's only rank and birth that can warrant such singularities as my master showed. For it's no use discussing it. The Honourable Algernon was a gambler. For a man of vulgar family, it's the worst trade that can be. For a man of common feelings of honesty, this profession is quite impossible. But for a real thoroughbred gentleman, it's the easiest and most profitable line he can take. It may, perhaps, appear curious that such a fashionable man should live in the Temple, but it must be recollected that it's not only lawyers who live in what's called the Inns of Court. Many bachelors who have nothing to do with law have here their lodgings, and many sham barristers, who never put on a wig and gown twice in their lives, keep apartments in the Temple, instead of Bond Street, Piccadilly, or other fashionable places. For instance, on our staircase, so these houses are called, there was 8 sets of chamberses, and only 3 lawyers. These was, bottom floor, Screwson, Hewson, and Jewson, attorneys; first floor, Mr. Sergeant Flabber, upside, Mr. Counselor Bruffy, and second pair, Mr. Haggerstone, an Irish counsellor, practising at the Old Bailey, and likewise what they call reporter to the Morning Post newspaper. Upside him was wrote Mr. Richard Blewett, and on the third floor, with my master, lived one Mr. Dawkins. This young fellow was a newcomer into the Temple, and unlucky it was for him too. He'd better have never been born, for it's my firm opinion that the Temple ruined him, that is, with the help of my master and Mr. Dick Blewett, as you shall hear. Mr. Dawkins, as I was gave to understand by his young man, had just left the University of Oxford, and had a pretty little form of his own, £6,000, or so, in the stocks. He was just of age, an orphan who had lost his father and mother, and having distinguished himself at college, where he gained several prizes, was come to town to push his form, and study the barrister's business. Not being of a very high family himself, indeed, I've heard say his father was a cheesemonger, or something of that low sort, Dawkins was glad to find his old Oxford friend, Mr. Blewett, younger son to rich Squire Blewett, of Leicestershire, and to take rooms so near him. Now, though there was a considerable intimacy between me and Mr. Blewett's gentleman, there was scarcely any betwixt our masters, mine being too much of the aristocracy to associate with one of Mr. Blewett's sort. Blewett was what they call a betting man. He went regular to Tatterleasle's, kept a pony, wore a white hat, a blue bird's-eye handkerchief, and a cutaway coat. In his manners he was the very contrary of my master, who was a slim, elegant man, as ever I see. He had very white hands, rather a sallow face, with sharp dark eyes, and small whiskers neatly trimmed, and as black as Warren's jet. He spoke very low and soft. He seemed to be watching the person with whom he was in conversation, and always flattered everybody. As for Blewett, he was quite of another sort. He was always swearing, singing, and slapping people on the back, as hearty and as familiar as Post Bill. He seemed a merry, careless, honest creature, whom one would trust with life and soul. So thought Dawkins, at least, who, though a quiet young man, fond of his Bowie novels, Byron's poems, flute playing, and such like scientific amusements, grew hand in glove with honest Dick Blewett, and soon after with my master, the Honourable Algernon. Poor Daw! He thought he was marking good connections, and real friends. He had fallen in with a couple of the most atrocious swindlers that ever lived. Before Mr. Dawkins's arrival in our house, Mr. Ducius had barely condescended to speak to Mr. Blewett. It was only about a month after that circumstance that my master, all of a sudden, grew very friendly with him. The reason was pretty clear. Ducius wanted him. Dawkins had not been an hour in master's company before he knew that he had a pigeon to pluck. Blewett knew this too, and being very fond of pigeon, intended to keep this one entirely to himself. It was amusing to see the Honourable Algernon manoeuvring to get this poor bird out of Blewett's claws, who thought he had it safe. In fact, he'd brought Dawkins to these chambers for that very purpose, thinking to have him under his eye, and strip him at leisure. My master very soon found out what was Mr. Blewett's game. Gamblers know gamblers, if not by instinct, at least by reputation, and though Mr. Blewett moved in a much lower sphere than Mr. Ducius, they knew each other's dealings and characters perfectly well. "Charles, you scoundrel," says Ducius to me one day, he always spoke in that kind way, "who is this person that has taken the opposite chambers, and plays the flute so industriously?" "It's Mr. Dawkins, a rich young gentleman from Oxford, and a great friend of Mr. Blewett's, sir," says I. "They seem to live in each other's rooms." Master said nothing, but he grinned. My eye, how he did grin! Not the foul fiend himself could sneer more satanically. I knew what he meant, imprimis. A man who plays the flute is a simpleton. Secondly, Mr. Blewett is a rascal. Thirdmo, when a rascal and a simpleton is always together, and when the simpleton is rich, one knows pretty well what will come of it. I was but a lad in them days, but I knew what was what as well as my master. It's not gentlemen only that's up to snuff. Lord bless us! There was 4 of us on this stegs, 4 as nice young men as you ever see, Mr. Bruff's young man, Mr. Dawkins's, Mr. Blewett's, and me, and we knew what our masters was about as well as they did theirselves. For instance, I can say this for myself. There wasn't a paper in Ducius's desk or drawer, not a bill, a note, or memorandum, which I hadn't read as well as he. With Blewett's it was the same, me and his young man used to read 'em all. There wasn't a bottle of wine that we didn't get a glass, nor a pound of sugar that we didn't have some lumps of it. We had keys to all the cupboards, we peeped into all the letters that came and went, we pored over all the bill files, we'd the best pickings out of the dinners, the liwearers of the fowls, the force-mit balls out of the soup, the eggs from the salad. As for the coals and candles, we left them to the laundresses. You may call this robbery, nonsense, it's only our right, a servant's perquisites is as sacred as the laws of England. Well, the long and short of it is this. Richard Blewett, Esquire, was situated as follows. He'd an income of £300 a year from his father. Out of this he had to pay 190 for money borrowed by him at college, 70 for chambers, 70 more for his house, 80 for his servant on board wages, and about 350 for a separate establishment in the Regency Park. Besides this, his pocket money, say 100, his eating, drinking, and wine merchant's bill, about 200 more. So that you see he laid by a pretty handsome sum at the end of the year. My master was different, and being a more fashionable man than Mr. B, in course he owed a deal more money. There was first, account contrary, at Crockford's £3,711.00 bills of exchange and I.O.US, but he didn't pay these in most cases. 4,963.0021 tailors' bills, in all. 1,306.1193 host dealers due. 402.002 coach builder. 506.00 bills contracted at Cambridge. 2,193.68 sundries. 987.10 £14,069.85. I give this as a curiosity. People don't know how in many cases fashionable life is carried on, and to know even what a real gentleman knows is something instructive and agreeable. But to my tale. The very day after my master had made the inquiries concerning Mr. Dawkins, which I have mentioned already, he met Mr. Blewett on the stairs, and beautiful it was to see how this man, who had before been almost cut by my master, was now received by him. One of the sweetest smiles I ever saw was now visible on Mr. Ducias's countenance. He held out his hand, covered with a white kid glove, and said, in the most friendly tone of voice possible, "What? Mr. Blewett. It is an age since we met. What a shame that such near neighbors should see each other so seldom." Mr. Blewett, who was standing at his door, in a pea green dressing gown, smoking a cigar, and singing a hunting chorus, looked surprised, flattered, and then suspicious. "Why, yes," says he, "it is, Mr. Ducias, a long time. Not, I think, since we dined at Sir George Hockey's. By the by, what an evening that was, hey, Mr. Blewett? What wine! What capital songs! I recollect your May Day in the morning, cuss me, the best comic song I ever heard. I was speaking to the Duke of Doncaster about it only yesterday. You know the Duke, I think?" Mr. Blewett said, quite surly, "No, I don't." "Not know him," cries master, "why, hang it, Blewett. He knows you, as every sporting man in England does, I should think. Why, man, your good things are in everybody's mouth at Newmarket. And so master went on chaffing Mr. Blewett. That gentleman at first answered him quite short and angry, but, after a little more flummery, he grew as pleased as Post Bill, took in all Ducias's flattery, and believed all his lies. At last the door shut, and they both went into Mr. Blewett's chambers together. Of course I can't say what passed there, but in an hour master came up to his own room as yaller as mustard, and smelling sadly of 'bacco smoke. I never see any gentleman more than he was. He'd been smoking cigars along with Blewett. I said nothing, in course, though I'd often heard him express his horror of 'bacco, and knew very well he would as soon swallow piton as smoke. But he wasn't a chap to do a thing without a reason. If he'd been smoking, I warrant he had smoked to some purpose. I didn't hear the conversation between 'em, but Mr. Blewett's man did. It was, well, Mr. Blewett, what capital cigars! Have you one for a friend to smoke? The old fox, it wasn't only the cigars he was a-smoking. Walk in, says Mr. Blewett, and then they began a chaffing together, master very anxious about the young gentleman who had come to live in our chambers, Mr. Dawkins, and always coming back to that subject, saying that people on the same staircase ought to be friendly, how glad he'd be, for his part, to know Mr. Dick Blewett, and any friend of his, and so on. Mr. Dick, however, seemed quite aware of the trap laid for him. I really don't know this Dawkins, says he. He's a chismonger's son, I hear, and though I've exchanged visits with him, I don't intend to continue the acquaintance, not wishing to associate with that kind of people. So they went on, master fishing, and Mr. Blewett not wishing to take the hook at no price. Confound the vulgar thief, muttered my master, as he was laying on his sofa, after being so very ill. I've poisoned myself with his infernal tobacco, and he has foiled me. The cursed swindling boor. He thinks he'll ruin this poor cheesemonger, does he? I'll step in, and warn him. I thought I should bust a laughin', when he talked in this style. I knew very well what his warning meant, locking the stable door, but stealing the boss first. Next day, his stratagem for becoming acquainted with Mr. Dawkins he executed, and very pretty it was. Besides Partry and the flute, Mr. Dawkins, I must tell you, had some other possibilities, viz. He was very fond of good eating and drinking. After dawdling over his music and buoy all day, this young gentleman used to sally out of evenings, dine sumptuously at a tavern, drinking all sorts of wine along with his friend Mr. Blewett. He was a quiet young fellow enough at first, but it was Mr. B who, for his own purposes, no doubt, had got him into this kind of life. Well, I needn't say that he who eats a fine dinner, and drinks too much overnight, wants a bottle of soda water, and a gruel, p'raps, in the morning. Such was Mr. Dawkins's case, and regular almost as 12 o'clock came, the waiter from Dick's Coffee House was to be seen on our staircase, bringing up Mr. D.'s hot breakfast. No man would have thought there was anything in such a trifling circumstance. Master did, though, and pounced upon it like a cock on a barleycorn. He sent me out to Mr. Morell's, in Piccadilly, for what's called a Strasbourg pie, in French, a pâté de foie gras. He takes a card, and nails it on the outside case. Pâté de foie gras come generally in a round wooden box, like a drum, and what do you think he writes on it? Why, as follows: for the Honourable Algernon Percy Ducias, etc., etc., etc. With Prince Talleyrand's compliments. Prince Talleyrand's compliments, indeed. I laugh when I think of it still, the old serpent. He was a serpent, that Ducias, and no mistake. Well, by a most extraordinary piece of ill luck, the next day punctually as Mr. Dawkins's breakfast was coming up the stairs, Mr. Algernon Percy Ducias was going down. He was as gay as a lark, humming an opera tune, and twisting round his head his heavy gold-headed cane. Down he went very fast, and by a most unlucky accident struck his cane against the waiter's tray, and away went Mr. Dawkins's grill, cayenne, ketchup, soda water, and all. I can't think how my master should have chose such an exact time. To be sure, his window looked upon the court, and he could see every one who came into our door. As soon as the accident had took place, master was in such a rage as, to be sure, no man ever was in before. He swore at the waiter in the most dreadful way, he threatened him with his stick, and it was only when he see that the waiter was rather a bigger man than himself that he was in the least pacified. He returned to his own chambers, and John the waiter went off for more grill to Dix's coffee house. This is a most unlucky accident, to be sure, Charles, says master to me, after a few minutes' pause, during which he had been and wrote a note, put it into an envelope, and sealed it with his big seal of arms. But stay, a thought strikes me. Take this note to Mr. Dawkins, and that pie you brought yesterday, and harkee, you scoundrel, if you say where you got it I will break every bone in your skin. These kind of promises were among the few which I knew him to keep, and as I loved both my skin and my bones, I carried the note, and, of course, said nothing. Waiting in Mr. Dawkins's chambers for a few minutes, I returned to my master with an answer. I may as well give both of these documents, of which I happen to have taken copies. I, the Honourable P. Ducias, to T.S. Dawkins, Esquire, Temple, Tuesday. Mr. Ducias presents his compliments to Mr. Dawkins, and begs at the same time to offer his most sincere apologies and regrets for the accident which has just taken place. May Mr. Ducias be allowed to take a neighbour's privilege, and to remedy the evil he has occasioned to the best of his power. If Mr. Dawkins will do him the favour to partake of the contents of the accompanying case, from Strasbourg direct, and the gift of a friend, on whose taste as a gourmand Mr. Dawkins may rely, perhaps he will find that it is not a bad substitute for the plat which Mr. Ducias's awkwardness destroyed. It will, also, Mr. Ducias is sure, be no small gratification to the original donor of the pate, when he learns that it has fallen into the hands of so celebrated a bon vivant as Mr. Dawkins. T.S. Dawkins, Esquire, etc., etc., etc. 2 From T.S. Dawkins, Esquire, to the Honourable P. Ducias. Mr. Thomas Smith Dawkins presents his grateful compliments to the Honourable Mr. Ducias, and accepts with the greatest pleasure Mr. Ducias's generous proffer. It would be one of the happiest moments of Mr. Smith Dawkins's life, if the Honourable Mr. Ducias would extend his generosity still further, and condescend to partake of the repast which his munificent politeness has furnished. Temple, Tuesday. Many and many a time, I say, have I grind over these letters, which I had wrote from the original by Mr. Bruffy's copying clerk. Ducias' flam about Prince Talleyrand was perfectly successful. I saw young Dawkins blush with delight as he read the note. He tore up 4 or 5 sheets before he composed the answer to it, which was as you read above, and wrote in a hand quite trembling with pleasure. If you could but have seen the look of triumph in Ducias's wicked black eyes, when he read the note. I never see a demon yet, but I can fancy one, a-holding a writhing soul on his pitchfork, and smiling like Ducias. He dressed himself in his very best clothes, and in he went, after sending me over to say that he would accept with pleasure Mr. Dawkins's invite. The pie was cut up, and a most friendly conversation begun betwixt the 2 gentlemen. Ducias was quite captivating. He spoke to Mr. Dawkins in the most respectful and flattering manner, agreed in everything he said, praised his taste, his furniture, his coat, his classic knowledge, and his playing on the flute. You'd have thought, to hear him, that such a polygon of excellence as Dawkins did not breathe, that such a modest, sincere, honourable gentleman as Ducias was to be seen nowhere except in Pump Court. Poor Daw was completely taken in. My master said he'd introduce him to the Duke of Doncaster, and heaven knows how many knobs more, till Dawkins was quite intoxicated with pleasure. I know as a FAC, and it pretty well shows the young gentleman's character, that he went that very day and ordered 2 new coats, on propos to be introduced to the Lord's Inn. But the best joke of all was at last. Singing, swaggering, and swearing, upstairs came Mr. Dick Blewett. He flung open Mr. Dawkins's door, shouting out, "Daw, my old buck, how are you?" when, all of a sudden, he sees Mr. Ducias. His jaw dropped, he turned chalky white, and then burning red, and I acted as if a straw would knock him down. "My dear Mr. Blewett," says my master, smiling, and offering his hand, "how glad I am to see you. Mr. Dawkins and I were just talking about your pony. Pray sit down." Blewett did, and now was the question, who should sit the other out, but, Lor bless you, Mr. Blewett was no match for my master. All the time he was fidgety, silent, and sulky. On the contrary, master was charming. I never heard such a flow of conversating, or so many witticisms as he uttered. At last, completely beat, Mr. Blewett took his leave. That instant master followed him, and passing his arm through that of Mr. Dick, led him into our chambers, and began talking to him in the most affable and affectionate manner. But Dick was too angry to listen. At last, when Master was telling him some long story about the Duke of Doncaster, Blewett burst out, "A plague on the Duke of Doncaster! Come, come, Mr. Ducey Ass, don't you be running your rigs upon me. I ain't the man to be bamboozled by long-winded stories about dukes and duchesses. You think I don't know you? Every man knows you, and your line of country. Yes, you're after young Dawkins there, and think to pluck him, but you shan't, no, you shan't." The reader must recollect that the oaths which interspersed Mr. B.'s conversation I have left out. Well, after he'd fired a volley of 'em, Mr. Ducey Ass spoke as cool and slow as possible. "Hark ye, Blewett. I know you to be one of the most infernal thieves and scoundrels unhung. If you attempt to hector with me, I will cane you. If you want more, I'll shoot you. If you meddle between me and Dawkins, I will do both. I know your whole life, you miserable swindler and coward. I know you have already won £200 of this lad, and want all. I will have half, or you never shall have a penny." It's quite true that Master knew things, but how was the wonder? I couldn't see Mr. B.'s face during this dialogue, being on the wrong side of the door, but there was a considerable pause after these compliments had passed between the two gentlemen, one walking quickly up and down the room, t'other, angry and stupid, sitting down, and stamping with his foot. "Now listen to this, Mr. Blewett," continues Master at last. "If you're quiet, you shall have half this fellow's money, but venture to win a shilling from him in my absence, or without my consent, and you do it at your peril." "Well, well, Mr. Ducey Ass," cries Dick, "it's very hard, and, I must say, not fair. The game was of my starting, and you've no right to interfere with my friend." "Mr. Blewett, you are a fool. You professed yesterday not to know this man, and I was obliged to find him out for myself. I should like to know by what law of honor I am bound to give him up to you." It was charming to hear this pair of rascals talking about honor. I declare I could have found it in my heart to warn young Dawkins of the precious way in which these chaps were going to serve him. But if they didn't know what honor was, I did, and never did I tell tales about my masters when in their service. Out, in cause, the obligation is no longer binding. Well, the next day there was a grand dinner at our chambers. White soup, turbot, and lobster sauce, saddle of Scotch mutton, grues, and emaroni, wines, champagne, hock, Madeira, a bottle of port, and ever so many of claret. The company present was three, viz., the Honourable P. Ducey Ass, R. Blewett, and Mr. Dawkins, Esquires. My eye, how we gentlemen in the kitchen did enjoy it. Mr. Blewett's man eat so much grues, when it was brought out of the parlour, that I really thought he would be sick. Mr. Dawkins's gentleman, who was only about 13 years of age, grew so ill with emaroni and plum pudding, so to be obliged to take several of Mr. D.'s pills, which one half killed him. But this is all promiscuous. I ain't talking of the servants now, but the masters. Would you believe it? After dinner, and p'raps 8 bottles of wine between the three, the gentlemen sat down to tea. It's a game where only two plays, and where, in course, when there's three, one looks on. First, they played crown pints, and £1 the bet. At this game they were wonderful equal, and about supper time, when grilled 'em, more champagne, devilled biscuits, and other things, was brought in, the play stood thus: Mr. Dawkins had won £2, Mr. Blewett, 30 shillings, the Honourable Mr. Ducias having lost £3.10s. After the duel and the champagne the play was a little higher. Now it was pound pints, and £5 the bet. I thought, to be sure, after hearing the compliments between Blewett and master in the morning, that now poor Dawkins's time was come. Not so, Dawkins won always, Mr. B betting on his play, and giving him the very best of advice. At the end of the evening, which was about 5 o'clock the next morning, they stopped. Master was counting up the score on a card. Blewett, says he, I've been unlucky. I owe you, let me see, yes, £45. 45, says Blewett, and no mistake. I will give you a cheque, says the Honourable Gentleman. Oh! Don't mention it, my dear sir. But master got a great sheet of paper, and drew him a cheque on Messrs. Pump, Algott, and Company, his bankers. Now, says master, I've got to settle with you, my dear Mr. Dawkins. If you had backed your luck, I should have owed you a very handsome sum of money. Voyons, 13 points, at £1, it is easy to calculate, and, drawing out his purse, he clinked over the table 13 golden sovereigns, which shone till they made my eyes wink. So did poor Dawkins's, as he put out his hand, all trembling, and drew them in. Let me say, added master, let me say, and I've had some little experience, that you are the very best card player with whom I ever sat down. Dawkins's eyes glistened as he put the money up, and said, Law, Ducias, you flatter me. Flatter him? I should think he did. It was the very thing which master meant. But mind you, Dawkins, continued he, I must have my revenge, for I'm ruined, positively ruined, by your luck. Well, well, says Mr. Thomas Smith Dawkins, as pleased as if he had gained £1 million, shall it be tomorrow? Blewett, what say you? Mr. Blewett agreed, in course. My master, after a little demurring, consented to. We'll meet, says he, at your chambers. But mind, my dear fellow, not too much wine, I can't stand it at any time, especially when I have to play a cart with you. Poor Dawkins left our rooms as happy as a prince. Here, Charles, says he, and flung me a sovereign. Poor fellow! Poor fellow! I know what was a-coming. But the best of it was, that these 13 sovereigns which Dawkins won, master had borrowed them from Mr. Blewett. I brought with 7 more, from that young gentleman's chambers that very morning, for, since his interview with master, Blewett had nothing to refuse him. Well, shall I continue the tale? If Mr. Dawkins had been the least bit wiser, it would have taken him 6 months before he lost his money. As it was, he was such a confounded ninny, that it took him a very short time to part with it. Next day, it was Thursday, and master's acquaintance with Mr. Dawkins had only commenced on Tuesday. Mr. Dawkins, as I said, gave his party, dinner at 7. Mr. Blewett and the 2 Mr. D.s as before. Play begins at 11. This time I knew the business was pretty serious, for we servants was packed off to bed at 2 o'clock. On Friday, I went to chambers, no master. He came in for 5 minutes at about 12, made a little toilette, ordered more duels and soda water, and back again he went to Mr. Dawkins's. They had dinner there at 7 again, but nobody seemed to eat, for all the victuals came out to us gentlemen. They had in more wine though, and must have drunk at least 2 dozen in the 36 hours. At 10 o'clock, however, on Friday night, back my master came to his chambers. I saw him as I never saw him before, namely, reg'lar drunk. He staggered about the room, he danced, he hiccuped, he swore, he flung me a heap of silver, and, finally, he sunk down exhausted on his bed, I pulling off his boots and clothes, and making him comfortable. When I had removed his garments, I did what it's the duty of every servant to do. I emptied his pockets, and looked at his pocketbook and all his letters. A number of accidents have been prevented that way. I found there, among a heap of things, the following pretty document. I owe you £4,700 Thomas Smith Dawkins _Friday _16th January _ There was another bit of paper of the same kind. I owe you £400, Richard Blewett, but this, in course, meant nothing. Next morning, at 9, master was up, and as sober as a jug. He dressed, and was off to Mr. Dawkins. At 10 he ordered a cab, and the 2 gentlemen went together. "Where shall he drive, sir?" says I. "Oh, tell him to drive to the bank." Poor Dawkins! His eyes red with remorse and sleepless drunkenness, gave a shudder and a sob, as he sunk back in the vehicle, and they drove on. That day he sold out every halfpenny he was worth, except £500. About 12 master had returned, and Mr. Dick Blewett came striding up the stairs with a solemn and important air. "Is your master at home?" says he. "Yes, sir," says I, and in he walks. I, in course, with my ear to the keyhole, listening with all my might. "Well," says Blewett, "we made a pretty good night of it, Mr. Doocy ass. You've settled, I see, with Dawkins." "Settled," says master. "Oh yes, yes, I've settled with him. 4,700, I think." "About that, yes." "That makes my share, let me see, 2,350, which I'll thank you to fork out." "Upon my word, why, Mr. Blewett," says my master, "I don't really understand what you mean." "You don't know what I mean," says Blewett, in an accent such as I never before heard. "You don't know what I mean. Did you not promise me that we were to go shares? Didn't I lend you 20 sovereigns the other night to pay our losings to Dawkins? Didn't you swear, on your honor as a gentleman, to give me half of all that might be won in this affair? Agreed, sir, says Ducias, agreed. Well, sir, and now what have you to say? Why, that I don't intend to keep my promise. You infernal fool and ninny! Do you suppose I was laboring for you? Do you fancy I was going to the expense of giving a dinner to that jackass yonder, that you should profit by it? Get away, sir! Leave the room, sir! Or, stop, here, I will give you £400, your own note of hand, sir, for that sum, if you will consent to forget all that has passed between us, and that you have never known Mr. Algernon Ducias. I've shorn Pipple-Angary before now, but never any like Blewett. He stormed, groaned, bellowed, swore. At last, he fairly began blubbering, now cussing and gnashing his teeth, now praying dear Mr. Ducias to grant him mercy. At last, master flung open the door. Heaven bless us, it's well I didn't tumble head over heels into the room, and said, Charles, show the gentleman downstairs. My master looked at him quite steady. Blewett slunk down, as miserable as any man I ever see. As for Dawkins, heaven knows where he was. Charles, says my master to me, about an hour afterwards, I am going to Paris, you may come, too, if you please. The Brothers A Tale, 1. By Edward Bulwer-Lytton, 1. This tale is, in reality, founded on the beautiful tradition which belonged to Liebenstein and Sternfels. You must imagine, then, dear Gertrude, said Trevelyan, a beautiful summer day, and by the same faculty that none possess so richly as yourself, for it is you who can kindle something of that divine spark even in me. You must rebuild those shattered towers in the pomp of old, raise the gallery and the hall, man the battlements with warders, and give the proud banners of ancestral chivalry to wave upon the walls. But above, sloping half down the rock, you must fancy the hanging gardens of Liebenstein, fragrant with flowers, and basking in the noonday sun. On the greenest turf, underneath an oak, there sat 3 persons, in the bloom of youth. 2 of the 3 were brothers, the third was an orphan girl, whom the lord of the opposite tower of Sternfels had bequeathed to the protection of his brother, the chief of Liebenstein. The castle itself and the domain that belonged to it passed away from the female line, and became the heritage of Utho the orphan's cousin, and the younger of the 2 brothers now seated on the turf. And oh, said the elder, whose name was Warbeck, you have twined a chaplet for my brother, have you not, dearest Leoline, a simple flower for me? The beautiful orphan, for beautiful she was, Gertrude, as the heroine of the tale you bid me tell ought to be, should she not have to the dreams of my fancy your lustrous hair, and your sweet smile, and your eyes of blue, that are never, never silent. Ah, pardon me that in a former tale I denied the heroine the beauty of your face, and remember that, to atone for it, I endowed her with the beauty of your mind. The beautiful orphan blushed to her temples, and culling from the flowers in her lap the freshest of the roses, began weaving them into a wreath for Warbeck. "It would be better," said the gay Utho, "to make my sober brother a chaplet of the rue and cypress. The rose is much too bright a flower for so serious a night." Leoline held up her hand reprovingly. "Let him laugh, dearest cousin," said Warbeck, gazing passionately on her changing cheek, "and thou, Leoline, believe that the silent stream runs the deepest." At this moment, they heard the voice of the old chief, their father, calling aloud for Leoline, forever. When he returned from the chase, he wanted her gentle presence, and the hall was solitary to him if the light sound of her step, and the music of her voice, were not heard in welcome. Leoline hastened to her guardian, and the brothers were left alone. Nothing could be more dissimilar than the features and the respective characters of Utho and Warbeck. Utho's countenance was flushed with the brown hues of health, his eyes were of the brightest hazel, his dark hair wreathed in short curls round his open and fearless brow, the jest ever echoed on his lips, and his step was bounding as the foot of the hunter of the Alps. Bold and light was his spirit, if at times he betrayed the haughty insolence of youth. He felt generously, and though not ever ready to confess sorrow for a fault, he was at least ready to brave peril for a friend. But Warbeck's frame, though of equal strength, was more slender in its proportions than that of his brother. The fair long hair that characterized his northern race hung on either side of a countenance calm and pale, and deeply impressed with thought, even to sadness. His features, more majestic and regular than Utho's, rarely varied in their expression. More resolute even than Utho, he was less impetuous, more impassioned, he was also less capricious. The brothers remained silent after Leoline had left them. Utho carelessly braced on his sword, that he had laid aside on the grass, but Warbeck gathered up the flowers that had been touched by the soft hand of Leoline, and placed them in his bosom. The action disturbed Utho, he bit his lip, and changed colour. At length he said, with a forced laugh, "It must be confessed, brother, that you carry your affection for our fair cousin to a degree that even relationship seems scarcely to warrant." "It is true," said Warbeck, calmly, "I love her with a love surpassing that of blood." "How," said Utho, fiercely, "do you dare to think of Leoline as a bride?" "Dare," repeated Warbeck, turning yet paler than his wonted hue. "Yes, I have said the word. Know, Warbeck, that I, too, love Leoline, I, too, claim her as my bride, and never, while I can wield a sword, never, while I wear the spurs of knighthood, will I render my claim to a living rival." Even he added, sinking his voice, "though that rival be my brother." Warbeck answered not, his very soul seemed stunned, he gazed long and wistfully on his brother, and then, turning his face away, ascended the rock without uttering a single word. This silence startled Utho. Accustomed to vent every emotion of his own, he could not comprehend the forbearance of his brother. He knew his high and brave nature too well to imagine that it arose from fear. Might it not be contempt, or might he not, at this moment, intend to seek their father, and, the first to proclaim his love for the orphan, advance, also, the privilege of the elder born. As these suspicions flashed across him, the haughty Utho strode to his brother's side, and laying his hand on his arm, said, "Whither goes thou? And dost thou consent to surrender Leoline?" "Does she love thee, Utho?" answered Warbeck, breaking silence at last, and his voice spoke so deep an anguish, that it arrested the passions of Utho even at their height. "It is thou who art now silent," continued Warbeck. "Speak, doth she love thee, and has her lip confessed it?" "I have believed that she loved me," faltered Utho, "but she is of maiden bearing, and her lip, at least, has never told it." "Enough," said Warbeck, "release your hold." "Stay," said Utho, his suspicions returning, "stay, yet one word. Dost thou seek my father? He ever honored thee more than me. Wilt thou own to him thy love, and insist on thy right of birth? By my soul and my hope of heaven, do it, and one of us two must fall." "Poor boy," answered Warbeck, bitterly, "how little thou canst read the heart of one who loves truly. Thinkest thou I would wed her if she loved thee? Thinkest thou I could, even to be blessed myself, give her one moment's pain? Out on the thought, away!" "Then wilt not thou seek our father?" said Utho, abashed. "Our father? Has our father the keeping of Leoline's affection?" answered Warbeck, and shaking off his brother's grasp, he sought the way to the castle. As he entered the hall he heard the voice of Leoline. She was singing to the old chief one of the simple ballads of the time, that the warrior and the hunter loved to hear. He paused lest he should break the spell, a spell stronger than a sorcerer's to him, and gazing upon Leoline's beautiful form, his heart sank within him. His brother and himself had each that day, as they sat in the gardens, given her a flower. His flower was the fresher and the rarer, his he saw not, but she wore his brother's in her bosom. The chief, lulled by the music and wearied with the toils of the chase, sank into sleep as the song ended, and Warbeck, coming forward, motioned to Leoline to follow him. He passed into a retired and solitary walk, and when they were a little distance from the castle, Warbeck turned round, and taking Leoline's hand, gently said, "Let us rest here for one moment, dearest cousin, I have much on my heart to say to thee." "And what is there?" answered Leoline, as they sat on a mossy bank, with the broad Rhine glancing below. "What is there that my kind Warbeck would ask of me?" "Ah! Would it might be some favour, something in poor Leoline's power to grant, for ever from my birth you have been to me most tender, most kind. Yon, I have often heard them say, taught my first steps to walk, you formed my infant lips into language, and, in after years, when my wild cousin was far away in the forests at the chase, you would brave his gay jest and remain at home, lest Leoline should be weary in the solitude. Ah, would I could repay you!" Warbeck turned away his cheek, his heart was very full, and it was some moments before he summoned courage to reply. "My fair cousin," said he, "those were happy days, but they were the days of childhood. New cares and new thoughts have now come on us. But I am still thy friend, Leoline, and still thou wilt confide in me thy young sorrows and thy young hopes as thou ever didst." Wilt thou not, Leoline? Canst thou ask me, said Leoline, and Warbeck, gazing on her face, saw that though her eyes were full of tears, they yet looked steadily upon his, and he knew that she loved him only as a sister. He sighed, and paused again ere he resumed. Enough, said he, now to my task. Once on a time, dear cousin, there lived among these mountains a certain chief who had 2 sons, and an orphan like thyself dwelt also in his halls. And the elder son, but no matter, let us not waste words on him, the younger son, then, loved the orphan dearly, more dearly than cousins love, and fearful of refusal, he prayed the elder one to urge his suit to the orphan. Leoline, my tale is done. Canst thou not love Utho as he loves thee? And now lifting his eyes to Leoline, he saw that she trembled violently, and her cheek was covered with blushes. Say, continued he, mastering himself, is not that flower, his present, a token that he is chiefly in thy thoughts? Ah, Warbeck! Do not deem me ungrateful that I wear not yours also, but, hush, said Warbeck, hastily, I am but as thy brother, is not Utho more? He is young, brave, and beautiful. God grant that he may deserve thee, if thou givest him so rich a gift as thy affections. I saw less of Utho in my childhood, said Leoline, evasively, therefore, his kindness of late years seemed stranger to me than thine. And thou wilt not then reject him? Thou wilt be his bride. And thy sister, answered Leoline. Bless thee, mine own dear cousin. One brother's kiss then, and farewell. Utho shall thank thee for himself. He kissed her forehead calmly, and, turning away, plunged into the thicket. Then, nor till then, he gave vent to such emotions as, had Leoline seen them, Utho's suit had been lost forever, for passionately, deeply as in her fond and innocent heart she loved Utho, the happiness of Warbeck was not less dear to her. When the young knight had recovered his self-possession, he went in search of Utho. He found him alone in the wood, leaning with folded arms against a tree, and gazing moodily on the ground. Warbeck's noble heart was touched at his brother's dejection. Cheer thee, Utho, said he, I bring thee no bad tidings. I have seen Leoline, I have conversed with her. Nay, start not, she loves thee. She is thine. Generous, generous Warbeck, exclaimed Utho, and he threw himself on his brother's neck. No, no, said he, this must not be, thou hast the elder claim, I resign her to thee. Forgive me my waywardness, brother, forgive me. Think of the past no more, said Warbeck, the love of Leoline is an excuse for greater offences than thine. And now, be kind to her, her nature is soft and keen. I know her well, for I have studied her faintest wish. Thou art hasty and quick of ire, but remember that a word wounds where love is deep. For my Sake, as for hers, think more of her happiness than thine own. Now seek her, she waits to hear from thy lips the tale that sounded cold upon mine. With that he left his brother, and, once more re-entering the castle, he went into the hall of his ancestors. His father still slept. He put his hand on his grey hair, and blessed him. Then stealing up to his chamber, he braced on his helm and armor, and thrice kissing the hilt of Fate's sword, said, with a flushed cheek, "Henceforth be thou my bride." Then passing from the castle, he sped by the most solitary paths down the rock, gained the Rhine, and hailing one of the numerous fishermen of the river, won the opposite shore, and alone, but not sad, for his high heart supported him, and Leoline at least was happy, he hastened to Frankfort. The town was all gaiety and life, arms clanged at every corner, the sounds of martial music, the wave of banners, the glittering of plumed casques, the neighing of war steeds, all united to stir the blood and inflame the sense. Saint Bertrand had lifted the sacred cross along the shores of the Rhine, and the streets of Frankfort witnessed with what success. On that same day Warbeck assumed the sacred badge, and was enlisted among the knights of the Emperor Conrad. We must suppose some time to have elapsed, and Otto and Leoline were not yet wedded, for, in the first fervor of his gratitude to his brother, Otto had proclaimed to his father and to Leoline the conquest Warbeck had obtained over himself, and Leoline, touched to the heart, would not consent that the wedding should take place immediately. "Let him, at least," said she, "not be insulted by a premature festivity, and give him time, amongst the lofty beauties he will gaze upon in a far country, to forget, Otto, that he once loved her who is the beloved of thee." The old chief applauded this delicacy, and even Otto, in the first flush of his feelings towards his brother, did not venture to oppose it. They settled, then, that the marriage should take place at the end of a year. Months rolled away, and an absent and moody gloom settled upon Otto's brow. In his excursions with his gay companions among the neighboring towns he heard of nothing but the glory of the Crusaders, of the homage paid to the heroes of the cross at the courts they visited, of the adventures of their life, and the exciting spirit that animated their war. In fact, neither minstrel nor priest suffered the theme to grow cold, and the fame of those who had gone forth to the holy strife gave at once emulation and discontent to the youths who remained behind. "And my brother enjoys this ardent and glorious life," said the impatient Otto, "while I, whose arm is as strong, and whose heart is as bold, languish here listening to the dull tales of a hoary sire and the silly songs of an orphan girl." His heart smote him at the last sentence, but he had already begun to weary of the gentle love of Leoline. Perhaps when he had no longer to gain a triumph over a rival the excitement palled, or perhaps his proud spirit secretly chafed at being conquered by his brother in generosity, even when outshining him in the success of love. But poor Leoline, once taught that she was to consider Otto her betrothed, surrendered her heart entirely to his control. His wild spirit, his dark beauty, his daring valor, won while they awed her, and in the fitfulness of his nature were those perpetual springs of hope and fear that are the fountains of ever agitated love. She saw with increasing grief the change that was growing over Otto's mind, nor did she divine the cause. "Surely I have not offended him," thought she. Among the companions of Otto was one who possessed a singular sway over him. He was a knight of that mysterious order of the Temple, which exercised at one time so great a command over the minds of men. A severe and dangerous wound in a brawl with an English knight had confined the Templar at Frankfort, and prevented his joining the crusade. During his slow recovery he had formed an intimacy with Otto, and, taking up his residence at the castle of Liebenstein, had been struck with the beauty of Leoline. Prevented by his oath from marriage, he allowed himself a double license in love, and doubted not, could he disengage the young knight from his betrothed, that she would add a new conquest to the many he had already achieved. Artfully therefore he painted to Otto the various attractions of the holy cause, and, above all, he failed not to describe, with glowing colors, the beauties who, in the gorgeous East, distinguished with a prodigal favor the warriors of the cross. Dowries, unknown in the more sterile mountains of the Rhine, accompanied the hand of these beauteous maidens, and even a prince's daughter was not deemed, he said, too lofty a marriage for the heroes who might win kingdoms for themselves. To me, said the Templar, such hopes are eternally denied. But you, were you not already betrothed, what fortunes might await you? By such discourses the ambition of Otto was perpetually aroused. They served to deepen his discontent at his present obscurity, and to convert to distaste the only solace it afforded in the innocence and affection of Leoline. One night, a minstrel sought shelter from the storm in the halls of Liebenstein. His visit was welcomed by the chief, and he repaid the hospitality he had received by the exercise of his art. He sang of the chase, and the gaunt hound started from the hearth. He sang of love, and Otto, forgetting his restless dreams, approached to Leoline, and laid himself at her feet. Louder then and louder rose the strain. The minstrel sang of war, he painted the feats of the Crusaders, he plunged into the thickest of the battle. The steed neighed, the trump sounded, and you might have heard the ringing of the steel. But when he came to signalize the names of the boldest knights, high among the loftiest sounded the name of Sir Warbeck of Liebenstein. Thrice had he saved the imperial banner, 2 chargers slain beneath him, he had covered their bodies with the fiercest of the foe. Gentle in the tent and terrible in the fray, the minstrel should forget his craft ere the Rhine should forget its hero. The chief started from his seat. Leoline clasped the minstrel's hand. Speak, you have seen him, he lives, he is honored. I myself am but just from Palestine, brave chief and noble maiden. I saw the gallant knight of Liebenstein at the right hand of the imperial Conrad. And he, lady, was the only knight whom admiration shone upon without envy, its shadow. Who then, continued the minstrel, once more striking his harp, who then would remain inglorious in the hall? Shall not the banners of his sires reproach him as they wave? And shall not every voice from Palestine strike shame into his soul? Right, cried Otto, suddenly, and flinging himself at the feet of his father. Thou hearest what my brother has done, and thine aged eyes weep tears of joy. Shall I only dishonor thine old age with a rusted sword? No. Grant me, like my brother, to go forth with the heroes of the cross. Noble youth, cried the harper, therein speaks the soul of Sir Warbeck. Hear him, Sir Knight, hear the noble youth. Heaven cries aloud in his voice, said the Templar, solemnly. My son, I cannot chide thine ardour, said the old chief, raising him with trembling hands, but Leoline, thy betrothed, pale as a statue, with ears that doubted their sense as they drank in the cruel words of her lover, stood the orphan. She did not speak, she scarcely breathed, she sank into her seat, and gazed upon the ground, till, at the speech of the chief, both maiden pride and maiden tenderness restored her consciousness, and she said, Uncle, shall I bid Utho stay when his wishes bid him depart? He will return to thee, noble lady, covered with glory, said the harper, but Utho said no more. The touching voice of Leoline went to his soul, he resumed his seat in silence, and Leoline, going up to him, whispered gently, act as though I were not, and left the hall to commune with her heart and to weep alone. I can wed her before I go, said Utho, suddenly, as he sat that night in the Templar's chamber. Why, that is true. And leave thy bride in the first week, a hard trial. Better than incur the chance of never calling her mine. Dear, kind, beloved Leoline. Assuredly, she deserves all from thee, and, indeed, it is no small sacrifice, at thy years and with thy mien, to renounce forever all interest among the noble maidens thou wilt visit. Ah, from the galleries of Constantinople what eyes will look down on thee, and what ears, learning that thou art Utho the bridegroom, will turn away, caring for thee no more. A bridegroom without a bride. Nay, man, much as the cross wants warriors, I am enough thy friend to tell thee, if thou weddest, to stay peaceably at home, and forget in the chase the labours of war, from which thou wouldst strip the ambition of love. I would I knew what were best, said Utho, irresolutely. My brother, shall he forever excel me, but Leoline, how will she grieve, she who left him for me? Was that thy fault, said the Templar, gaily. It may many times chance to thee again to be preferred to another. Troth, it is a sin under which the conscience may walk lightly enough. But sleep on it, Utho, my eyes grow heavy. The next day Utho sought Leoline, and proposed to her that their wedding should precede his parting, but so embarrassed was he, so divided between two wishes, that Leoline, offended, hurt, stung by his coldness, refused the proposal at once. She left him lest he should see her weep, and then she repented even of her just pride. But Utho, striving to appease his conscience with the belief that hers now was the sole fault, busied himself in preparations for his departure. Anxious to outshine his brother, he departed not as Warbeck, alone and unattended, but levying all the horse, men, and money that his domain of Sternfels, which he had not yet tenanted, would afford, he repaired to Frankfort at the head of a glittering troop. The Templar, affecting a relapse, tarried behind, and promised to join him at that Constantinople of which he had so loudly boasted. Meanwhile he devoted his whole powers of pleasing to console the unhappy orphan. The force of her simple love was, however, stronger than all his arts. In vain he insinuated doubts of Utho, she refused to hear them. In vain he poured with the softest accents into her ear the witchery of flattery and song, she turned heedlessly away, and only pained by the courtesies that had so little resemblance to Utho, she shut herself up in her chamber, and pined in solitude for her forsaken. The Templar now resolved to attempt darker arts to obtain power over her, when, fortunately, he was summoned suddenly away by a mission from the Grand Master, of so high import that it could not be resisted by a passion stronger in his breast than love, the passion of ambition. He left the castle to its solitude, and Utho peopling it no more with his gay companions. No solitude could be more unfrequently disturbed. Meanwhile, though, ever and anon, the fame of Warbeck reached their ears, it came unaccompanied with that of Utho, of him they had no tidings, and thus the love of the tender orphan was kept alive by the perpetual restlessness of fear. At length the old chief died, and Leoline was left utterly alone. One evening as she sat with her maidens in the hall, the ringing of a steed's hoofs was heard in the outer court, a horn sounded, the heavy gates were unbarred, and a knight of a stately mien and covered with the mantle of the cross entered the hall. He stopped for one moment at the entrance, as if overpowered by his emotion, in the next he had clasped Leoline to his breast. "Dost thou not recognize thy cousin Warbeck?" He doffed his casque, and she saw that majestic brow which, unlike Utho's, had never changed or been clouded in its aspect to her. "The war is suspended for the present," said he. "I learned my father's death, and I have returned home to hang up my banner in the hall and spend my days in peace." Time and the life of camps had worked their change upon Warbeck's face. The fair hair, deepened in its shade, was worn from the temples, and disclosed one scar that rather aided the beauty of a countenance that had always something high and martial in its character, but the calm it had once worn had settled down into sadness. He conversed more rarely than before, and though he smiled not less often, nor less kindly, the smile had more of thought, and the kindness had forgot its passion. He had apparently conquered a love that was so early crossed, but not that fidelity of remembrance which made Leoline dearer to him than all others, and forbade him to replace the images he had graven upon his soul. The orphan's lips trembled with the name of Utho, but a certain recollection stifled even her anxiety. Warbeck hastened to forestall her questions. Utho was well, he said, and sojourning at Constantinople, he had lingered there so long that the crusade had terminated without his aid. Doubtless now he would speedily return. A month, a week, nay, a day might restore him to her side. Leoline was inexpressibly consoled, yet something remained untold. Why, so eager for the strife of the sacred tomb, had he thus tarried at Constantinople? She wondered, she wearied conjecture, but she did not dare to search farther. The generous Warbeck concealed from her that Utho led a life of the most reckless and indolent dissipations, wasting his wealth in the pleasures of the Greek court, and only occupying his ambition with the wild schemes of founding a principality in those foreign climes, which the enterprises of the Norman adventurers had rendered so alluring to the knightly bandits of the age. The cousins resumed their old friendship, and Warbeck believed that it was friendship alone. They walked again among the gardens in which their childhood had strayed. They sat again on the green turf whereon they had woven flowers. They looked down on the eternal mirror of the Rhine. Ah! Could it have reflected the same unawakened freshness of their life's early spring? The grave and contemplative mind of Warbeck had not been so contented with the honors of war, but that it had sought also those calmer sources of emotion which were yet found amongst the sages of the East. He had drunk at the fountain of the wisdom of those distant climes, and had acquired the habits of meditation which were indulged by those wiser tribes from which the Crusaders brought back to the north the knowledge that was destined to enlighten their posterity. Warbeck, therefore, had little in common with the ruder chiefs around. He did not summon them to his board, nor attend at their noisy wassels. Often late at night, in yon shattered tower, his lonely lamp shone still over the mighty stream, and his only relief to loneliness was in the presence and the song of his soft cousin. Months rolled on, when suddenly a vague and fearful rumor reached the castle of Liebenstein. Utho was returning home to the neighboring tower of Sternfels, but not alone. He brought back with him a Greek bride of surprising beauty, and dowered with almost regal wealth. Leoline was the first to discredit the rumor. Leoline was soon the only one who disbelieved. Bright in the summer noon flashed the array of horsemen. Far up the steep ascent wound the gorgeous cavalcade. The lonely towers of Liebenstein heard the echo of many a laugh and peal of merriment. Utho bore home his bride to the hall of Sternfels. That night there was a great banquet in Utho's castle. The lights shone from every casement, and music swelled loud and ceaselessly within. By the side of Utho, glittering with the prodigal jewels of the East, sat the Greek. Her dark locks, her flashing eye, the false colors of her complexion, dazzled the eyes of her guests. On her left hand sat the Templar. By the holy rood, quoth the Templar, gaily, though he crossed himself as he spoke, we shall scare the owls tonight on those grim towers of Liebenstein. Thy grave brother, Sir Utho, will have much to do to comfort his cousin when she sees what a gallant life she would have led with thee. Poor damsel, said the Greek, with affected pity, doubtless she will now be reconciled to the rejected one. I hear he is a knight of a comely mien. Peace, said Utho, sternly, and quaffing a large goblet of wine. The Greek bit her lip, and glanced meaningly at the Templar, who returned the glance. Naught but a beauty such as thine can win my pardon, said Utho, turning to his bride, and gazing passionately in her face. The Greek smiled. Well sped the feast, the laugh deepened, the wine circled, when Utho's eye rested on a guest at the bottom of the board, whose figure was mantled from head to foot, and whose face was covered by a dark veil. Beshrew me, said he, aloud, but this is scarce courteous at our revel. Will the stranger vouchsafe to unmask? These words turned all eyes to the figure, and they who sat next it perceived that it trembled violently. At length it rose, and walking slowly, but with grace, to the fair Greek, it laid beside her a wreath of flowers. "It is a simple gift, lady," said the stranger, in a voice of such sweetness that the rudest guest was touched by it. "But it is all I can offer, and the bride of Utho should not be without a gift at my hands. May ye both be happy." With these words, the stranger turned and passed from the hall silent as a shadow. "Bring back the stranger," cried the Greek, recovering her surprise. 20 guests sprang up to obey her mandate. "No, no," said Utho, waving his hand impatiently. "Touch her not, heed her not, at your peril." The Greek bent over the flowers to conceal her anger, and from amongst them dropped the broken half of a ring. Utho recognized it at once. It was the broken half of that ring which he had broken with his betrothed. Alas, he required not such a sign to convince him that that figure, so full of ineffable grace, that touching voice, that simple action so tender in its sentiment, that gift, that blessing, came only from the forsaken and forgiving Leoline. But Warbeck, alone in his solitary tower, paced to and fro with agitated steps. Deep, undying wrath at his brother's falsehood mingled with one burning, one delicious hope. He confessed now that he had deceived himself when he thought his passion was no more. Was there any longer a bar to his union with Leoline? In that delicacy which was breathed into him by his love, he had forborne to seek, or to offer her the insult of consolation. He felt that the shock should be borne alone, and yet he pined, he thirsted, to throw himself at her feet. Nursing these contending thoughts, he was aroused by a knock at his door. He opened it. The passage was thronged by Leoline's maidens, pale, anxious, weeping. Leoline had left the castle with but one female attendant, none knew whither. They knew too soon. From the hall of Sternfels she had passed over in the dark and inclement night to the valley in which the convent of Bornhofen offered to the weary of spirit and the broken of heart a refuge at the shrine of God. At daybreak the next morning, Warbeck was at the convent's gate. He saw Leoline. What a change one night of suffering had made in that face, which was the fountain of all loveliness to him. He clasped her in his arms, he wept, he urged all that love could urge, he besought her to accept that heart which had never wronged her memory by a thought. "Oh, Leoline! Didst thou not say once that these arms nursed thy childhood, that this voice soothed thine early sorrows? Ah, trust to them again and forever. From a love that forsook thee turn to the love that never swerved." "No," said Leoline, "no. What would the chivalry of which thou art the boast, what would they say of thee, wert thou to wed one affianced and deserted, who tarried years for another, and brought to thine arms only that heart which he had abandoned? No. And even if thou, as I know thou wouldst be, wert callous to such wrong of thy high name, shall I bring to thee a broken heart and bruised spirit? Shalt thou wed sorrow and not joy? And shall sighs that will not cease, and tears that may not be dried, be the only dowry of thy bride? Thou, too, for whom all blessings should be ordained. No, forget me, forget thy poor Leoline. She hath nothing but prayers for thee. In vain Warbeck pleaded, in vain he urged all that passion and truth could urge. The springs of earthly love were forever dried up in the orphan's heart, and her resolution was immovable. She tore herself from his arms, and the gate of the convent creaked harshly on his ear. A new and stern emotion now wholly possessed him. Though naturally mild and gentle, he cherished anger, when once it was aroused, with the strength of a calm mind. Leoline's tears, her sufferings, her wrongs, her uncomplaining spirit, the change already stamped upon her face, all cried aloud to him for vengeance. "She is an orphan," said he, bitterly, "she hath none to protect, to redress her, save me alone. My father's charge over her forlorn youth descends of right to me. What matters it whether her forsaker be my brother? He is her foe. Hath he not crushed her heart? Hath he not consigned her to sorrow till the grave? And with what insult? No warning, no excuse, with lewd Wassilus keeping revel for his new bridals in the hearing, before the sight, of his betrothed. Enough. The time hath come when, to use his own words, one of us two must fall." He half drew his sword as he spoke, and thrusting it back violently into the sheath, strode home to his solitary castle. The sound of steeds and of the hunting horn met him at his portal, the bridal train of Sternfels, all mirth and gladness, were parting for the chase. That evening a knight in complete armor entered the banquet hall of Sternfels, and defied Utho, on the part of Warbeck of Liebenstein, to mortal combat. Even the Templar was startled by so unnatural a challenge, but Utho, reddening, took up the gage, and the day and spot were fixed. Discontented, wroth with himself, a savage gladness seized him. He longed to wreak his desperate feelings even on his brother. Nor had he ever in his jealous heart forgiven that brother his virtues and his renown. At the appointed hour the brothers met as foes. Warbeck's visor was up, and all the settled sternness of his soul was stamped upon his brow. But Utho, more willing to brave the arm than to face the front of his brother, kept his visor down. The Templar stood by him with folded arms. It was a study in human passions to his mocking mind. Scarce had the first trump sounded to this dread conflict, when a new actor entered on the scene. The rumor of so unprecedented an event had not failed to reach the convent of Bornhofen, and now, two by two, came the sisters of the holy shrine, and the armed men made way, as with trailing garments and veiled faces they swept along into the very lists. At that moment one from amongst them left her sisters with a slow majestic pace, and paused not till she stood right between the brother foes. "Warbeck," she said in a hollow voice, that curdled up his dark spirit as it spoke, "is it thus thou wouldst prove thy love, and maintain thy trust over the fatherless orphan whom thy sire bequeathed to thy care? Shall I have murder on my soul?" At that question she paused, and those who heard it were struck dumb and shuddered. The murder of one man by the hand of his own brother. "Away, Warbeck! I command." "Shall I forget thy wrongs, Leoline?" said Warbeck. "Wrongs? They united me to God. They are forgiven, they are no more. Earth has deserted me, but heaven hath taken me to its arms. Shall I murmur at the change? And thou, Utho, here her voice faltered, thou, does thy conscience smite thee not? Wouldst thou atone for robbing me of hope by barring against me the future? Wretch that I should be, could I dream of mercy, could I dream of comfort, if thy brother fell by thy sword in my cause? Utho, I have pardoned thee, and blessed thee and thine. Once, perhaps, thou didst love me, remember how I loved thee, cast down thine arms. Utho gazed at the veiled form before him. Where had the soft Leoline learned to command? He turned to his brother, he felt all that he had inflicted upon both, and casting his sword upon the ground, he knelt at the feet of Leoline and kissed her garment with a devotion that votary never lavished on a holier saint. The spell that lay over the warriors around was broken. There was one loud cry of congratulation and joy. And thou, Warbeck, said Leoline, turning to the spot where, still motionless and haughty, Warbeck stood. Have I ever rebelled against thy will? Said he, softly, and buried the point of his sword in the earth. Yet, Leoline, yet added he, looking at his kneeling brother, yet art thou already better avenged than by this steel. Thou art, cried Utho, smiting his breast, and slowly, and scarce noting the crowd that fell back from his path, Warbeck left the lists. Leoline said no more, her divine errand was fulfilled. She looked long and wistfully after the stately form of the Knight of Liebenstein, and then, with a slight sigh, she turned to Utho. This is the last time we shall meet on earth. Peace be with us all. She then, with the same majestic and collected bearing, passed on towards the sisterhood, and as, in the same solemn procession, they glided back towards the convent, there was not a man present, no, not even the hardened Templar, who would not, like Utho, have bent his knee to Leoline. Once more Utho plunged into the wild revelry of the age. His castle was thronged with guests, and night after night the lighted halls shone down thwart the tranquil Rhine. The beauty of the Greek, the wealth of Utho, the fame of the Templar, attracted all the chivalry from far and near. Never had the banks of the Rhine known so hospitable a lord as the Knight of Sternfels. Yet gloom seized him in the midst of gladness, and the revel was welcome only as the escape from remorse. The voice of scandal, however, soon began to mingle with that of envy at the pomp of Utho. The fair Greek, it was said, weary of her lord, lavished her smiles on others. The young and the fair were always most acceptable at the castle, and, above all, her guilty love for the Templar scarcely affected disguise. Utho alone appeared unconscious of the rumor, and though he had begun to neglect his bride, he relaxed not in his intimacy with the Templar. It was noon, and the Greek was sitting in her bower alone with her suspected lover. The rich perfumes of the East mingled with the fragrance of flowers, and various luxuries, unknown till then in those northern shores, gave a soft and effeminate character to the room. I tell thee, said the Greek, petulantly, that he begins to suspect, that I have seen him watch thee, and mutter as he watched, and play with the hilt of his dagger. Better let us fly ere it is too late, for his vengeance would be terrible were it once aroused against us. Ah, why did I ever forsake my own sweet land for these barbarous shores? There, love is not considered eternal, nor inconstancy a crime worthy death. Peace, pretty one, said the Templar, carelessly, thou knowest not the laws of our foolish chivalry. Thinkest thou I could fly from a knight's halls like a thief in the night? Why, verily, even the Red Cross would not cover such dishonor. If thou fearest that thy dull lord suspects, let us part. The Emperor hath sent to me from Frankfort. Ere evening I might be on my way thither. And I left to brave the barbarians' revenge alone. Is this thy chivalry? Nay, prate not so wildly, answered the Templar. Surely, when the object of his suspicion is gone, thy woman's art and thy Greek wiles can easily allay the jealous fiend. Do I not know thee, Glycera? Why, thou wouldst fool all men, save a Templar. And thou, cruel, wouldst thou leave me, said the Greek, weeping. How shall I live without thee? The Templar laughed slightly. Can such eyes ever weep without a comforter? But farewell, I must not be found with thee. Tomorrow I depart for Frankfort, we shall meet again. As soon as the door closed on the Templar, the Greek rose, and pacing the room, said, Selfish, selfish. How could I ever trust him? Yet I dare not brave Utho alone. Surely it was his step that disturbed us in our yesterday's interview. Nay, I will fly. I can never want a companion. She clapped her hands, a young page appeared, she threw herself on her seat and wept bitterly. The page approached, and love was mingled with his compassion. Why weepest thou, dearest lady, said he, is there aught in which Conrad's services, are thou'st read his heart, his devotion may avail. Utho had wandered out the whole day alone, his vassals had observed that his brow was more gloomy than its wont, for he usually concealed whatever might prey within. Some of the most confidential of his servitors he had conferred with, and the conference had deepened the shadow of his countenance. He returned at twilight. The Greek did not honor the repast with her presence. She was unwell, and not to be disturbed. The gay Templar was the life of the board. Thou carriest a sad brow today, Sir Utho, said he. Good faith, thou hast caught it from the air of Liebenstein. I have something troubles me, answered Utho, forcing a smile, which I would fain impart to thy friendly bosom. The night is clear and the moon is up, let us forth alone into the garden. The Templar rose, and he forgot not to gird on his sword as he followed the knight. Utho led the way to one of the most distant terraces that overhung the Rhine. Sir Templar, said he, pausing, answer me one question on thy knightly honor. Was it thy step that left my lady's bower yester-eve at vesper? Startled by so sudden a query, the wily Templar faltered in his reply. The red blood mounted to Utho's brow. Nay, lie not, Sir Knight, these eyes, thanks to God, have not witnessed, but these ears have heard from others of my dishonor. As Utho spoke, the Templars resting on the water perceived a boat rowing fast over the Rhine. The distance forbade him to see more than the outline of two figures within it. She was right, thought he, perhaps that boat already bears her from the danger. Drawing himself up to the full height of his tall stature, the Templar replied haughtily, Sir Utho of Sternfels, if thou hast deigned to question thy vassals, obtain from them only an answer. It is not to contradict such minions that the knights of the temple pledge their word. Enough, cried Utho, losing patience, and striking the Templar with his clenched hand. Draw, traitor, draw. Alone in his lofty tower, Warbeck watched the night deepen over the heavens, and communed mournfully with himself. To what end, thought he, have these strong affections, these capacities of love, this yearning after sympathy, been given me? Unloved and unknown I walk to my grave, and all the nobler mysteries of my heart are forever to be untold. Thus musing, he heard not the challenge of the warder on the wall, or the unbarring of the gate below, or the tread of footsteps along the winding stair. The door was thrown suddenly open, and Utho stood before him. Come, he said, in a low voice trembling with passion, come, I will show thee that which shall glad thine heart. Twofold is Leoline avenged. Warbeck looked in amazement on a brother he had not met since they stood in arms each against the other's life, and he now saw that the arm that Utho extended to him dripped with blood, trickling drop by drop upon the floor. Come, said Utho, follow me, it is my last prayer. Come, for Leoline's sake, come. At that name Warbeck hesitated no longer, he girded on his sword, and followed his brother down the stairs and through the castle gate. The porter scarcely believed his eyes when he saw the two brothers, so long divided, go forth at that hour alone, and seemingly in friendship. Warbeck, arrived at that epoch in the feelings when nothing stuns, followed with silent steps the rapid strides of his brother. The two castles, as you are aware, are scarce a stone's throw from each other. In a few minutes Utho paused at an open space in one of the terraces of Sternfels, on which the moon shone bright and steady. Behold, he said, in a ghastly voice, behold, and Warbeck saw on the sward the corpse of the Templar, bathed with the blood that even still poured fast and warm from his heart. Hark, said Utho. He it was who first made me waver in my vows to Leoline, he persuaded me to wed yon white falsehood. Hark! He, who had thus wronged my real love, dishonored me with my faithless bride, and thus, as, grinding his teeth, he spurned again and again the dead body of the Templar, thus Leoline and myself are avenged. And thy wife, said Warbeck, pityingly. Fled with a hireling page. It is well. She was not worth the sword that was once belted on, by Leoline. The tradition, dear Gertrude, proceeds to tell us that Utho, though often menaced by the rude justice of the day for the death of the Templar, defied and escaped the menace. On the very night of his revenge a long and delirious illness seized him. The generous Warbeck forgot all, save that he had been once consecrated by Leoline's love. He tended him through his sickness, and when he recovered, Utho was an altered man. He forswore the comrades he had once courted, the revels he had once led. The halls of Sternfels were desolate as those of Liebenstein. The only companion Utho sought was Warbeck, and Warbeck bore with him. They had no topic in common, for one subject Warbeck at least felt too deeply ever to trust himself to speak, yet did a strange and secret sympathy reunite them. They had at least a common sorrow. Often they were seen wandering together by the solitary banks of the river, or amidst the woods, without apparently interchanging word or sign. Utho died first, and still in the prime of youth, and Warbeck was now left companionless. In vain the imperial court wooed him to its pleasures, in vain the camp proffered him the oblivion of renown. Ah! Could he tear himself from a spot where morning and night he could see afar, amidst the valley, the roof that sheltered Leoline, and on which every copse, every turf, reminded him of former days. His solitary life, his midnight vigils, strange scrolls about his chamber, obtained him by degrees the repute of cultivating the darker arts, and shunning, he became shunned by all. But still it was sweet to hear from time to time of the increasing sanctity of her in whom he had treasured up his last thoughts of earth. She it was who healed the sick, she it was who relieved the poor, and the superstition of that age brought pilgrims from afar to the altars that she served. Many years afterwards, a band of lawless robbers, who ever and anon broke from their mountain fastnesses to pillage and to desolate the valleys of the Rhine, who spared neither sex nor age, neither tower nor hut, nor even the houses of God himself, laid waste the territories round Bornhofen, and demanded treasure from the convent. The abbess, of the bold lineage of Rudesham, refused the sacrilegious demand. The convent was stormed, its vassals resisted. The robbers, inured to slaughter, won the day. Already the gates were forced, when a knight, at the head of a small but hardy troop, rushed down from the mountain side and turned the tide of the fray. Wherever his sword flashed fell a foe. Wherever his war cry sounded was a space of dead men in the thick of the battle. The fight was won, the convent saved, the abbess and the sisterhood came forth to bless their deliverer. Laid under an aged oak, he was bleeding fast to death, his head was bare and his locks were grey, but scarcely yet with years. One only of the sisterhood recognized that majestic face, one bathed his parched lips, one held his dying hand, and in Leoline's presence passed away the faithful spirit of the last lord of Liebenstein. "Oh," said Gertrude, through her tears, "surely you must have altered the facts, surely, it must have been impossible for Leoline, with a woman's heart, to have loved Utho more than Warbeck." "My child," said Vane, "so think women when they read a tale of love, and see the whole heart bared before them, but not so act they in real life, when they see only the surface of character, and pierce not its depths, until it is too late." Dr. Maynet's manuscript by Charles Dickens. Alexandre Maynet, unfortunate physician, native of Beauvais, and afterwards resident in Paris, write this melancholy paper in my doleful cell in the Bastille, during the last month of the year, 1767. I write it at stolen intervals, under every difficulty. I design to secrete it in the wall of the chimney, where I have slowly and laboriously made a place of concealment for it. Some pitying hand may find it there, when I and my sorrows are dust. These words are formed by the rusty iron point with which I write with difficulty in scrapings of soot and charcoal from the chimney, mixed with blood, in the last month of the 10th year of my captivity. Hope has quite departed from my breast. I know from terrible warnings I have noted in myself that my reason will not long remain unimpaired, but I solemnly declare that I am at this time in the possession of my right mind, that my memory is exact and circumstantial, and that I write the truth as I shall answer for these my last recorded words, whether they be ever read by men or not, at the eternal judgment seat. One cloudy moonlight night in the 3rd week of December, I think the 22nd of the month, in the year 1757, I was walking on a retired part of the quay by the Seine for the refreshment of the frosty air, at an hour's distance from my place of residence in the street of the School of Medicine, when a carriage came along behind me, driven very fast. As I stood aside to let that carriage pass, apprehensive that it might otherwise run me down, a head was put out at the window, and a voice called to the driver to stop. The carriage stopped as soon as the driver could rein in his horses, and the same voice called to me by my name. I answered. The carriage was then so far in advance of me that 2 gentlemen had time to open the door and alight before I came up with it. I observed that they were both wrapped in cloaks, and appeared to conceal themselves. As they stood side by side near the carriage door, I also observed that they both looked of about my own age, or rather younger, and that they were greatly alike, in stature, manner, voice, and, as far as I could see, face too. "You are Dr. Maynett," said one. "I am Dr. Maynett, formerly of Beauvais," said the other, the young physician, originally an expert surgeon, who within the last year or 2 has made a rising reputation in Paris. "Gentlemen," I returned, "I am that Dr. Maynett of whom you speak so graciously." "We have been to your residence," said the first, "and not being so fortunate as to find you there, and being informed that you were probably walking in this direction, we followed, in the hope of overtaking you. Will you please to enter the carriage?" The manner of both was imperious, and they both moved, as these words were spoken, so as to place me between themselves and the carriage door. They were armed. I was not. "Gentlemen," said I, "pardon me, but I usually inquire who does me the honor to seek my assistance, and what is the nature of the case to which I am summoned." The reply to this was made by him who had spoken second. "Doctor, your clients are people of condition. As to the nature of the case, our confidence in your skill assures us that you will ascertain it for yourself better than we can describe it. Enough. Will you please to enter the carriage?" I could do nothing but comply, and I entered it in silence. They both entered after me, the last springing in, after putting up the steps. The carriage turned about, and drove on at its former speed. I repeat this conversation exactly as it occurred. I have no doubt that it is, word for word, the same. I describe everything exactly as it took place, constraining my mind not to wander from the task. Where I make the broken marks that follow here, I leave off for the time, and put my paper in its hiding place. The carriage left the streets behind, passed the North Barrier, and emerged upon the country road. At 2/3 of a league from the barrier, I did not estimate the distance at that time, but afterwards when I traversed it, it struck out of the main avenue, and presently stopped at a solitary house. We all three alighted, and walked, by a damp soft footpath, in a garden where a neglected fountain had overflowed to the door of the house. It was not opened immediately, in answer to the ringing of the bell, and one of my two conductors struck the man who opened it, with his heavy riding glove, across the face. There was nothing in this action to attract my particular attention, for I had seen common people struck more commonly than dogs. But the other of the two, being angry likewise, struck the man in like manner with his arm. The look and bearing of the brothers were then so exactly alike that I then first perceived them to be twin brothers. From the time of our alighting at the outer gate, which we found locked, and which one of the brothers had opened to admit us, and had relocked, I had heard cries proceeding from an upper chamber. I was conducted to this chamber straight, the cries growing louder as we ascended the stairs, and I found a patient in a high fever of the brain, lying on a bed. The patient was a woman of great beauty, and young, assuredly not much past 20. Her hair was torn and ragged, and her arms were bound to her sides with sashes and handkerchiefs. I noticed that these bonds were all portions of a gentleman's dress. On one of them, which was a fringed scarf for a dress of ceremony, I saw the armorial bearings of a noble, and the letter E. I saw this within the first minute of my contemplation of the patient, for, in her restless strivings she had turned over on her face on the edge of the bed, had drawn the end of the scarf into her mouth, and was in danger of suffocation. My first act was to put out my hand to relieve her breathing, and, in moving the scarf aside, the embroidery in the corner caught my sight. I turned her gently over, placed my hands upon her breast to calm her and keep her down, and looked into her face. Her eyes were dilated and wild, and she constantly uttered piercing shrieks, and repeated the words, "My husband, my father, and my brother," and then counted up to 12, and said, "Hush." For an instant, and no more, she would pause to listen, and then the piercing shrieks would begin again and she would repeat the cry, "My husband, my father, and my brother," and would count up to 12, and say, "Hush." There was no variation in the order, or the manner. There was no cessation, but the regular moment's pause, in the utterance of these sounds. How long, I asked, has this lasted? To distinguish the brothers, I will call them the elder and the younger. By the elder, I mean him who exercised the most authority. It was the elder who replied, "Since about this hour last night. She has a husband, a father, and a brother." A brother. I do not address her brother. He answered with great contempt, No, she has some recent association with the number 12. The younger brother impatiently rejoined, with 12 o'clock. See, gentlemen, said I, still keeping my hands upon her breast, how useless I am, as you have brought me. If I had known what I was coming to see, I could have come provided. As it is, time must be lost. There are no medicines to be obtained in this lonely place. The elder brother looked to the younger, who said haughtily, there is a case of medicines here, and brought it from a closet, and put it on the table. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I opened some of the bottles, smelled them, and put the stoppers to my lips. If I had wanted to use anything save narcotic medicines that were poisons in themselves, I would not have administered any of those. Do you doubt them? Asked the younger brother. You see, monsieur, I am going to use them, I replied, and said no more. I made the patient swallow, with great difficulty, and after many efforts, the dose that I desired to give. As I intended to repeat it after a while, and as it was necessary to watch its influence, I then sat down by the side of the bed. There was a timid and suppressed woman in attendance, wife of the man downstairs, who had retreated into a corner. The house was damp and decayed, indifferently furnished, evidently, recently occupied and temporarily used. Some thick old hangings had been nailed up before the windows, to deaden the sound of the shrieks. They continued to be uttered in their regular succession, with the cry, my husband, my father, and my brother, the counting up to 12, and hush. The frenzy was so violent, that I had not unfastened the bandages restraining the arms, but I had looked to them, to see that they were not painful. The only spark of encouragement in the case, was, that my hand upon the sufferer's breast had this much soothing influence, that 4 minutes at a time it tranquilized the figure. It had no effect upon the cries, no pendulum could be more regular. For the reason that my hand had this effect, I assume, I had sat by the side of the bed for half an hour, with the two brothers looking on, before the elder said, there is another patient. I was startled, and asked, is it a pressing case? You had better see, he carelessly answered, and took up a light. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The other patient lay in a back room across a second staircase, which was a species of loft over a stable. There was a low plastered ceiling to a part of it, the rest was open, to the ridge of the tiled roof, and there were beams across. Hay and straw were stored in that portion of the place, faggots for firing, and a heap of apples in sand. I had to pass through that part, to get at the other. My memory is circumstantial and unshaken. I try it with these details, and I see them all, in this my cell in the Bastille, near the close of the 10th year of my captivity, as I saw them all that night. On some hay on the ground, with a cushion thrown under his head, lay a handsome peasant boy, a boy of not more than 17 at the most. He lay on his back, with his teeth set, his right hand clenched on his breast, and his glaring eyes looking straight upward. I could not see where his wound was, as I kneeled on one knee over him, but, I could see that he was dying of a wound from a sharp point. I am a doctor, my poor fellow said. Let me examine it. I do not want it examined, he answered, let it be. It was under his hand, and I soothed him to let me move his hand away. The wound was a sword thrust, received from 20 to 24 hours before, but no skill could have saved him if it had been looked to without delay. He was then dying fast. As I turned my eyes to the elder brother, I saw him looking down at this handsome boy whose life was ebbing out, as if he were a wounded bird, or hare, or rabbit, not at all as if he were a fellow creature. How has this been done, monsieur? Said I. A crazed young common dog. A serf forced my brother to draw upon him, and has fallen by my brother's sword, like a gentleman. There was no touch of pity, sorrow, or kindred humanity, in this answer. The speaker seemed to acknowledge that it was inconvenient to have that different order of creature dying there, and that it would have been better if he had died in the usual obscure routine of his vermin kind. He was quite incapable of any compassionate feeling about the boy, or about his fate. The boy's eyes had slowly moved to him as he had spoken, and they now slowly moved to me. Doctor, they are very proud, these nobles, but we common dogs are proud too, sometimes. They plunder us, outrage us, beat us, kill us, but we have a little pride left, sometimes. Have you seen her, doctor? The shrieks and the cries were audible there, though subdued by the distance. He referred to them, as if she were lying in our presence. I said, I have seen her. She is my sister, doctor. They have had their shameful rights, these nobles, in the modesty and virtue of our sisters, many years, but we have had good girls among us. I know it, and have heard my father say so. She was a good girl. She was betrothed to a good young man, too, a tenant of his. We were all tenants of his, that man's who stands there. The other is his brother, the worst of a bad race. It was with the greatest difficulty that the boy gathered bodily force to speak, but his spirit spoke with a dreadful emphasis. We were so robbed by that man who stands there, as all we common dogs are by those superior beings, taxed by him without mercy, obliged to work for him without pay, obliged to grind our corn at his mill, obliged to feed scores of his tame birds on our wretched crops, and forbidden for our lives to keep a single tame bird of our own, pillaged and plundered to that degree that when we chanced to have a bit of meat, we ate it in fear, with the door barred and the shutters closed, that his people should not see it and take it from us. I say, we were so robbed, and hunted, and were made so poor, that our father told us it was a dreadful thing to bring a child into the world, and that what we should most pray for, was, that our women might be barren and our miserable race die out. I had never before seen the sense of being oppressed, bursting forth like a fire. I had supposed that it must be latent in the people somewhere, but I had never seen it break out, until I saw it in the dying boy. Nevertheless, doctor, my sister married. He was ailing at that time, poor fellow, and she married her lover, that she might tend and comfort him in our cottage, our dog hut, as that man would call it. She had not been married many weeks, when that man's brother saw her and admired her, and asked that man to lend her to him, for what are husbands among us? He was willing enough, but my sister was good and virtuous, and hated his brother with a hatred as strong as mine. What did the two then? To persuade her husband to use his influence with her, to make her willing. The boy's eyes, which had been fixed on mine, slowly turned to the looker-on, and I saw in the two faces that all he said was true. The two opposing kinds of pride confronting one another, I can see, even in this Bastille, the gentleman's, all negligent indifference, the peasant's, all trodden down sentiment, and passionate revenge. You know, doctor, that it is among the rights of these nobles to harness us common dogs to carts, and drive us. They so harnessed him and drove him. You know that it is among their rights to keep us in their grounds all night, quieting the frogs, in order that their noble sleep may not be disturbed. They kept him out in the unwholesome mists at night, and ordered him back into harness in the day. But he was not persuaded. No. Taken out of harness one day at noon, to feed, if he could find food, he sobbed 12 times, once for every stroke of the bell, and died on her bosom. Nothing human could have held life in the boy but his determination to tell all his wrong. He forced back the gathering shadows of death, as he forced his clenched right hand to remain clenched, and to cover his wound. Then, with that man's permission and even with his aid, his brother took her away, in spite of what I know she must have told his brother, and what that is, will not be long unknown to you, doctor, if it is now. His brother took her away, for his pleasure and diversion, for a little while. I saw her pass me on the road. When I took the tidings home, our father's heart burst. He never spoke one of the words that filled it. I took my young sister, for I have another, to a place beyond the reach of this man, and where, at least, she will never be his vassal. Then, I tracked the brother here, and last night climbed in, a common dog, but sword in hand. Where is the loft window? It was somewhere here. The room was darkening to his sight, the world was narrowing around him. I glanced about me, and saw that the hay and straw were trampled over the floor, as if there had been a struggle. She heard me, and ran in. I told her not to come near us till he was dead. He came in and first tossed me some pieces of money, then struck at me with a whip. But I, though a common dog, so struck at him as to make him draw. Let him break into as many pieces as he will, the sword that he stained with my common blood, he drew to defend himself, thrust at me with all his skill for his life. My glance had fallen, but a few moments before, on the fragments of a broken sword, lying among the hay. That weapon was a gentleman's. In another place, lay an old sword that seemed to have been a soldier's. Now, lift me up, doctor, lift me up. Where is he? He is not here, I said, supporting the boy, and thinking that he referred to the brother. He. Proud as these nobles are, he is afraid to see me. Where is the man who was here? Turn my face to him. I did so, raising the boy's head against my knee. But, invested for the moment with extraordinary power, he raised himself completely, obliging me to rise too, or I could not have still supported him. Marquise, said the boy, turned to him with his eyes opened wide, and his right hand raised. In the days when all these things are to be answered for, I summon you and yours, to the last of your bad race, to answer for them. I mark this cross of blood upon you, as a sign that I do it. In the days when all these things are to be answered for, I summon your brother, the worst of the bad race, to answer for them separately. I mark this cross of blood upon him, as a sign that I do it. Twice, he put his hand to the wound in his breast, and with his forefinger drew a cross in the air. He stood for an instant with the finger yet raised, and as it dropped, he dropped with it, and I laid him down dead. Asterisk 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 asterisk. When I returned to the bedside of the young woman, I found her raving in precisely the same order of continuity. I knew that this might last for many hours, and that it would probably end in the silence of the grave. I repeated the medicines I had given her, and I sat at the side of the bed until the night was far advanced. She never abated the piercing quality of her shrieks, never stumbled in the distinctness or the order of her words. They were always my husband, my father, and my brother. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Hush. This lasted 26 hours from the time when I first saw her. I had come and gone twice, and was again sitting by her, when she began to falter. I did what little could be done to assist that opportunity, and by she sank into a lethargy, and lay like the dead. It was as if the wind and rain had lulled at last, after a long and fearful storm. I released her arms, and called the woman to assist me to compose her figure and the dress she had torn. It was then that I knew her condition to be that of one in whom the first expectations of being a mother have arisen, and it was then that I lost the little hope I had had of her. "Is she dead?" asked the Marquise, whom I will still describe as the elder brother, coming booted into the room from his horse. "Not dead," said I, "but like to die." "What strength there is in these common bodies," he said, looking down at her with some curiosity. "There is prodigious strength," I answered him, "in sorrow and despair." He first laughed at my words, and then frowned at them. He moved a chair with his foot near to mine, ordered the woman away, and said in a subdued voice, "Doctor, finding my brother in this difficulty with these hinds, I recommended that your aid should be invited. Your reputation is high, and, as a young man with your fortune to make, you are probably mindful of your interest. The things that you see here, are things to be seen, and not spoken of." I listened to the patient's breathing, and avoided answering. "Do you honor me with your attention, doctor?" "Monsieur," said I, "in my profession, the communications of patients are always received in confidence." I was guarded in my answer, for I was troubled in my mind with what I had heard and seen. Her breathing was so difficult to trace, that I carefully tried the pulse and the heart. There was life, and no more. Looking round as I resumed my seat, I found both the brothers intent upon me. Asterisk 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 I write with so much difficulty, the cold is so severe, I am so fearful of being detected and consigned to an underground cell and total darkness, that I must abridge this narrative. There is no confusion of failure in my memory, it can recall, and could detail, every word that was ever spoken between me and those brothers. She lingered for a week. Towards the last, I could understand some few syllables that she said to me, by placing my ear close to her lips. She asked me where she was, and I told her who I was, and I told her. It was in vain that I asked her for her family name. She faintly shook her head upon the pillow, and kept her secret, as the boy had done. I had no opportunity of asking her any question, until I had told the brothers she was sinking fast, and could not live another day. Until then, though no one was ever presented to her consciousness save the woman and myself, one or other of them had always jealously sat behind the curtain at the head of the bed when I was there. But when it came to that, they seemed careless what communication I might hold with her, as if, the thought passed through my mind, I were dying too. I always observed that their pride bitterly resented the younger brothers, as I call him, having crossed swords with a peasant, and that peasant a boy. The only consideration that appeared to affect the mind of either of them was the consideration that this was highly degrading to the family, and was ridiculous. As often as I caught the younger brother's eyes, their expression reminded me that he disliked me deeply, for knowing what I knew from the boy. He was smoother and more polite to me than the elder, but I saw this. I also saw that I was an encumbrance in the mind of the elder, too. My patient died, 2 hours before midnight, at a time, by my watch, answering almost to the minute when I had first seen her. I was alone with her, when her forlorn young head drooped gently on one side, and all her earthly wrongs and sorrows ended. The brothers were waiting in a room downstairs, impatient to ride away. I had heard them, alone at the bedside, striking their boots with their riding whips, and loitering up and down. At last she's dead, said the elder, when I went in. She is dead, said I congratulate you, my brother, were his words as he turned round. He had before offered me money, which I had postponed taking. He now gave me a rouleau of gold. I took it from his hand, but laid it on the table. I had considered the question, and had resolved to accept nothing. Pray excuse me, said I, under the circumstances. No, they exchanged looks, but bent their heads to me as I bent mine to them, and we parted without another word on either side. Asterisk 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 I am weary, worn down by misery. I cannot read what I have written with this gaunt hand. Early in the morning, the rouleau of gold was left at my door in a little box, with my name on the outside. From the first, I had anxiously considered what I ought to do. I decided, that day, to write privately to the minister, stating the nature of the 2 cases to which I had been summoned, and the place to which I had gone, in effect, stating all the circumstances. I knew what court influence was, and what the immunities of the nobles were, and I expected that the matter would never be heard of, but I wished to relieve my own mind. I had kept the matter a profound secret even from my wife, and this, too, I resolved to state in my letter. I had no apprehension whatever of my real danger, but I was conscious that there might be danger for others, if others were compromised by possessing the knowledge that I possessed. I was much engaged that day, and could not complete my letter that night. I rose long before my usual time next morning to finish it. It was the last day of the year. The letter was lying before me just completed when I was told that a lady waited, who wished to see me. I am growing more and more unequal to the task I have set myself. It is so cold, so dark, my senses are so benumbed, and the gloom upon me is so dreadful. The lady was young, engaging, and handsome, but not marked for long life. She was in great agitation. She presented herself to me as the wife of the Marquis Saint Evermandy. I connected the title by which the boy had addressed the elder brother, with the initial letter embroidered on the scarf, and had no difficulty in arriving at the conclusion that I had seen that nobleman very lately. My memory is still accurate, but I cannot write the words of our conversation. I suspect that I am watched more closely than I was, and I know not at what times I may be watched. She had in part suspected, and in part discovered, the main facts of the cruel story, of her husband's share in it, and my being resorted to. She did not know that the girl was dead. Her hope had been, she said in great distress, to show her, in secret, a woman's sympathy. Her hope had been to avert the wrath of heaven from a house that had long been hateful to the suffering many. She had reasons for believing that there was a young sister living, and her greatest desire was, to help that sister. I could tell her nothing but that there was such a sister. Beyond that, I knew nothing. Her inducement to come to me, relying on my confidence, had been the hope that I could tell her the name and place of abode. Whereas, to this wretched hour I am ignorant of both. These scraps of paper fail me. One was taken from me, with a warning, yesterday. I must finish my record today. She was a good, compassionate lady, and not happy in her marriage. How could she be? The brother distrusted and disliked her, and his influence was all opposed to her. She stood in dread of him, and in dread of her husband too. When I handed her down to the door, there was a child, a pretty boy from 2 to 3 years old, in her carriage. For his sake, doctor, she said, pointing to him in tears, I would do all I can to make what poor amends I can. He will never prosper in his inheritance otherwise. I have a presentiment that if no other innocent atonement is made for this, it will one day be required of him. What I have left to call my own, it is little beyond the worth of a few jewels, I will make it the first charge of his life to bestow with the compassion and lamenting of his dead mother, on this injured family, if the sister can be discovered. She kissed the boy, and said, caressing him, "It is for thine own dear sake. Thou wilt be faithful, little Charles." The child answered her bravely, "Yes." I kissed her hand, and she took him in her arms, and went away caressing him. I never saw her more. As she had mentioned her husband's name in the faith that I knew it, I added no mention of it to my letter. I sealed my letter, and, not trusting it out of my own hands, delivered it myself that day. That night, the last night of the year, towards 9 o'clock, a man in a black dress rang at my gate, demanded to see me, and softly followed my servant, Ernest Defarge, a youth, upstairs. When my servant came into the room where I sat with my wife, "O my wife, beloved of my heart, my fair young English wife," we saw the man, who was supposed to be at the gate, standing silent behind him. "An urgent case in the Rue Saint-Honore," he said. It would not detain me, he had a coach in waiting. It brought me here, it brought me to my grave. When I was clear of the house, a black muffler was drawn tightly over my mouth from behind, and my arms were pinioned. The two brothers crossed the road from a dark corner, and identified me with a single gesture. The Marquis took from his pocket the letter I had written, showed it me, burnt it in the light of a lantern that was held, and extinguished the ashes with his foot. Not a word was spoken. I was brought here, I was brought to my living grave. If it had pleased God to put it in the hard heart of either of the brothers, in all these frightful years, to grant me any tidings of my dearest wife, so much as to let me know by a word whether alive or dead, I might have thought that he had not quite abandoned them. But, now I believe that the mark of the Red Cross is fatal to them, and that they have no part in his mercies. And them and their descendants, to the last of their race, I, Alexandre Maynett, unhappy prisoner, do this last night of the year 1767, in my unbearable agony, denounce to the times when all these things shall be answered for. I denounce them to heaven and to earth. The Cauldron of Oil by Wilkie Collins. About 1 French league distant from the city of Toulouse there is a village called Croix-d'Ourade. In the military history of England, this place is associated with a famous charge of the 18th Hussars, which united two separated columns of the British Army on the day before the Duke of Wellington fought the Battle of Toulouse. In the criminal history of France, the village is memorable as the scene of a daring crime, which was discovered and punished under circumstances sufficiently remarkable to merit preservation in the form of a plain narrative. The persons of the drama in the year 1700, the resident priest of the village of Croix-d'Ourade was Monsieur Pierre Celestin Chaubard. He was a man of no extraordinary energy or capacity, simple in his habits, and sociable in his disposition. His character was irreproachable, he was strictly conscientious in the performance of his duties, and he was universally respected and beloved by all his parishioners. Among the members of his flock there was a family named Chidou. The head of the household, Saturnin Chiadu, had been long established in business at Croix-d'Ourade as an oil manufacturer. At the period of the events now to be narrated, he had attained the age of 60, and was a widower. His family consisted of 5 children, 3 young men, who helped him in the business, and 2 daughters. His nearest living relative was his sister, the widow Mireille. The widow resided principally at Toulouse. Her time in that city was mainly occupied in winding up the business affairs of her deceased husband, which had remained unsettled for a considerable period after his death, through delays in realizing certain sums of money owing to his representative. The widow had been left very well provided for. She was still a comely, attractive woman, and more than one substantial citizen of Toulouse had shown himself anxious to persuade her into marrying for the second time. But the widow Mireille lived on terms of great intimacy and affection with her brother Chiadu and his family. She was sincerely attached to them, and sincerely unwilling, at her age, to deprive her nephews and nieces, by a second marriage, of the inheritance, or even of a portion of the inheritance, which would otherwise fall to them on her death. Animated by these motives, she closed her doors resolutely on all suitors who attempted to pay their court to her, with the one exception of a master butcher of Toulouse, whose name was Cantigrel. This man was a neighbor of the widow's and had made himself useful by assisting her in the business complications which still hung about the realization of her late husband's estate. The preference which she showed for the master butcher was thus far of the purely negative kind. She gave him no absolute encouragement. She would not for a moment admit that there was the slightest prospect of her ever marrying him, but, at the same time, she continued to receive his visits, and she showed no disposition to restrict the neighborly intercourse between them, for the future, within purely formal bounds. Under these circumstances, Saturnin Chiadu began to be alarmed, and to think it time to bestir himself. He had no personal acquaintance with Cantigrel, who never visited the village, and Monsieur Chaubard, to whom he might otherwise have applied for advice, was not in a position to give an opinion. The priest and the master butcher did not even know each other by sight. In this difficulty, Chiadu bethought himself of inquiring privately at Toulouse, in the hope of discovering some scandalous passages in Cantigrel's early life which might fatally degrade him in the estimation of the widow Mireille. The investigation, as usual in such cases, produced rumors and reports in plenty, the greater part of which dated back to a period of the butcher's life when he had resided in the ancient town of Narbonne. One of these rumors, especially, was of so serious a nature that Chiadu determined to test the truth or falsehood of it personally by traveling to Narbonne. He kept his intention a secret not only from his sister and his daughters, but also from his sons. They were young men, not over-patient in their tempers, and he doubted their discretion. Thus, nobody knew his real purpose but himself when he left home. His safe arrival at Narbonne was notified in a letter to his family. The letter entered into no particulars relating to his secret errand. It merely informed his children of the day when they might expect him back, and of certain social arrangements which he wished to be made to welcome him on his return. He proposed, on his way home, to stay 2 days at Castle Naudry, for the purpose of paying a visit to an old friend who was settled there. According to this plan, his return to Croydon would be deferred until Tuesday, the 26th of April, when his family might expect to see him about sunset, in good time for supper. He further desired that a little party of friends might be invited to the meal, to celebrate the 26th of April, which was a feast day in the village, as well as to celebrate his return. The guests whom he wished to be invited were, first, his sister, secondly, Monsieur Chaubard, whose pleasant disposition made him a welcome guest at all the village festivals, thirdly and fourthly, 2 neighbors, businessmen like himself, with whom he lived on terms of the friendliest intimacy. That was the party, and the family of Chaudou took especial pains, as the time approached, to provide a supper worthy of the guests, who had all shown the heartiest readiness in accepting their invitations. This was the domestic position, these were the family prospects, on the morning of the 26th of April, a memorable day, 4 years afterward, in the village of Croydon. To the events of the day besides the curacy of the village church, good Monsieur Chaubard held some ecclesiastical preferment in the cathedral church of Saint Stephen at Toulouse. Early in the forenoon of the 26th, certain matters connected with this preferment took him from his village curacy to the city, a distance which has been already described as not greater than 1 French league, or between 2 and 3 English miles. After transacting his business, Monsieur Chaubard parted with his clerical brethren, who left him by himself in the sacristy, or vestry, of the church. Before he had quitted the room, in his turn, the beadle entered it, and inquired for the Abbé de Mariot, one of the officiating priests attached to the cathedral. "The abbé has just gone out," replied Monsieur Chaubard. "Who wants him?" "A respectable-looking man," said the beadle. "I thought he seemed to be in some distress of mind when he spoke to me." "Did he mention his business with the abbé?" "Yes, sir, he expressed himself as anxious to make his confession immediately." "In that case," said Monsieur Chaubard, "I may be of use to him in the abbé's absence, for I have authority to act here as confessor. Let us go into the church and see if this person feels disposed to accept my services." When they went into the church, they found the man walking backward and forward in a restless, disordered manner. His looks were so strikingly suggestive of some serious mental perturbation, that Monsieur Chaubard found it no easy matter to preserve his composure when he first addressed himself to the stranger. "I am sorry," he began, "that the Abbé de Mariot is not here to offer you his services. I want to make my confession," said the man, looking about him vacantly, as if the priest's words had not attracted his attention. "You can do so at once, if you please," said Monsieur Chaubard. "I am attached to this church, and I possess the necessary authority to receive confessions in it. Perhaps, however, you are personally acquainted with the Abbé de Mariot. Perhaps you would prefer waiting." "No," said the man, roughly. I would as soon, or sooner, confess to a stranger. In that case, replied Monsieur Chaubert, be so good as to follow me. He led the way to the confessional. The beadle, whose curiosity was excited, waited a little, and looked after them. In a few minutes he saw the curtains, which were sometimes used to conceal the face of the officiating priest, suddenly drawn. The penitent knelt with his back turned to the church. There was literally nothing to see, but the beadle waited, nevertheless, in expectation of the end. After a long lapse of time the curtain was withdrawn, and priest and penitent left the confessional. The change which the interval had worked in Monsieur Chaubert was so extraordinary, that the beadle's attention was altogether withdrawn, in the interest of observing it, from the man who had made the confession. He did not remark by which door the stranger left the church, his eyes were fixed on Monsieur Chaubert. The priest's naturally ruddy face was as white as if he had just risen from a long sickness. He looked straight before him, with a stare of terror, and he left the church as hurriedly as if he had been a man escaping from prison, left it without a parting word, or a farewell look, although he was noted for his courtesy to his inferiors on all ordinary occasions. Good Monsieur Chaubert has heard more than he bargained for, said the beadle, wandering back to the empty confessional with an interest which he had never felt in it till that moment. The day wore on as quietly as usual in the village of Croix-du-Raid. At the appointed time the supper table was laid for the guests in the house of Satin-in-Chaudou. The widow Mireille and the two neighbors arrived a little before sunset. Monsieur Chaubert, who was usually punctual, did not make his appearance with them, and when the daughters of Satin-in-Chaudou looked out from the upper windows, they saw no signs on the highroad of their father's return. Sunset came, and still neither Chaudou nor the priest appeared. The little party sat waiting round the table, and waited in vain. Before long a message was sent up from the kitchen, representing that the supper must be eaten forthwith, or be spoiled, and the company began to debate the two alternatives, of waiting, or not waiting, any longer. It is my belief, said the widow Mireille, that my brother is not coming home tonight. When Monsieur Chaubert joins us, we had better sit down to supper. Can any accident have happened to my father? Asked one of the two daughters, anxiously. God forbid, said the widow. God forbid, repeated the two neighbors, looking expectantly at the empty supper table. It has been a wretched day for traveling, said Louis, the eldest son. It rained in torrents all yesterday, added Thomas, the second son. And your father's rheumatism makes him averse to traveling in wet weather, suggested the widow, thoughtfully. Very true, said the first of the two neighbors, shaking his head piteously at his passive knife and fork. Another message came up from the kitchen, and peremptorily forbade the company to wait any longer. But where is Monsieur Chaubert? Said the widow. Has he been taking a journey too? Why is he absent? Has anybody seen him today? I have seen him today, said the youngest son, who had not spoken yet. This young man's name was Jean. He was little given to talking, but he had proved himself, on various domestic occasions, to be the quickest and most observant member of the family. "Where did you see him?" asked the widow. "I met him this morning, on his way into Toulouse." "He has not fallen ill, I hope?" "Did he look out of sorts when you met him?" "He was in excellent health and spirits," said Jean. "I never saw him look better, and I never saw him look worse," said the second of the neighbors, striking into the conversation with the aggressive fretfulness of a hungry man. "What? This morning?" cried Jean, in astonishment. "No, this afternoon," said the neighbor. "I saw him going into our church here. He was as white as our plates will be, when they come up. And what is almost as extraordinary, he passed without taking the slightest notice of me." Jean relapsed into his customary silence. It was getting dark. The clouds had gathered while the company had been talking, and, at the first pause in the conversation, the rain, falling again in torrents, made itself drearily audible. "Dear, dear me," said the widow. "If it was not raining so hard, we might send somebody to inquire after good Monsieur Chaubard." "I'll go and inquire," said Thomas Siadoux. "It's not 5 minutes' walk. Have up the supper, I'll take a cloak with me, and if our excellent Monsieur Chaubard is out of his bed, I'll bring him back, to answer for himself." With those words he left the room. The supper was put on the table forthwith. The hungry neighbor disputed with nobody from that moment, and the melancholy neighbor recovered his spirits. On reaching the priest's house, Thomas Siadoux found him sitting alone in his study. He started to his feet, with every appearance of the most violent alarm, when the young man entered the room. "I beg your pardon, sir," said Thomas. "I am afraid I have startled you." "What do you want?" asked Monsieur Chaubard, in a singularly abrupt, bewildered manner. "Have you forgotten, sir, that this is the night of our supper?" remonstrated Thomas. "My father has not come back, and we can only suppose." At those words the priest dropped into his chair again, and trembled from head to foot. Amazed to the last degree by this extraordinary reception of his remonstrance, Thomas Siadoux remembered, at the same time, that he had engaged to bring Monsieur Chaubard back with him, and he determined to finish his civil speech as if nothing had happened. "We are all of opinion," he resumed, "that the weather has kept my father on the road. But that is no reason, sir, why the supper should be wasted, or why you should not make one of us, as you promised." "Here is a good warm cloak." "I can't come," said the priest. "I'm ill, I'm in bad spirits, I'm not fit to go out." He sighed bitterly, and hid his face in his hands. "Don't say that, sir," persisted Thomas. "If you are out of spirits, let us try to cheer you. And you, in your turn, will enliven us. They are all waiting for you at home." "Don't refuse, sir," pleaded the young man, "or we shall think we have offended you in some way. You have always been a good friend to our family." Monsieur Chaubard again rose from his chair, with a second change of manner, as extraordinary and as perplexing as the first. His eyes moistened as if the tears were rising in them. He took the hand of Thomas Siadoux, and pressed it long and warmly in his own. There was a curious mixed expression of pity and fear in the look which he now fixed on the young man. "Of all the days in the year," he said, very earnestly, "don't doubt my friendship today. Ill as I am, I will make one of the supper party, for your sake, and for my father's sake," added Thomas, persuasively. "Let us go to the supper," said the priest. Thomas Shiddu wrapped the cloak round him, and they left the house. Every one at the table noticed the change in Monsieur Chaubard. He accounted for it by declaring, confusedly, that he was suffering from nervous illness, and then added that he would do his best, notwithstanding, to promote the social enjoyment of the evening. His talk was fragmentary, and his cheerfulness was sadly forced, but he contrived, with these drawbacks, to take his part in the conversation, except in the case when it happened to turn on the absent master of the house. Whenever the name of Satanin Shiddu was mentioned, either by the neighbors, who politely regretted that he was not present, or by the family, who naturally talked about the resting place which he might have chosen for the night, Monsieur Chaubard either relapsed into blank silence, or abruptly changed the topic. Under these circumstances, the company, by whom he was respected and beloved, made the necessary allowances for his state of health. The only person among them who showed no desire to cheer the priest's spirits, and to humor him in his temporary fretfulness, being the silent younger son of Satanin Shiddu. Both Louis and Thomas noticed that, from the moment when Monsieur Chaubard's manner first betrayed his singular unwillingness to touch on the subject of their father's absence, Jean fixed his eyes on the priest with an expression of suspicious attention, and never looked away from him for the rest of the evening. The young man's absolute silence at table did not surprise his brothers, for they were accustomed to his taciturn habits. But the sullen distrust betrayed in his close observation of the honored guest and friend of the family surprised and angered them. The priest himself seemed once or twice to be aware of the scrutiny to which he was subjected, and to feel uneasy and offended, as he naturally might. He abstained, however, from openly noticing Jean's strange behavior, and Louis and Thomas were bound, therefore, in common politeness, to abstain from noticing it also. The inhabitants of Croix-Daurade kept early hours. Toward 11 o'clock, the company rose and separated for the night. Except the two neighbors, nobody had enjoyed the supper, and even the two neighbors, having eaten their fill, were as glad to get home as the rest. In the little confusion of parting, Monsieur Chaubard completed the astonishment of the guests at the extraordinary change in him, by slipping away alone, without waiting to bid anybody good night. The widow Mireille and her nieces withdrew to their bedrooms, and left the three brothers by themselves in the parlor. Jean said, "Thomas Shiddu, I have a word to say to you. You stared at our good Monsieur Chaubard in a very offensive manner all through the evening. What did you mean by it?" "Wait till tomorrow," said Jean, "and perhaps I may tell you." He lit his candle, and left them. Both the brothers observed that his hand trembled, and that his manner, never very winning, was on that night more serious and more unsociable than usual. 3. The younger brother. When post-time came on the morning of the 27th, no letter arrived from Saturn in Chiadu. On consideration, the family interpreted this circumstance in a favorable light. If the master of the house had not written to them, it followed, surely, that he meant to make writing unnecessary by returning on that day. As the hours passed, the widow and her nieces looked out, from time to time, for the absent man. Toward noon they observed a little assembly of people approaching the village. Ere long, on a nearer view, they recognized at the head of the assembly the chief magistrate of Toulouse, in his official dress. He was accompanied by his assessor, also in official dress, by an escort of archers, and by certain subordinates attached to the town hall. These last appeared to be carrying some burden, which was hidden from view by the escort of archers. The procession stopped at the house of Saturn in Chiadu, and the two daughters, hastening to the door to discover what had happened, met the burden which the men were carrying, and saw, stretched on a litter, the dead body of their father. The corpse had been found that morning on the banks of the rivulets. It was stabbed in 11 places with knife or dagger wounds. None of the valuables about the dead man's person had been touched. His watch and his money were still in his pockets. Whoever had murdered him for vengeance, not for gain. Some time elapsed before even the male members of the family were sufficiently composed to hear what the officers of justice had to say to them. When this result had been at length achieved, and when the necessary inquiries had been made, no information of any kind was obtained which pointed to the murderer, in the eye of the law. After expressing his sympathy, and promising that every available means should be tried to effect the discovery of the criminal, the chief magistrate gave his orders to his escort, and withdrew. When night came, the sister and the daughters of the murdered man retired to the upper part of the house, exhausted by the violence of their grief. The 3 brothers were left once more alone in the parlor, to speak together of the awful calamity which had befallen them. They were of hot southern blood, and they looked on one another with a southern thirst for vengeance in their tearless eyes. The silent younger son was now the first to open his lips. "You charged me yesterday," he said to his brother Thomas, with looking strangely at Monsieur Chaubard all the evening, and I answered, that I might tell you why I looked at him when tomorrow came. Tomorrow has come, and I am ready to tell you. He waited a little, and lowered his voice to a whisper when he spoke again. When Monsieur Chaubard was at our supper table last night, he said, I had it in my mind that something had happened to our father, and that the priest knew it. The 2 elder brothers looked at him in speechless astonishment. Our father has been brought back to us a murdered man. Jean went on, still in a whisper. I tell you, Louis, and you, Thomas, that the priest knows who murdered him. Louis and Thomas shrank from their younger brother as if he had spoken blasphemy. Listen, said Jean. No clue has been found to the secret of the murder. The magistrate has promised us to do his best, but I saw in his face that he had little hope. We must make the discovery ourselves, or our fathers' blood will have cried to us for vengeance, and cried in vain. Remember that, and mark my next words. You heard me say yesterday evening that I had met Monsieur Chaubard on his way to Toulouse, in excellent health and spirits. You heard our old friend and neighbor contradict me at the supper table, and declare that he had seen the priest, some hours later, go into our church here with the face of a panic-stricken man. You saw, Thomas, how he behaved when you went to fetch him to our house. You saw, Louis, what his looks were like when he came in. The change was noticed by everybody. What was the cause of it? I saw the cause in the priest's own face when our father's name turned up in the talk round the supper table. Did Monsieur Chaubard join in that talk? He was the only person present who never joined in it once. Did he change it on a sudden whenever it came his way? It came his way 4 times, and 4 times he changed it, trembling, stammering, turning whiter and whiter, but still, as true as the heaven above us, shifting the talk off himself every time. Are you men? Have you brains in your heads? Don't you see, as I see, what this leads to? On my salvation I swear it, the priest knows the hand that killed our father. The faces of the 2 elder brothers darkened vindictively, as the conviction of the truth fastened itself on their minds. How could he know it? They inquired, eagerly. He must tell us himself, said Jean. And if he hesitates, if he refuses to open his lips, we must open them by main force. They drew their chairs together after that last answer, and consulted for some time in whispers. When the consultation was over, the brothers rose and went into the room where the dead body of their father was laid out. The 3 kissed him, in turn, on the forehead, then took hands together, and looked meaningly in each other's faces, then separated. Louis and Thomas put on their hats, and went at once to the priest's residence, while Jean withdrew by himself to the great room at the back of the house, which was used for the purposes of the oil factory. Only one of the workmen was left in the place. He was watching an immense cauldron of boiling linseed oil. You can go home, said Jean, patting the man kindly on the shoulder. There is no hope of a night's rest for me. After the affliction that has befallen us, I will take your place at the cauldron. Go home, my good fellow, go home. The man thanked him, and withdrew. Jean followed, and satisfied himself that the workman had really left the house. He then returned, and sat down by the boiling cauldron. Meanwhile Louis and Thomas presented themselves at the priest's house. He had not yet retired to bed, and he received them kindly, but with the same extraordinary agitation in his face and manner which had surprised all who saw him on the previous day. The brothers were prepared beforehand with an answer when he inquired what they wanted of him. They replied immediately that the shock of their father's horrible death had so seriously affected their aunt and their eldest sister, that it was feared the minds of both might give way, unless spiritual consolation and assistance were afforded to them that night. The unhappy priest, always faithful and self-sacrificing where the duties of his ministry were in question, at once rose to accompany the young men back to the house. He even put on his surplice, and took the crucifix with him, to impress his words of comfort all the more solemnly on the afflicted women whom he was called on to succor. Thus innocent of all suspicion of the conspiracy to which he had fallen a victim, he was taken into the room where Jean sat waiting by the cauldron of oil, and the door was locked behind him. Before he could speak, Thomas Shiddu openly avowed the truth. "It is we three who want you," he said, "not our aunt, and not our sister. If you answer our questions truly, you have nothing to fear. If you refuse—" He stopped, and looked toward Jean and the boiling cauldron. Never, at the best of times, a resolute man, deprived, since the day before, of such resources of energy as he possessed, by the mental suffering which he had undergone in secret, the unfortunate priest trembled from head to foot as the three brothers closed round him. Louis took the crucifix from him, and held it. Thomas forced him to place his right hand on it. Jean stood in front of him and put the questions. "Our father has been brought home a murdered man," he said. "Do you know who killed him?" The priest hesitated, and the two elder brothers moved him nearer to the cauldron. "Answer us, on peril of your life," said Jean. "Say, with your hand on the blessed crucifix, do you know the man who killed our father?" "I do know him." "When did you make the discovery?" "Yesterday." "Where?" "At Toulouse." "Name the murderer." At those words the priest closed his hand fast on the crucifix, and rallied his sinking courage. "Never," he said, firmly. "The knowledge I possess was obtained in the confessional. The secrets of the confessional are sacred. If I betray them, I commit sacrilege. I will die first." "Think," said Jean. "If you keep silence, you screen the murderer. If you keep silence, you are the murderer's accomplice. We have sworn over our father's dead body to avenge him. If you refuse to speak, we will avenge him on you. I charge you again, name the man who killed him." "I will die first," the priest reiterated, as firmly as before. "Die, then," said Jean. "Die in that cauldron of boiling oil." "Give him time," cried Louis and Thomas, earnestly pleading together. "We will give him time," said the younger brother. "There is the clock yonder, against the wall. We will count 5 minutes by it. In those 5 minutes, let him make his peace with God, or make up his mind to speak." They waited, watching the clock. In that dreadful interval, the priest dropped on his knees and hid his face. The time passed in dead silence. "Speak. For your own sake, for our sakes, speak," said Thomas Shiddu, as the minute hand reached the point at which the 5 minutes expired. The priest looked up, his voice died away on his lips, the mortal agony broke out on his face in great drops of sweat, his head sank forward on his breast. "Lift him," cried Jean, seizing the priest on one side. "Lift him, and throw him in." The two elder brothers advanced a step, and hesitated. "Lift him, on your oath over our father's body." The two brothers seized him on the other side. As they lifted him to a level with the cauldron, the horror of the death that threatened him burst from the lips of the miserable man in a scream of terror. The brothers held him firm at the cauldron's edge. "Name the man," they said for the last time. The priest's teeth chattered, he was speechless. But he made a sign with his head, a sign in the affirmative. They placed him in a chair, and waited patiently until he was able to speak. His first words were words of entreaty. He begged Thomas Shadu to give him back the crucifix. When it was placed in his possession, he kissed it, and said, faintly, "I ask pardon of God for the sin that I am about to commit." He paused, and then looked up at the younger brother, who still stood in front of him. "I am ready," he said. "Question me, and I will answer." Jean repeated the questions which he had put when the priest was first brought into the room. "You know the murderer of our father?" "I know him." "Since when?" "Since he made his confession to me yesterday in the Cathedral of Toulouse." "Name him." "His name is Cantigrel." "The man who wanted to marry our aunt?" "The same." "What brought him to the confessional?" "His own remorse." "What were the motives for his crime?" "There were reports against his character, and he discovered that your father had gone privately to Narbonne to make sure they were true." "Did our father make sure of their truth?" "He did." "Would those discoveries have separated our aunt from Cantigrel if our father had lived to tell her of them?" "They would." "If your father had lived, he would have told your aunt that Cantigrel was married already, that he had deserted his wife at Narbonne, that she was living there with another man, under another name, and that she had herself confessed it in your father's presence." "Where was the murder committed?" "Between Villefranche and this village." "Cantigrel had followed your father to Narbonne, and had followed him back again to Villefranche." "As far as that place, he travelled in company with others, both going and returning." "Beyond Villefranche, he was left alone at the ford over the river." "There Cantigrel drew the knife to kill him before he reached home and told his news to your aunt." "How was the murder committed?" "It was committed while your father was watering his pony by the bank of the stream. Cantigrel stole on him from behind, and struck him as he was stooping over the saddlebow." "This is the truth, on your oath?" "On my oath, it is the truth." "You may leave us." The priest rose from his chair without assistance. From the time when the terror of death had forced him to reveal the murderer's name, a great change had passed over him. He had given his answers with the immovable calmness of a man on whose mind all human interests had lost their hold. He now left the room, strangely absorbed in himself, moving with the mechanical regularity of a sleepwalker, lost to all perception of things and persons about him. At the door he stopped, woke, as it seemed, from the trance that possessed him, and looked at the three brothers with a steady, changeless sorrow, which they had never seen in him before, which they never afterward forgot. "I forgive you," he said, quietly and solemnly. "Pray for me when my time comes." With those last words, he left them. For the night was far advanced, but the three brothers determined to set forth instantly for Toulouse, and to place their information in the magistrate's hands before the morning dawned. Thus far no suspicion had occurred to them of the terrible consequences which were to follow their night interview with the priest. They were absolutely ignorant of the punishment to which a man in holy orders exposed himself, if he revealed the secrets of the confessional. No infliction of that punishment had been known in their neighborhood, for at that time, as at this, the rarest of all priestly offenses was a violation of the sacred trust confided to the confessor by the Roman Church. Conscious that they had forced the priest into the commission of a clerical offense, the brothers sincerely believed that the loss of his curacy would be the heaviest penalty which the law could exact from him. They entered Toulouse that night, discussing the atonement which they might offer to Monsieur Chaubard, and the means which they might best employ to make his future easy to him. The first disclosure of the consequences which would certainly follow the outrage they had committed, was revealed to them when they made their deposition before the officer of justice. The magistrate listened to their narrative with horror vividly expressed in his face and manner. "Better you had never been born," he said, "than have avenged your father's death as you three have avenged it. Your own act has doomed the guilty and the innocent to suffer alike." Those words proved prophetic of the truth. The end came quickly, as the priest had foreseen it, when he spoke his parting words. The arrest of Cantigrel was accomplished without difficulty the next morning. In the absence of any other evidence on which to justify this proceeding, the private disclosure to the authorities of the secret which the priest had violated became inevitable. The Parliament of Languedoc was, under these circumstances, the tribunal appealed to, and the decision of that assembly immediately ordered the priest and the three brothers to be placed in confinement, as well as the murderer Cantigrel. Evidence was then immediately sought for, which might convict this last criminal without any reference to the revelation that had been forced from the priest, and evidence enough was found to satisfy judges whose minds already possessed the foregone certainty of the prisoner's guilt. He was put on his trial, was convicted of the murder, and was condemned to be broken on the wheel. The sentence was rigidly executed, with as little delay as the law would permit. The cases of Monsieur Chaubard, and of the three sons of Chadoux, next occupied the judges. The three brothers were found guilty of having forced the secret of a confession from a man in holy orders, and were sentenced to death by hanging. A far more terrible expiation of his offense awaited the unfortunate priest. He was condemned to have his limbs broken on the wheel, and to be afterward, while still living, bound to the stake and destroyed by fire. Barbarous as the punishments of that period were, accustomed as the population was to hear of their infliction, and even to witness it, the sentences pronounced in these two cases dismayed the public mind, and the authorities were surprised by receiving petitions for mercy from Toulouse, and from all the surrounding neighborhood. But the priest's doom had been sealed. All that could be obtained, by the intercession of persons of the highest distinction, was, that the executioner should grant him the mercy of death before his body was committed to the flames. With this one modification, the sentence was executed, as the sentence had been pronounced, on the curate of Croix-du-Raid. The punishment of the 3 sons of Shadu remained to be inflicted. But the people, roused by the death of the ill-fated priest, rose against this 3rd execution with a resolution before which the local government gave way. The cause of the young men was taken up by the hot-blooded populace, as the cause of all fathers and all sons. Their filial piety was exalted to the skies, their youth was pleaded in their behalf, their ignorance of the terrible responsibility which they had confronted in forcing the secret from the priest was loudly alleged in their favor. More than this, the authorities were actually warned that the appearance of the prisoners on the scaffold would be the signal for an organized revolt and rescue. Under this serious pressure, the execution was deferred, and the prisoners were kept in confinement until the popular ferment had subsided. The delay not only saved their lives, it gave them back their liberty as well. The infection of the popular sympathy had penetrated through the prison doors. All 3 brothers were handsome, well-grown young men. The gentlest of the 3 in disposition, Thomas Shadu, aroused the interest and won the affection of the head jailer's daughter. Her father was prevailed on at her intercession to relax a little in his customary vigilance, and the rest was accomplished by the girl herself. One morning, the population of Toulouse heard, with every testimony of the most extravagant rejoicing, that the 3 brothers had escaped, accompanied by the jailer's daughter. As a necessary legal formality, they were pursued, but no extraordinary efforts were used to overtake them, and they succeeded, accordingly, in crossing the nearest frontier. 20 days later, orders were received from the capital to execute their sentence in effigy. They were then permitted to return to France, on condition that they never again appeared in their native place, or in any other part of the province of Languedoc. With this reservation they were left free to live where they pleased, and to repent the fatal act which had avenged them on the murderer of their father at the cost of the priest's life. Beyond this point the official documents do not enable us to follow their career. All that is now known has been now told of the village tragedy at Croix-du-Raid. The burial of the tithe by Samuel Lover with the help of a surgeon he might yet recover. Shakespeare. It was a fine morning in the autumn of 1832, and the sun had not yet robbed the grass of its dew, as a stout-built peasant was moving briskly along a small by-road in the county of Tipperary. The elasticity of his step bespoke the lightness of his heart, and the rapidity of his walk did not seem sufficient, even, for the exuberance of his glee, for every now and then the walk was exchanged for a sort of dancing shuffle, which terminated with a short capering kick that threw up the dust about him, and all the while he whistled one of those whimsical jig tunes with which Ireland abounds, and twirled his stick over his head in a triumphal flourish. Then off he started again in his original pace, and hummed a rollicking song, and occasionally broke out into soliloquy. Why then, and isn't it the great day entirely for Ireland, that is in it this blessed day? Woo! Your soul to glory but well do the job complete, and here he cut a caper. Devil more they'll ever get, and it's only a pity they ever got any, but there's an end o' them now, they are cut down from this out. And here he made an appropriate downstroke of his shillelagh through a bunch of thistles that skirted the road. Where will be their grand doiness now, I'd like to know that. Where'll be their lazy livery servants, ow, ow. And he sprang lightly over a stile. And what will they do for their coaches and for? Here, a lark sprang up at his feet and darted into the air with its thrilling rush of exquisite melody. Faith, you've given me my answer sure enough, my purty lark, that's as much as to say, they may go whistle for them. Oh, my poor fellows, how I pity yez. And here he broke into a tooral-loo and danced along the path, then suddenly dropping into silence he resumed his walk, and applying his hand behind his head, cocked up his carbine, and began to rub behind his ear, according to the most approved peasant practice of assisting the powers of reflection. Fayin it's myself that's puzzled to know what all the prox haws, and the process sarvers, and praisers, to do at all. By Gora they must go robbin' the road, since they won't be let to rob any more in the fields. Robbin' is all that is left for them, for sure they couldn't turn to any honest thrade after the courses they have been used to. Oh what a power o' miscreants will be out of bread for the want of their outthrade of false swearin'. Why the vagabonds will be lost, barrin they are sent to bot. 3. And indeed if a bridge could be built of false oaths, by my sowkins, they could swear themselves there without wettin' their feet. Here he overtook another peasant, whom he accosted with the universal salutation of God save you. God save you kindly was returned for answer. And is it yourself that's there, Mikey Noonan? Said the one first introduced to the reader. Indeed it's myself and nobody else, said Noonan. And where is it you're going this fine morning? And is it yourself that's axin that same, Mikey? Why where is it I would be going but to the berrin? I thought so in troth. It's yourself that is always ripe and ready for fun. And small blame to me. Why then it was a mighty complete thing, whoever it was that thought of markin' a berrin out of it. And don't you know? Not to my knowledge. Why then who you'd you think now laid it all out? Faye I dunna, maybe 't was Pether Connolly. No it wasn't, though Pether's a cute chap, guess again. Well, was it Phil Mulligan? No it wasn't, though you made a good offer at it sure enough, for if it wasn't Phil, it was his sister, Terra alive, is it Biddy? It was. Secure to the one else. Oh she's the queerest crather in life. There's not a thrick out, that one's not up to, and more besides. By the pout hers o' war, she'd bait a field full o' lawyers at Scammon, she's the devil's Biddy. Why thin but it was a great idea entirely. You may say that in troth, maybe it's we won't have the fun, but see who's before us there. Isn't it that oud Coogan? Sure enough by dad. Why thin isn't he the rale fined cock to come so far to see the rights o' the thing? Faye he was always the right sort, sure in '98, as I hear, he was malthreated a power. and his place rummaged, and himself a'most kilt, becase he wouldn't inform on his neighbours. God's blessin' be on him and the likes av him that wouldn't prove traitor to a friend in distress. Here they came up with the old man to whom they alluded. He was the remains of a stately figure, and his white hair hung at some length round the back of his head and his temples, while a black and well-marked eyebrow overshadowed his keen grey eye. The contrast of the dark eyebrow to the white hair rendered the intelligent cast of his features more striking, and he was, altogether, a figure that one would not be likely to pass without notice. He was riding a small horse at an easy pace, and he answered the rather respectful salutation of the 2-foot passengers with kindness and freedom. They addressed him as Mr. Coogan, while to them he returned the familiar term boys. And av course it's going to the Berrin, you are, Mr. Coogan, and long life to you. Aye, boys. It's hard for an out horse to leave off his thricks. Out is it, Faye, and it's yourself that has more heart in you this blessed morning than many a man that's not half your age. By dad, I'm not a cowlt, boys, though I kick up my heels sometimes. Well, you'll never do it younger, sir, but sure why wouldn't you be there when all the country is going, I hear, and no wonder sure. By the hole in my hat it's enough, so it is, to make a sick man lave his bed to see the fun that'll be in it, and sure it's right and proper, and shows the spirit that's in the country, when a man like yourself, Mr. Coogan, joins the poor people in doing it. I like to stand up for the right, answered the old man. And always was a good warrant to do that same, said Larry, in his most laudatory tone. Will you tell us who's that foreign us in the road there? Asked the old man, as he pointed to a person that seemed to make his way with some difficulty, for he labored under an infirmity of limb that caused a grotesque jerking action in his walk, if walk it might be called. Why, Thin, don't you know him, Mr. Coogan? By dad, I thought there wasn't a parish in the country that didn't know poor Hoppy Halligan. It has been often observed before, the love of sobriquet that the Irish possess, but let it not be supposed that their nicknames are given in a spirit of unkindness, far from it. A sense of the ridiculous is so closely interwoven in an Irishman's nature, that he will even jest upon his own misfortunes, and while he indulges in a joke, one of the few indulgences he can command, the person that excites it may as frequently be the object of his open-heartedness as his mirth. And is that Hoppy Halligan? Said old Coogan. I often heard of him, to be sure, but I never seen him before. Oh, then, you may see him before and behind now, said Larry, and, indeed, if he had a match for that odd skirt of his coat, he wouldn't be the worse for it, and in troth the corduroys themselves aren't a bit too good, and there's the last taste in life of his. Wished, said the old man, he is looking back, and maybe he hears you. Not he in troth. Sure he's partly bothered. How can he play the fiddle then, and be bothered, said Coogan. Fayin, that's the very raison he is bothered, sure he wahers the ears off of him entirely with the noise of his own fiddle. Oh, he's a powerful fiddler. So I often heard, indeed, said the old man. He bangs all the fiddlers in the country. and is in the greatest request, added Noonan. Yet he looks tired enough, said old Coogan. Sure you never seen a well-dressed fiddler yet, said Larry. Indeed, and now you remind me, I believe not, said the old man. I suppose they all get more kicks than halfpence, as the saying is. Devil a many kicks Hulligan gets, he's a great favourite entirely. Why is he in such distress then? Asked Coogan. Faith, he's not in distress at all, he's welcome everywhere he goes, and has the best of it in and drink in the place affords, wherever he is, and picks up the coppers fast at the fairs, and is no way necessitated in life, though indeed it can't be denied, as he limps along there, that he has a great many ups and downs in the world. This person, of whom the preceding dialogue treats, was a celebrated fiddler in these parts, and his familiar name of Hoppy Hulligan was acquired, as the reader may already have perceived, from his limping gait. This limp was the consequence of a broken leg, which was one of the consequences of an affray, which is the certain consequence of a fair in Tipperary. Hulligan was a highly characteristic specimen of an Irish fiddler. As Larry Lanigan said, you never seen a well-dressed fiddler yet, but Hulligan was a particularly ill-fledged bird of the musical tribe. His corduroys have already been hinted at by Larry, as well as his coat, which had lost half the skirt, thereby partially revealing the aforesaid corduroys, or if one might be permitted to indulge in an image, the half-skirt that remained served to produce a partial eclipse of the disc of corduroy. This was what we painters call picturesque. By the way, the vulgar are always amazed that some tattered remains of anything is more prized by the painter than the freshest production in all its gloss of novelty. The fiddler's stockings, too, in the neglected falling of their folds round his leg, and the wisp of straw that fringed the opening of his gaping brogues, were valuable additions to the picture, and his hat, but stop. Let me not presume, his hat it would be a vain attempt to describe. There are two things not to be described, which, to know what they are, you must see. These two things are Taglioni's dancing and an Irish fiddler's hat. The one is a wonder in action, the other, an enigma in form. Hulligan's fiddle was as great a curiosity as himself, and, like its master, somewhat the worse for wear. It had been broken some score of times, and yet, by dint of glue, was continued in what an antiquary would call a fine state of preservation, that is to say, there was rather more of glue than wood in the article. The stringing of the instrument was as great a piece of patchwork as itself, and exhibited great ingenuity on the part of its owner. Many was the knot above the fingerboard and below the bridge, that is, when the fiddle was in the best order, for in case of fractures on the field of action, that is to say, at wake, patron, or fair, where the fiddler, unlike the girl he was playing for, had not two strings to his bow, in such case, I say, the old string should be knotted, wherever it might require to be, and I have heard it insinuated that the music was not a bit the worse of it. Indeed, the only economy that poor Hulligan ever practiced was in the strings of his fiddle, and those were an admirable exemplification of the proverb of making both ends meet. Hulligan's waistcoat, too, was a curiosity, or rather, a cabinet of curiosities, for he appropriated its pockets to various purposes: snuff, resin, tobacco, a clasp knife with half a blade, a piece of flint, a dudeen, and some bits of twine and ends of fiddle strings were all huddled together promiscuously. Hulligan himself called his waistcoat Noah's Ark, for, as he said himself, there was a little of everything in it, barring money, and that would never stay in his company. His fiddle, partly enfolded in a scanty bit of old baize, was tucked under his left arm, and his right was employed in helping him to hobble along by means of a blackthorn stick, when he was overtaken by the 3 travellers already named, and saluted by all, with the addition of a query, as to where he was going. "And where would I be going but to the Berrin?" said Hulligan. "Troth, it's the same answer I expected," said Lanigan. "It would be nothing at all without you." "I've played at many a wedding," said Hooligan, "but I'm thinking there will be more fun at this Berrin than any 10 weddings." "Indeed you may say that, Hoppy," said Noonan. "Why thin, Hoppy Jewel," said Lanigan, "what did the skirt o' your coat do to you that you left it behind you, and wouldn't let it see the fun?" "'Deed then I'll tell you, Larry, my boy. I was going last night by the by-road that runs up at the back o' the outhouse, nigh hand the Widdy Cases, and I heared that people was living in it since I travelled the road last, and so I opened the oud iron gate that was as stiff in the hinge as a miser's fist, and the road laid in up to the house looking as lonely as a churchyard, and the grass growing out through it, and says I to myself, I'm thinking it's few darkens your doors, says I, God be with the time the oud squire was here, that stayed at home and didn't go abroad out of his own country, letting the fine stately oud place go to rack and ruin, and fae I was turning back, and I wish I did, when I seen a man coming down the road, and so I waited till he came up to me, and I axed if any one was up at the house. Yes, says he, and with that I heard terrible barking entirely, and a great big lump of a dog turned the corner of the house and stud growling at me. I'm afeard there's dogs in it, says I to the man. Yes, says he, but they are quite quiet. So, with that I went my way, and he went his way, but my jewel, the minute I got into the yard, 9 great vagabonds of dogs fell on me, and I thought they'd eat me alive, and so they would I believe, only I had a cowed bones o' mate and some praties that Mrs. Magrain, God bless her, made me put in my pocket when I was going the road as I was lavin' her house that morning after the christening that was in it, and sure enough lashings and lavings was there. Oh, that's the woman has a heart as big as a king's, and her husband too, in troth, he's a decent man and keeps mighty fine drink in his house. Well, as I was saying, the cowed mate and praties was in my pocket, and by gore the thieving marauding villains o' dogs made a dart at the pocket and dragged it clan aff, and thin, my dear, with fightin' among themselves, striving to come at the mate, the skirt o' my coat was in smithereens in 1 minute, devil a lie in it, not a t'other, for it was left together, and it's only a wonder I came off with my life. Faith, I think so, said Lanigan, and wasn't it mighty providential they didn't come at the fiddle? Sure, what would the count 3 do then? Sure enough you may say that, said Hulligan, and then my bread would be gone as well as my mate. But think o' the unnatharal vagabone that told me the dogs was quite sure he came back while I was there, and I ups and I told him what a shame it was to tell me the dogs was quite. So they are quite, says he, sure there's 9 o' them, and only 7 o' them bites. Thank you, says I. There was something irresistibly comic in the quiet manner that Hulligan said, "Thank you," says I, and the account of his canine adventure altogether excited much mirth amongst his auditors. As they pursued their journey many a joke was passed and repartee returned, and the laugh rang loudly and often from the merry little group as they trudged along. In the course of the next mile's march their numbers were increased by some half-dozen, that, one by one, suddenly appeared, by leaping over the hedge on the road, or crossing a stile from some neighboring path. All these newcomers pursued the same route, and each gave the same answer when asked where he was going. It was universally this: "Why, then, where would I be going but to the Berrin?" At a neighboring confluence of roads straggling parties of from 4 to 5 were seen in advance, and approaching in the rear, and the highway soon began to wear the appearance it is wont to do on the occasion of a patron, a fair, or a market day. Larry Lanigan was in evident enjoyment at this increase of numbers, and as the crowd thickened his exultation increased, and he often repeated his ejaculation, ere Edie noticed in Larry's opening soliloquy, "Why, then, and isn't it a great day entirely for Ireland?" And now, horsemen were more frequently appearing, and their numbers soon amounted to almost a cavalcade, and sometimes a car, that is to say, the car, common to the country for agricultural purposes, might be seen, bearing a cargo of women, vide the good woman herself, and her rosy-cheeked daughters, and maybe a cousin or two, with an aide-de-camp aunt to assist in looking after the young ladies. The roughness of the motion of this primitive vehicle was rendered as accommodating as possible to the gentler sex, by a plentiful shake-down of clean straw on the car, over which a feather bed was laid, and the best quilt in the house over that, to make all smart, possibly a piece of hexagon patchwork of the mistress herself, in which the tawdriest calico patterns served to display the taste of the rural sempstress, and stimulated the rising generation to feats of needlework. The car was always provided with a driver, who took such care upon himself for a reason he was almost universally what is called in Ireland a clanboy, that is to say, a well-made, good-looking young fellow, whose eyes were not put into his head for nothing, and these same eyes might be seen wandering backwards occasionally from his immediate charge, the dumb baste, to take a squint at some, or maybe one, of his passengers. This explains the reason he had for becoming driver. Sometimes he sat on the crupper of the horse, resting his feet on the shafts of the car, and bending down his head to say something tender to the colleen that sat next him, totally negligent of his duty as guide. Sometimes when the girl he wanted to be sweet on was seated at the back of the car, this relieved the horse from the additional burthen of his driver, and the clanboy would leave the horse's head and fall in the rear to deludder the crathur, depending on the occasional hup or woe for the guidance of the baste, when a too near proximity to the dyke by the roadside warned him of the necessity of his interference. Sometimes he was called to his duty by the open remonstrance of either the mother or the aunt, or maybe a mischievous cousin, as thus, "Why then, Dinny, what are you about at all? God betune me and harm, if you warn't he within an inch o' putting us all in the gripe o' the ditch. Arrah, lave off your gosser in there, and mind the horse, will you? A purty thing it you'd be if my bones was bruck. What are you doing there at all at the back o' the car, when it's at the baste's head you ought to be?" "Arrah sure, the baste knows the way herself." "Faix, I believe so, for it's little behoulden to you she is for showing her off. Murther! There we are in the gripe a'most. Lave off your screeching, can't you, and be quiet. Sure the poor crathur only just wint over to get a mouthful o' the grass by the side o' the ditch. What business has she to be at in now? Becase she's hungry, I suppose, and why isn't she fed better? Becase Rogues stales her oats, Dinny. I seen you in the stable by the same token yesterday." "Sure enough, for I went there to look for my colt that was missing. I thought it was the filly you were after," Dinny said a cousin with a wink, and Dinny grinned, and his sweetheart blushed, while the rest of the girls tittered, the mother pretending not to hear the joke, and bidding Dinny go mind his business by attending to the horse. But lest I should tire my reader by keeping him so long on the road, I will let him find the rest of his way as well as he can to a certain romantic little valley, where a comfortable farmhouse was situated beside a small mountain stream that tumbled along noisily over its rocky bed, and in which some ducks, noisier than the stream, were enjoying their morning bath. The geese were indulging in dignified rest and silence upon the bank. A cock was crowing and strutting with his usual swagger amongst his hens. A pig was endeavoring to save his ears, not from this rural tumult, but from the teeth of a half-terrier dog, who was chasing him away from an iron pot full of potatoes which the pig had dared to attempt some impertinent liberties with, and a girl was bearing into the house a pail of milk which she had just taken from the cow that stood placidly looking on, an admirable contrast to the general bustle of the scene. Everything about the cottage gave evidence of comfort on the part of its owner, and, to judge from the numbers without and within the house, you would say he did not want for friends, for all, as they arrived at its door, greeted Phelim O'Hara kindly, and Phelim welcomed each newcomer with a heartiness that did honor to his grey hairs. Frequently passing to and fro, busily engaged in arranging an ample breakfast in the barn, appeared his daughter, a pretty round-faced girl, with black hair and the long and silky-lashed dark grey eyes of her country, where merriment loves to dwell, and a rosy mouth whose smile served at once to display her good temper and her fine teeth. Her color gets fresher for a moment, and a look of affectionate recognition brightens her eye, as a lithe young fellow springs briskly over the stepping stones that lead across the stream, and trips lightly up to the girl, who offers her hand in welcome. "Who is the happy dog that is so well received by Honor O'Hara? The prettiest girl in that parish or the next, and the daughter of a snug man into the bargain. It is the reader's old acquaintance, Larry Lanigan, and maybe Larry did not give a squeeze extraordinary to the hand that was presented to him." The father received him well also. Indeed, for that matter, the difficulty would have been to find a house in the whole district that Larry would not have been welcome in. "So here you are at last," Larry said. "Old O'Hara, I was wondering you were not here long ago." "And so I would, I thank you kindly," said Larry, "only I overtook out Hoppy here, on the road, and sure I thought I might as well take my time, and wait for poor Hoppy, and bring my welcome along with me," and here he shoved the fiddler into the house before him. "The girls will be glad to see the pair o' yous," said the old man, following. The interior of the house was crowded with guests, and the usual laughing and courting so often described, as common to such assemblages, were going forward amongst the young people. At the farther end of the largest room in the cottage, a knot of the older men of the party was engaged in the discussion of some subject that seemed to carry deep interest along with it, and at the opposite extremity of the same room, a coffin of very rude construction lay on a small table, and around this coffin stood all the junior part of the company, male and female, and the wildness of their mirth, and the fertility of their jests, over this tenement of mortality and its contents, might have well startled a stranger for a moment, until he saw the nature of the deposit the coffin contained. Enshrouded in a sheaf of wheat lay a pig, between whose open jaws a large potato was placed, and the coffin was otherwise grotesquely decorated. The reader will wonder, no doubt, at such an exhibition, for certainly never was coffin so applied before, and it is therefore necessary to explain the meaning of all this, and I believe Ireland is the only country in the world where the facts I am about to relate could have occurred. It may be remembered that some time previously to the date at which my story commences, His Majesty's ministers declared that there should be a total extinction of tithes. This declaration was received in Ireland by the great mass of the people with the utmost delight, as they fancied they should never have tithes to pay again. The peasantry in the neighbourhood of Templemore formed the very original idea of burying the tithe. It is only amongst an imaginative people that such a notion could have originated, and indeed there is something highly poetical in the conception. The tithe, that which the poor felt the keenest, that which they considered a tax on their industry, that which they looked upon as an hereditary oppression, that hateful thing, they were told, was to be extinct, and, in joyous anticipation of the blessing, they determined to enact an emblematic interment of this terrible enemy. I think it is not too much to call this idea a fine one, and yet, in the execution of it, they invested it with the broadest marking of the grotesque. Such is the strange compound of an Irish peasant, whose anger is often vented in a jest, and whose mirth is sometimes terrible. I must here pause for a moment, and request it to be distinctly understood, that, in relating this story, in giving the facts connected with it, and in stating what the Irish peasant's feelings are respecting tithe, I have not the most distant notion of putting forward any opinions of my own on the subject. In the pursuit of my own quiet art, I am happily far removed from the fierce encounter of politics, and I do not wish to offend against the feelings or opinions of anyone in my little volume, and I trust, therefore, that I may be permitted to give a sketch of a characteristic incident, as it came to my knowledge, without being mistaken for a partisan. I tell the tale as 'twas told to me. I have said a group of seniors was collected at one end of the room, and, as it is meet to give precedence to age, I will endeavor to give some idea of what was going forward amongst them. There was one old man of the party whose furrowed forehead, compressed eyebrows, peaked nose, and mouth depressed at the corners, at once indicated to a physiognomist a querulous temper. He was one of your doubters upon all occasions, one of the unfailing elements of an argument, as he said himself. He was dubersome about everything, and he had hence earned the name of Daddy Dubersome amongst his neighbors. Well, Daddy began to doubt the probability that any such boon as the extinction of tithes was to take place, and said, he was sartain sure 'twas too good news to be true. Terra Naunti, said another, who was the very antithesis of Daddy in his credulous nature, sure, didn't I see it myself in print? I was told often that things was in print, returned Daddy, dryly, that come out lies after her, to my own knowledge. But sure, added a third, sure, didn't the Premier himself lay it all out before the Parliament? What Premier are you talking about, man dear? Said Daddy, rather testily. Why, the Premier of His Majesty, and no less. Is that satisfaction for you, eh? Well, and who is the Premier? Why, the Premier of His Majesty, I told you before. You see, he is the one that hears of everything that is to be done for the whole empire in particular, and because he hears of everything, that's the reason he is called the Premier, and a good reason it is. Well, but what has that to do with the tithes? I ask you again, said Daddy with his usual pertinacity. Here he was about to be answered by the former speaker, whose definition of the Premier had won him golden opinions amongst the bystanders, when he was prevented by a fourth orator, who rushed into the debate with this very elegant opening, Terra nouns, yez are settin' me mad, so yez are. Why, I wonder anyone I'd be sich a fool as to go argafy with that crooked owd disciple there. Meanin' me, said Daddy. I'd be sorry to contradict you, sir, said the other with an admirable mockery of politeness. Thank you, sir, said Daddy, with a dignity more comical than the other's buffoonery. You're kindly welcome, Daddy, returned the aggressor. Sure, you never believed anything yet, and I wonder anyone would throw away their time striving to rightify you. Come, boys, said O'Hara, interrupting the discourse, with a view to prevent further bickering. There's no use talking about the thing now, for whatever way it is, sure we are met to bury the tithe, and it's proud I am to see you all here to make merry upon the strength of it, and I think I hear Ed Honor say this minute that everything is ready in the barn without, so you'll have no difference of opinion about tackling to the breakfast, or I'm mistaken. Come, my hearties, the mate and the praties is crying, who'll let me? Away with you, that's your sort, and he enforced his summons to the feast by pushing his guests before him towards the scene of action. This was an ample barn, where tables of all sorts and sizes were spread, loaded with viands of the most substantial character, wooden forms, three-legged stools, broken-backed chairs, etc. etc. were in requisition for the accommodation of the female portion of the company, and the men attended first to their wants with a politeness which, though deficient in the external graces of polished life, did credit to their natures. The eating part of the business was accompanied with all the clatter that might be expected to attend such an affair, and when the eatables had been tolerably well demolished, Ahura stood up in the midst of his guests and said he should propose to them a toast, which he knew all the boys would fill their glasses for, and that was, to drink the health of the king, and long life to him, for seeing into the rights of the thing, and doing such a power for them, and more power to his elbow. This toast was prefaced by a speech to his friends and neighbors upon the hardships of tithe in particular, spiced with the last taste in life of politics in general, wherein the repeal of the Union and Daniel O'Connell cut no inconsiderable figure, yet in the midst of the rambling address, certain glimpses of good sense and shrewd observation might be caught, and the many and powerful objections he advanced against the impost that was to be extinct so soon, were put forward with a force and distinctness that were worthy of a better speaker, and might have been found difficult to reply to by a more accustomed hand. He protested that he thought he had lived long enough when he had witnessed in his own lifetime two such national benefits as the Catholic Emancipation Bill and the abolition of tithes. Ahura further declared, he was the happiest man alive that day only in the regard of one thing, and that was, that his reverence, Father Healy, the priest, was not there amongst them, and, certainly, the absence of the pastor on an occasion of festivity in the house of a snug farmer, is of rare occurrence in Ireland. But you see, said Ahura, when his reverence heard what it was we were going to do, he thought it would be purtier on his part for to have nothing whatsoever to do with it, in hand, act, or part, and, indeed, boys, that shows a great deal of good breeding in Father Healy. This was quite agreed to by the company, and, after many cheers for Ahura's speech, and some other toasts pertinent to the occasion, the health of Ahura, as founder of the feast, with the usual addenda of long life, prosperity, etc. to him and his, was drunk, and then preparations were entered into for proceeding with the ceremony of the funeral. I believe we have nothing to wait for now, said Ahura, since you won't have any more to drink, boys, so let us set about it at once, and make a clean day's work of it. Oh, we're not quite ready yet, said Larry Lanigan, who seemed to be a sort of master of the ceremonies on the occasion. What's the delay? Asked Ahura. Why, the chief Murners is not arrived yet. What Murners are you talking about, man? Said the other. Why, you know, at a grand berrin they have always thief Murners, and there's a pair that I ordered to be brought here for that same. Myself doesn't know anything about Murners, said Ahura, for I never seen anything finer than the Keenus, 6, at a berrin, but Larry's up to the ways of the quality, as well as of his own sort. But you wouldn't have Keenus for the tithe, would you? Sure. The Keenus is to say all the good they can of the departed, and more if they can invent it, but, sure, the devil a good thing at all they could say of the tithe, barrin' it was lies they were telling, and so it would only be throwing away throuble. Through for you, Lanagan. Besides, it is like a grand baron belonging to the quality to have chief murners, and you know the tithe was equal to a lord or a king amost for power. In a short time the murners, as Larry called them, arrived in custody of half a dozen of Larry's chosen companions, to whom he had entrusted the execution of the mission. These chief mourners were 2 tithe proctors, who had been taken forcibly from their homes by the Lanagan party, and threatened with death unless they attended the summons of Larry to be present at the burying. Their presence was hailed with a great shout, and the poor devils looked excessively frightened, but they were assured by O'Hara they had nothing to fear. "I depend on you, Mr. O'Hara, for seeing us safe out of their hands," said one of them, for the other was dumb from terror. "So you may," was the answer O'Hara returned. "Hurt nor harm shall not be put on you, I give you my word o' that." "Devil a harm," said Larry. "We'll only put you into a suit o' clothes that is ready for you, and you may look as melancholy as you please, for it is murners you are to be." "Well, Honor," said he, addressing O'Hara's daughter, "have you got the mithers and vestments ready, as I told you?" "Yes," said Honor, "here comes Biddy Mulligan with them from the house, for Biddy herself helped me to make them." "And who had a better right," said Larry, "when it was herself that laid it all out complete, the whole thing from the beginning, and sure enough but it was a bright thought of her. Faix, he'll be the lucky man that gets Biddy, yet." "You had better have her yourself, I think," said Honor, with an arch look at Larry, full of meaning. "And it's that same I've been thinking of for some time," said Larry, laughing, and returning Honor's look with one that repaid it with interest. "But where is she at all?" "Oh, here she comes with the duds, and Mike Noonan after her, throth, he's following her about all this morning like a sucking calf. I'm afeard Mikey is going to circumvent me wid Biddy, but he'd better mind what he's at." Here the conversation was interrupted by the advance of Biddy Mulligan, and Mikey Noonan after her bearing some grotesque imitation of clerical vestments made of coarse sacking, and 2 enormous headdresses made of straw, in the fashion of mitres. These were decorated with black rags hung fantastically about them, while the vestments were smeared over with black stripes in no very regular order. "Come here," said Larry to the tithe proctors, "come here, until we put you into your regimentals." "What are you going to do with us, Mr. Lanagan?" said the frightened poor wretch, while his knees knocked together with terror. "We are just going to make a pair o' bishops of you," said Lanagan, "and sure that's promotion for you." "Oh, Mr. O'Hara," said the proctor, "sure you won't let them tie us up in them sacks? Do you hear what he calls the elegant vestments we made a purpose for him? They are sackcloth, to be sure, and why not, seeing as how that you are to be the chief mourners? And sackcloth and ashes is what you must be dressed in, according to reason." "Here, my buck," said the rollicking Larry, "I'll be your valet de chambre myself," and he proceeded to put the dress on the terrified tithe proctor. "Oh, Mr. Lanagan dear," said he, "don't murther me, if you please." "Murther you, arrah, who's going to murther you? Do you think I'd dirty my hands wid killin' a snake in tithe proc's hole?" "Indeed, that's thrue, Mr. Lanagan," it would not be worth your while. Here now, said Larry, hold your head till I put the mithra in you, and make you a bishop complete. But wait a bit, Throth, I was nigh forgetting the ashes, and that would have been a great loss to both o' you, becase you wouldn't be right murners at all without them, and the people would think you were only pretending. This last bit of Larry's waggery produced great merriment amongst the bystanders, for the unfortunate tithe proctors were looking at that moment most doleful examples of wretchedness. A large shovelful of turf ashes was now shaken over their heads, and then they were decorated with their mitres. Tut, man, said Larry to one of them, don't thrimble like a dog in a wet sack. Oh, Thin, look at him how pale he's turned, the dirty coward that he is. I tell you, we're not going to do you any hurt, so you needn't be looking in sich mortal dread. By gor, you're as white as Pen'ortho curds in a sweep's fist. With many such jokes at the expense of the tithe proctors, they were attired in their caricature robes and mitres, and presented with a pair of pitchforks, by way of croziers, and were recommended at the same time to make hay while the sun shone, becase the fine weather would be lavin' them soon, with many other bitter sarcasms, conveyed in the language of ridicule. The procession was now soon arranged, and, as they had their chief mourners, it was thought a good point of contrast to have their chief rejoicers as well. To this end, in a large cart they put a sow and her litter of pigs, decorated with ribbons, a sheaf of wheat standing proudly erect, a bowl of large potatoes, which, at Onorahara's suggestion, were boiled, that they might be laughing on the occasion, and over these was hung a rude banner, on which was written, "We may stay at home now." In this cart, Hoppy Halligan, the fiddler, with a piper as a coadjutor, rasped and squeaked their best to the tune of "Go to the devil and shake yourself," which was meant to convey a delicate hint to the tithes for the future. The whole assemblage of people, and it was immense, then proceeded to the spot where it was decided the tithe was to be interred, as the most fitting place to receive such a deposit, and this place was called by what they considered the very appropriate name of the Devil's Bit. 7. In a range of hills, in the neighborhood where this singular occurrence took place, there is a sudden gap occurs in the outline of the ridge, which is stated to have been formed by His Sable Majesty taking a bite out of the mountain. Whether it was spite or hunger that had made him do so, is not ascertained, but he evidently did not consider it a very savory morsel, for it is said, he spat it out again, and the rejected morsel forms the Rock of Cashel. Such is the wild legend of this wild spot, and here was the interment of the tithe to be achieved, as an appropriate addition to the Devil's Bit. The procession now moved onward, and, as it proceeded, its numbers were considerably augmented. Its approach was looked for by a scout on every successive hill it came within sight of, and a wild halloo, or the winding of a cow's horn immediately succeeded, which called forth scores of fresh attendants upon the Berrin. Thus, their numbers were increased every quarter of a mile they went, until, on their arriving at the foot of the hill which they were to ascend, to reach their final destination, the multitude assembled presented a most imposing appearance. In the course of their march, The great point of attraction for the young men and women was the cart that bore the piper and fiddler, and the road was rather danced than walked over in this quarter. The other distinguished portion of the train was where the two tithe proctors played their parts of chief mourners. They were the delight of all the little ragged urchins in the country. The half-naked young vagabonds hung on their flanks, plucked at their vestments, made wry faces at them, called them by many ridiculous names, and an occasional lump of clay was slyly flung at their mitres, which were too tempting a cock-shot to be resisted. The multitude now wound up the hill, and the mingling of laughter, of singing, and shouting, produced a wild compound of sound, that rang far and wide. As they doubled an angle in the road, which opened the Devil's Bit full upon their view, they saw another crowd assembled there, which consisted of persons from the other side of the hills, who could not be present at the breakfast, nor join the procession, but who attended upon the spot where the interment was to take place. As soon as the approach of the funeral train was perceived from the top of the hill, the mass of people there sent forth a shout of welcome, which was returned by those from below. Short space now served to bring both parties together, and the digging of a grave did not take long with such a plenty of able hands for the purpose. "Come, boys," said Larry Lanigan to 2 or 3 of his companions, "while they are digging the grave here, we'll go cut some sods to put over it when the thieving tithe is buried, not for any respect I have for it in particular, but that we may have the place smooth and clean to dance over aft herewards, and may I never shuffle the brogue again, if myself and Honor O'Hara won't be the first pair that'll set you a pattern." All was soon ready for the interment. The tithe coffin was lowered into the pit, and the shouting that rent the air was terrific. As they were about to fill up the grave with earth, their wild hurrah, that had rung out so loudly, was answered by a fierce shout at some distance, and all eyes were turned towards the quarter whence it arose, to see from whom it proceeded, for it was, evidently, a solitary voice that had thus arrested their attention. Toiling up the hill, supporting himself with a staff, and bearing a heavy load in a wallet slung over his shoulders, appeared an elderly man whose dress proclaimed him at once to be a person who depended on eleemosynary contributions for his subsistence, and many, when they caught the first glimpse of him, proclaimed, at once, that it was Tather the Road was coming. Tather the Road was the very descriptive name that had been applied to this poor creature, for he was always travelling about the highways. He never rested even at nights in any of the houses of the peasants, who would have afforded him shelter, but seemed to be possessed by a restless spirit, that urged him to constant motion. Of course the poor creature sometimes slept, but it must have been under such shelter as a hedge, or cave, or gravel pit might afford, for in the habitation of man he was never seen to sleep, and, indeed, I never knew anyone who bad seen this strange being in the act of sleep. This fact attached a sort of mysterious character to the wanderer, and many would tell you that he wasn't right and firmly believed that he never slept at all. His mind was unsettled, and though he never became offensive in any degree from his mental aberration, yet the nature of his distemper often induced him to do very extraordinary things, and whenever the gift of speech was upon him, for he was habitually taciturn, he would make an outpouring of some rhapsody, in which occasional bursts of very powerful language and striking imagery would occur. Indeed, the peasants said that sometimes he would make hair stand on end to hear Tather the Road make an oration. This poor man's history, as far as I could learn, was a very melancholy one. In the rebellion of '98 his cabin had been burned over his head by the yeomanry, after every violation that could disgrace his hearth had been committed. He and his son, then little more than a boy, had attempted to defend their hut, and they were both left for dead. His wife and his daughter, a girl of 16, were also murdered. The wretched father, unfortunately, recovered his life, but his reason was gone forever. Even in the midst of his poverty and madness, there was a sort of respect attached to this singular man. Though depending on charity for his meat and drink, he could not well be called a beggar, for he never asked for anything, even on the road. When some passenger, ignorant of his wild history, saw the poor wanderer, a piece of money was often bestowed to the silent appeal of his rags, his haggard features, and his grisly hair and beard. Thus eternally up and down the country was he moving about, and hence his name of Tather the Road. It was not long until the old man gained the summit of the hill, but while he was approaching, many were the wonders what in the name of fortune could have brought Tather the Road there. And by dad said one, he's pullin' fute, 8, at a great rate, and it's wonderful how an oud cock like him can clamber up the hill so fast. I said another, and with the weight he's carrying too. Sure enough, said a third. Faix, he's got a fine lob in his wallet today. Wisht, said a hara. Here he comes, and his ears are as sharp as needles. And his eyes too, said a woman. Lord be good to me, did you ever see poor Tather's eyes look so terrible bright afore? And indeed this remark was not uncalled for the eyes of the old man almost gleamed from under the shaggy brows that were darkly bent over them, as, with long strides, he approached the crowd which opened before him, and he stalked up to the side of the grave and threw down the ponderous wallet, which fell to the ground with a heavy crash. You were going to close the grave too soon, were the first words he uttered. Sure, when the tithe is once buried, what more have we to do, said one of the bystanders. Aye, you have put the tithe in the grave, but will it stay there? Why indeed, said Larry Lanigan, I think he'd be a boat resurrection man that would come to rise it. I have brought you something here to lie heavy on it, and he will never rise more, said the maniac, striking forth his arm fiercely, and clenching his hand firmly. And what have you brought us, Agra? said Ahara kindly to him. Look here, said the other, unfolding his wallet and displaying 5 or 6 large stones. Some were tempted to laugh, but a mysterious dread of the wild being before them prevented any outbreak of mirth. God help the crathur, said a woman, so loud as to be heard. He has brought a bag full o' stones to throw atop o' the tithes to keep them down, O wisher. Wisher. Poor crathur. Aye, stones, said the maniac, but do you know what stones these are? Look, woman, and his manner became intensely impressive from the excitement even of madness. under which he was acting. Look, I say, there's not a stone there that's not a curse, a curse so heavy that nothing can ever rise that falls under it. Oh, I don't want to say against it, dear, said the woman. The maniac did not seem to notice her submissive answer, but pursuing his train of madness, continued his address in his native tongue, whose figurative and poetical construction was heightened in its effect, by a manner and action almost theatrically descriptive. You all remember the widow Dempsey. The first choice of her bosom was long gone, but the son she loved was left to her, and her heart was not quite lonely. And at the widow's hearth there was still a welcome for the stranger, and the son of her heart made his choice, like the father before him, and the joy of the widow's house was increased, for the son of her heart was happy. And in due time the widow welcomed the fair-haired child of her son to the world, and a dream of her youth came over her, as she saw the joy of her son and her daughter, when they kissed the fair-haired child. But the hand of God was heavy in the land, and the fever fell hard upon the poor, and the widow was again bereft, for the son of her heart was taken, and the wife of his bosom also, and the fair-haired child was left an orphan. And the widow would have laid down her bones and died, but for the fair-haired child that had none to look to but her. And the widow blessed God's name and bent her head to the blow, and the orphan that was left to her was the pulse of her heart, and often she looked on his pale face with a fearful eye, for health was not on the cheek of the boy, but she cherished him tenderly. But the ways of the world grew crooked to the lone woman, when the son, that was the staff of her age, was gone, and one trouble followed another, but still the widow was not quite destitute. And what was it brought the heavy stroke of distress and disgrace to the widow's door? The tithe. The widow's cow was driven and sold to pay a few shillings. The drop of milk was no longer in the widow's house, and the tender child that needed the nourishment, wasted away before the widow's eyes, like snow from the ditch, and died, and fast the widow followed the son of her heart and his fair-haired boy. And now, the home of an honest race is a heap of rubbish, and the bleak wind whistles over the hearth where the warm welcome was ever found, and the cold frog crouches under the ruins. These stones are from that desolate place, and the curse of God that follows oppression is on them. And let them be cast into the grave, and they will lie with the weight of a mountain on the monster that is buried forever. So saying, he lifted stone after stone, and flung them fiercely into the pits. Then, after a moment's pause upon its verge, he suddenly strode away with the same noiseless step that he had approached, and left the scene in silence. 1. The Caphaeon was an ancient headdress of gorgeous material, and the name is applied in derision to a shabby hat. 2. The crop being often valued in a green state in Ireland, the appraiser becomes a very obnoxious person. 3. Botany Bay. 4. The stump of pipe. 5. Accepting. 6. Keeners are persons who sing the ulican, or death wail, round the coffin of the deceased, and repeat the good deeds of the departed. 7. I think where mentions an ancient crown being dug up at the devil's bit. 8. Pool foot is a figurative expression to express making haste. The Knightsbridge Mystery by Charles Reade. In Charles II's day the Swan was denounced by the dramatists as a house where unfaithful wives and mistresses met their gallants. But in the next century, when John Clarke was the freeholder, no special imputation of that sort rested on it. It was a country inn with large stables, horsed the Brentford coach, and entertained man and beast on journeys long or short. It had also permanent visitors, especially in summer, for it was near London, and yet a rural retreat, meadows on each side, Hyde Park at back, Knightsbridge Green in front. Amongst the permanent lodgers was Mr. Gardner, a substantial man, and Captain Cowan, a retired officer of moderate means, had lately taken 2 rooms for himself and his son. Mr. Gardner often joined the company in the public room, but the Cowans kept to themselves upstairs. This was soon noticed and resented, in that age of few books and free converse. Some said, "Oh, we are not good enough for him." Others inquired what a half-pay captain had to give himself airs about. Candor interposed and supplied the climax. "Nay, my masters, the captain may be in hiding from duns, or from the runners. Now I think on't, the York mail was robbed scarce a night before his worship came a hiding here." But the landlady's tongue ran the other way. Her weight was 16 stone, her sentiments were her interests, and her tongue her tomahawk. "'Tis pity," said she, one day, "some folk can't keep their tongues from blackening of their betters. The captain is a civil-spoken gentleman, Lord send there were more of them in these parts, as takes his hat off to me whenever he meets me, and pays his reckoning weekly. If he has a mind to be private, what business is that of yours, or ours? But curs must bark at their betters." Detraction, thus roughly quelled for certain seconds, revived at intervals whenever Dame Gust's broad back was turned. It was mildly encountered one evening by Gardner. "Nay, good sirs," said he, "you mistake the worthy captain. To have fought at Blenheim and Malplaquet, no man has less vanity. 'Tis for his son he holds aloof. He guards the youth like a mother, and will not have him to hear our taproom jests. He worships the boy, a sullen lout, sirs, but paternal love is blind. He told me once he had loved his wife dearly, and lost her young, and this was all he had of her. And said he, I'd spill blood like water for him, my own the first. Then, sir, says I fear he will give you a sore heart one day. And welcome, says my captain, and his face like iron. Somebody remarked that no man keeps out of company who is good company, but Mr. Gardner parried that dogma. When young master is abed, my neighbor does sometimes invite me to share a bottle, and a sprightlier companion I would not desire. Such stories of battles, and duels, and love intrigues. Now there's an old fox for you, said one, approvingly. It reconciled him to the captain's decency to find that it was only hypocrisy. I like not a man who wears a mask. Hiccoughed a hitherto silent personage, revealing his clandestine drunkenness and unsuspected wisdom at one blow. These various theories were still fermenting in the bosom of the Swan when one day there rode up to the door a gorgeous officer, hot from the minister's levee, in scarlet and gold, with an order like a starfish glittering on his breast. His servant, a private soldier, rode behind him, and, slipping hastily from his saddle, held his master's horse while he dismounted. Just then Captain Cowan came out for his afternoon walk. He started, and cried out, "Colonel Barrington!" "Eh, brother!" cried the other, and instantly the two officers embraced, and even kissed each other, for that feminine custom had not yet retired across the Channel, and these were soldiers who had fought and bled side by side, and nursed each other in turn, and your true soldier does not nurse by halves. His vigilance and tenderness are an example to women, and he rustleth not. Captain Cowan invited Colonel Barrington to his room, and that warrior marched down the passage after him, single file, with long brass spurs and saber clinking at his heels, and the establishment ducked and smiled, and respected Captain Cowan for the reason we admire the moon. Seated in Cowan's room, the newcomer said, heartily, "Well, Ned, I come not empty-handed. Here is thy pension at last," and handed him a parchment with a seal like a poached egg. Cowan changed color, and thanked him with an emotion he rarely betrayed, and gloated over the precious document. His cast-iron features relaxed, and he said, "It comes in the nick of time, for now I can send my dear Jack to college." This led somehow to an exposure of his affairs. He had just £110 a year, derived from the sale of his commission, which he had invested, at 15%, with a well-known mercantile house in the city. "So now," said he, "I shall divide it all in three. Jack will want 2 parts to live at Oxford, and I can do well enough here on one. The rest of the conversation does not matter, so I dismiss it and Colonel Barrington for the time." A few days afterward Jack went to college, and Captain Cowan reduced his expenses, and dined at the shilling ordinary, and, indeed, took all his moderate repasts in public. Instead of the severe and reserved character he had worn while his son was with him, he now shone out a boon companion, and sometimes kept the table in a roar with his marvelous mimicries of all the characters, male or female, that lived in the inn or frequented it, and sometimes held them breathless with adventures, dangers, intrigues, in which a leading part had been played by himself or his friends. He became quite a popular character, except with 1 or 2 envious bodies, whom he eclipsed. They revenged themselves by saying it was all braggadocio. His battles had been fought over a bottle, and by the fireside. The district east and west of Knightsbridge had long been infested with footpads. They robbed passengers in the country lanes, which then abounded, and sometimes on the King's Highway, from which those lanes offered an easy escape. One moonlight night Captain Cowan was returning home alone from an entertainment at Fulham, when suddenly the air seemed to fill with a woman's screams and cries. They issued from a lane on his right hand. He whipped out his sword and dashed down the lane. It took a sudden turn, and in a moment he came upon 3 footpads, robbing and maltreating an old gentleman and his wife. The old man's sword lay at a distance, struck from his feeble hand, the woman's tongue proved the better weapon, for, at least, it brought an ally. The nearest robber, seeing the captain come at him with his drawn sword glittering in the moonshine, fired hastily, and grazed his cheek, and was skewered like a frog the next moment. His cry of agony mingled with two shouts of dismay, and the other footpads fled, but, even as they turned, Captain Cowan's nimble blade entered the shoulder of one, and pierced the fleshy part. He escaped, however, but howling and bleeding. Captain Cowan handed over the lady and gentleman to the people who flocked to the place. Now the work was done, and the disabled robber to the guardians of the public peace, who arrived last of all. He himself withdrew apart and wiped his sword very carefully and minutely with a white pocket handkerchief, and then retired. He was so far from parading his exploit that he went round by the park and let himself into the Swan with his private key, and was going quietly to bed, when the chambermaid met him, and up flew her arms, with cries of dismay. "Oh, Captain! Captain! Look at you, smothered in blood! I shall faint." "Tush! Silly wench," said Captain Cowan. "I am not hurt." "Not hurt, sir? And bleeding like a pig? Your cheek, your poor cheek." Captain Cowan put up his hand, and found that blood was really welling from his cheek and ear. He looked grave for a moment, then assured her it was but a scratch, and offered to convince her of that. "Bring me some lukewarm water, and thou shalt be my doctor. But, Barbara, prithee publish it not." Next morning an officer of justice inquired after him at the Swan and demanded his attendance at Bow Street, at 2 that afternoon, to give evidence against the footpads. This was the very thing he wished to avoid, but there was no evading the summons. The officer was invited into the bar by the landlady, and sang the gallant captain's exploit, with his own variations. The inn began to ring with Cowan's praises. Indeed, there was now but one detractor left, the hostler, Daniel Cox, a drunken fellow of sinister aspect, who had for some time stared and lowered at Captain Cowan, and muttered mysterious things, doubts as to his being a real captain, etc., which incoherent murmurs of a muddle-headed drunkard were not treated as oracular by any human creature, though the stable boy once went so far as to say, "I sometimes almost thinks as how our Dan do know some yut, only he don't rightly know what 'tis, along o' being always muddled in liquor." Cowan, who seemed to notice little, but noticed everything, had observed the lowering looks of this fellow, and felt he had an enemy. It even made him a little uneasy, though he was too proud and self-possessed to show it. With this exception, then, everybody greeted him with hearty compliments, and he was cheered out of the inn, marching to Bow Street. Daniel Cox, who, as accidents will happen, was sober that morning, saw him out, and then put on his own coat. "Take thou charge of the stable, Sam," said he. "Why, where be'st going, at this time o' day?" "I be going to Bow Street," said Daniel doggedly. At Bow Street Captain Cowan was received with great respect, and a seat given him by the sitting magistrate while some minor cases were disposed of. In due course the highway robbery was called and proved by the parties who, unluckily for the accused, had been actually robbed before Cowan interfered. Then the oath was tendered to Cowan. He stood up by the magistrate's side and deposed, with military brevity and exactness, to the facts I have related, but refused to swear to the identity of the individual culprit who stood pale and trembling at the dock. The attorney for the Crown, after pressing in vain, said, "Quite right, Captain Cowan, a witness cannot be too scrupulous." He then called an officer, who had found the robber leaning against a railing fainting from loss of blood, scarce a furlong from the scene of the robbery, and wounded in the shoulder. That let in Captain Cowan's evidence, and the culprit was committed for trial, and soon after peached upon his only comrade at large. The other lay in the hospital at Newgate. The magistrate complimented Captain Cowan on his conduct and his evidence, and he went away universally admired. Yet he was not elated, nor indeed content. Sitting by the magistrate's side, after he had given his evidence, he happened to look all round the court, and in a distant corner he saw the enormous mottled nose and sinister eyes of Daniel Cox glaring at him with a strange but puzzled expression. Cowan had learned to read faces, and he said to himself, "What is there in that ruffian's mind about me? Did he know me years ago? I cannot remember him. Curse the beast, one would almost think, he is cudgelling his drunken memory. I'll keep an eye on you." He went home thoughtful and discomposed, because this drunkard glowered at him so. The reception he met with at the Swan effaced the impression. He was received with acclamations, and now that publicity was forced on him, he accepted it, and revelled in popularity. About this time he received a letter from his son, enclosing a notice from the college tutor, speaking highly of his ability, good conduct, devotion to study. This made the father swell with loving pride. Jack hinted modestly that there were unavoidable expenses, and his funds were dwindling. He enclosed an account that showed how the money went. The father wrote back and bade him be easy, he should have every farthing required, and speedily. "For," said he, "my half-year's interest is due now." 2 days after he had a letter from his man of business, begging him to call. He went with alacrity, making sure his money was waiting for him as usual. His lawyer received him very gravely, and begged him to be seated. He then broke to him some appalling news. The great house of Brown, Molyneux and Company had suspended payments at noon the day before, and were not expected to pay a shilling in the pound. Captain Cowan's little fortune was gone, all but his pension of £80 a year. He sat like a man turned to stone. Then he clasped his hands with agony, and uttered 2 words, "No more, my son." He rose and left the place like one in a dream. He got down to Knightsbridge, he hardly knew how. At the very door of the inn he fell down in a fit. The people of the inn were round him in a moment, and restoratives freely supplied. His sturdy nature soon revived, but, with the moral and physical shock, his lips were slightly distorted over his clenched teeth. His face, too, was ashy pale. When he came to himself, the first face he noticed was that of Daniel Cox, eyeing him, not with pity, but with puzzled curiosity. Cowan shuddered and closed his own eyes to avoid this blighting glare. Then, without opening them, he muttered, "What has befallen me? I feel no wound." "Laws forbid, sir," said the landlady, leaning over him. "Your honour did but swoon for once, to show you was born of a woman, and not made of naught but steel. Here, you gaping loons and sluts, help the captain to his room amongst ye, and then go about your business." This order was promptly executed, so far as assisting Captain Cowan to rise, but he was no sooner on his feet than he waved them all from him haughtily, and said, "Let me be. It is the mind, it is the mind," and he smote his forehead in despair, for now it all came back on him. Then he rushed into the inn, and locked himself into his room. Female curiosity buzzed about the doors, but was not admitted until he had recovered his fortitude, and formed a bitter resolution to defend himself and his son against all mankind. At last there came a timid tap, and a mellow voice said, "It is only me, Captain. Prithee let me in." He opened to her, and there was Barbara with a large tray and a snow-white cloth. She spread a table deftly, and uncovered a roast capon, and uncorked a bottle of white port, talking all the time. "The mistress says you must eat a bit, and drink this good wine, for her sake. Indeed, sir, 'twill do you good after your swoon." With many such encouraging words she got him to sit down and eat, and then filled his glass and put it to his lips. He could not eat much, but he drank the white port, a wine much prized, and purer than the purple vintage of our day. At last came Barbara's post-diet. "But alack! To think of your fainting dead away! Oh Captain, what is the trouble?" The tear was in Barbara's eye, though she was the emissary of Dame Cust's curiosity, and all curiosity herself. Captain Cowan, who had been expecting this question for some time, replied, doggedly, "I have lost the best friend I had in the world." "Dear heart," said Barbara, and a big tear of sympathy, that had been gathering ever since she entered the room, rolled down her cheeks. She put up a corner of her apron to her eyes. "Alas, poor soul," said she. I do know how hard it is to love and lose, but bethink you, sir, 'tis the lot of man. Our own turn must come. And you have your son left to thank God for, and a warm friend or two in this place, though they be but humble." "Good wench," said the soldier, his iron nature touched for a moment by her goodness and simplicity, "and none I value more than thee. But leave me a while." The young woman's honest cheeks reddened at the praise of such a man. "Your will's my pleasure, sir," said she, and retired, leaving the capon and the wine. Any little compunction he might have at refusing his confidence to this humble friend did not trouble him long. He looked on women as leaky vessels, and he had firmly resolved not to make his situation worse by telling the base world that he was poor. Many a hard rub had put a fine point on this man of steel. He glozed the matter, too, in his own mind. I told her no lie. I have lost my best friend, for I've lost my money. From that day Captain Cowan visited the taproom no more, and indeed seldom went out by daylight. He was all alone now, for Mr. Gardner was gone to Wiltshire to collect his rents. In his solitary chamber Cowan ruminated his loss and the villainy of mankind, and his busy brain revolved scheme after scheme to repair the impending ruin of his son's prospects. It was there the iron entered his soul. The example of the very footpads he had baffled occurred to him in his more desperate moments, but he fought the temptation down, and in due course one of them was transported, and one hung, the other languished in Newgate. By and by he began to be mysteriously busy, and the door always locked. No clue was ever found to his labours but bits of melted wax in the fender and a tuft or two of grey hair, and it was never discovered in Knightsbridge that he often begged in the city at dusk, in a disguise so perfect that a frequenter of the Swan once gave him a groat. Thus did he levy his tax upon the stony place that had undone him. Instead of taking his afternoon walk as heretofore, he would sit disconsolate on the seat of a staircase window that looked into the yard, and so take the air and sun. And it was owing to this new habit he overheard, one day, a dialogue, in which the foggy voice of the hostler predominated at first. He was running down Captain Cowan to a potboy. The potboy stood up for him. That annoyed Cox. He spoke louder and louder the more he was opposed, till at last he bawled out, I tell ye I've seen him a-sitting by the judge, and I've seen him in the dock. At these words Captain Cowan recoiled, though he was already out of sight, and his eye glittered like a basilisk's. But immediately a new voice broke upon the scene, a woman's. Thou foul-mouthed knave! Is it for thee to slander men of worship, and give thee in a bad name? Remember I have but to lift my finger to hang thee, so drive me not to tea. Begone to thy horses this moment, thou art not fit to be among Christians. Begone, I say, or it shall be the worse for thee. And she drove him across the yard, and followed him up with a current of invectives, eloquent even at a distance though the words were no longer distinct. And who should this be but the housemaid, Barbara Lamb, so gentle, mellow, and melodious before the gentlefolk, and especially her hero, Captain Cowan. As for Daniel Cox, he cowered, writhed, and wriggled away before her, and slipped into the stable. Captain Cowan was now soured by trouble, and this persistent enmity of that fellow roused at last a fixed and deadly hatred in his mind, all the more intense that fear mingled with it. He sounded Barbara, asked her what nonsense that ruffian had been talking, and what he had done that she could hang him for. But Barbara would not say a malicious word against a fellow servant in cold blood. I can keep a secret, said she. If he keeps his tongue off you, I'll keep mine. So be it, said Cowan. Then I warn you I am sick of his insolence, and drunkards must be taught not to make enemies of sober men nor fools of wise men. He said this so bitterly that, to soothe him, she begged him not to trouble about the ravings of a sot. "Dear heart," said she, "nobody heeds Dan Cox." Some days afterwards she told him that Dan had been drinking harder than ever, and wouldn't trouble honest folk long, for he had the delusions that go before a drunkard's end. Why, he had told the stable boy he had seen a vision of himself climb over the garden wall, and enter the house by the back door. The poor wretch says he knew himself by his bottle nose and his cowskin waistcoat, and, to be sure, there is no such nose in the parish, thank heaven for tea, and not many such waistcoats. She laughed heartily, but Cowan's lip curled in a venomous sneer. He said, "More likely 'twas the knave himself. Look to your spoons, if such a face as that walks by night." Barbara turned grave directly. He eyed her askant, and saw the random shot had gone home. Captain Cowan now often slept in the city, alleging business. Mr. Gardner wrote from Salisbury, ordering his room to be ready and his sheets well aired. One afternoon he returned with a bag and a small valise, prodigiously heavy. He had a fire lighted, though it was fine autumn, for he was chilled with his journey, and invited Captain Cowan to sup with him. The latter consented, but begged it might be an early supper, as he must sleep in the city. "I am sorry for that," said Gardner. "I have 180 guineas there in that bag, and a man could get into my room from yours." "Not if you lock the middle door," said Cowan. "But I can leave you the key of my outer door, for that matter." This offer was accepted, but still Mr. Gardner felt uneasy. There had been several robberies at inns, and it was a rainy, gusty night. He was depressed and ill at ease. Then Captain Cowan offered him his pistols, and helped him load them, 2 bullets in each. He also went and fetched him a bottle of the best port, and after drinking 1 glass with him, hurried away, and left his key with him for further security. Mr. Gardner, left to himself, made up a great fire and took a glass or 2 of the wine. It seemed remarkably heady and raised his spirits. After all, it was only for one night. Tomorrow he would deposit his gold in the bank. He began to unpack his things and put his night dress to the fire, but by and by he felt so drowsy that he did but take his coat off, put his pistols under the pillow, and lay down on the bed and fell fast asleep. That night Barbara Lamb awoke twice, thinking each time she heard doors open and shut on the floor below her. But it was a gusty night, and she concluded it was most likely the wind. Still a residue of uneasiness made her rise at 5 instead of 6, and she lighted her tinder and came down with a rushlight. She found Captain Cowan's door wide open. It had been locked when she went to bed. That alarmed her greatly. She looked in. A glance was enough. She cried, "Thieves! Thieves!" and in a moment uttered scream upon scream. In an incredibly short time pale and eager faces of men and women filled the passage. Cowan's room, being open, was entered first. On the floor lay what Barbara had seen at a glance, his portmanteau rifled and the clothes scattered about. The door of communication was ajar. They opened it, and an appalling sight met their eyes. Mr. Gardner was lying in a pool of blood and moaning feebly. There was little hope of saving him. No human body could long survive such a loss of the vital fluid. But it so happened there was a country surgeon in the house. He stanched the wounds. There were 3, and somebody or other had the sense to beg the victim to make a statement. He was unable at first, but, under powerful stimulants, revived at last, and showed a strong wish to aid justice in avenging him. By this time they had got a magistrate to attend, and he put his ear to the dying man's lips, but others heard, so hushed was the room and so keen the awe and curiosity of each panting heart. I had gold in my portmanteau, and was afraid. I drank a bottle of wine with Captain Cowan, and he left me. He lent me his key and his pistols. I locked both doors. I felt very sleepy, and lay down. When I woke, a man was leaning over my portmanteau. His back was toward me. I took a pistol, and aimed steadily. It missed fire. The man turned and sprang on me. I had caught up a knife, one we had for supper. I stabbed him with all my force. He wrested it from me, and I felt piercing blows. I am slain. I am slain. But the man, sir. Did you not see his face at all? Not till he fell on me. But then, very plainly. The moon shone. Pray describe him. Broken hat. Yes. Hairy waistcoat. Yes. Enormous nose. Do you know him? The hostler, Cox. There was a groan of horror and a cry for vengeance. Silence, said the magistrate. Mr. Gardner, you are a dying man. Words may kill. Be careful. Have you any doubts? About what? That the villain was Daniel Cox. None whatever. At these words the men and women, who were glaring with pale faces and all their senses strained at the dying man and his faint yet terrible denunciation, broke into 2 bands. Some remained rooted to the place, the rest hurried, with cries of vengeance, in search of Daniel Cox. They were met in the yard by 2 constables, and rushed first to the stables, not that they hoped to find him there. Of course he had absconded with his booty. The stable door was ajar. They tore it open. The grey dawn revealed Cox fast asleep on the straw in the first empty stall, and his bottle in the manger. His clothes were bloody, and the man was drunk. They pulled him, cursed him, struck him, and would have torn him in pieces, but the constables interfered, set him up against the rail, like timber, and searched his bosom, and found a wound, then turned all his pockets inside out, amidst great expectation, and found 3 halfpence and the key of the stable door. Chapter 2. They ransacked the straw, and all the premises, and found nothing. Then, to make him sober and get something out of him, they pumped upon his head till he was very nearly choked. However, it told on him. He gasped for breath a while, and rolled his eyes, and then coolly asked them had they found the villain. They shook their fists at him. We have found the villain, red-handed. I mean him as prowls about these parts in my waistcoat, and drove his knife into me last night, wonder it didn't kill me out of hand. Have ye found him amongst ye? This question met with a volley of jeers and execrations, and the constables pinioned him, and bundled him off in a cart to Bow Street, to wait examination. Meantime 2 Bow Street runners came down with a warrant, and made a careful examination of the premises. The 2 keys were on the table. Mr. Gardner's outer door was locked. There was no money either in his portmanteau of Captain Cowan's. Both pistols were found loaded, but no priming in the pan of the one that lay on the bed. The other was primed, but the bullets were above the powder. Bradbury, one of the runners, took particular notice of all. Outside, blood was traced from the stable to the garden wall, and under this wall, in the grass, a bloody knife was found belonging to the Swan Inn. There was 1 knife less in Mr. Gardner's room than had been carried up to his supper. Mr. Gardner lingered till noon, but never spoke again. The news spread swiftly, and Captain Cowan came home in the afternoon, very pale and shocked. He had heard of a robbery and murder at the Swan and came to know more. The landlady told him all that had transpired, and that the villain Cox was in prison. Cowan listened thoughtfully, and said Cox. No doubt he is a knave, but murder, I should never have suspected him of that. The landlady pooh-poohed his doubts. Why, sir, the poor gentleman knew him, and wounded him in self-defense, and the rogue was found bleeding from that very wound, and my knife, as done the murder, not a stone's throw from him as done it, which it was that Dan Cox, and he'll swing 40, please God. Then, changing her tone, she said, solemnly, you'll come and see him, sir? Yes, said Cowan, resolutely, with scarce a moment's hesitation. The landlady led the way, and took the keys out of her pocket, and opened Cowan's door. We keep all locked, said she, half apologetically. The magistrate bade us, and everything as we found it, God help us. There, look at your portmanteau. I wish you may not have been robbed as well. No matter, said he. But it matters to me, said she, for the credit of the house. Then she gave him the key of the inner door, and waved her hand toward it, and sat down and began to cry. Cowan went in and saw the appalling sight. He returned quickly, looking like a ghost, and muttered, "This is a terrible business." "It is a bad business for me and all," said she. "He have robbed you too, I'll go bail." Captain Cowan examined his trunk carefully. "Nothing to speak of," said he. "I've lost 8 guineas and my gold watch." There, cried the landlady. "What does that matter, dame? He has lost his life. Poor soul. But 'twon't bring him back, you being robbed and all. Was ever such an unfortunate woman?" Murder and robbery in my house. Travelers will shun it like a pest house. And the new landlord, he only wanted a good excuse to take it down altogether. This was followed by more sobbing and crying. Cowan took her downstairs into the bar, and comforted her. They had a glass of spirits together, and he encouraged the flow of her egotism, till at last she fully persuaded herself it was her calamity that one man was robbed and another murdered in her house. Cowan, always a favorite, quite won her heart by falling into this view of the matter, and when he told her he must go back to the city again, for he had important business, and besides had no money left, either in his pockets or his rifled valise, she encouraged him to go, and said, kindly, indeed it was no place for him now, it was very good of him to come back at all, but both apartments should be scoured and made decent in a very few days, and a new carpet down in Mr. Gardner's room. So Cowan went back to the city, and left this notable woman to mop up her murder. At Bow Street next morning, in answer to the evidence of his guilt, Cox told a tale which the magistrate said was even more ridiculous than most of the stories uneducated criminals get up on such occasions. With this single comment he committed Cox for trial. Everybody was of the magistrate's opinion, except a single Bow Street runner, the same who had already examined the premises. This man suspected Cox, but had one qualm of doubt founded on the place where he had discovered the knife, and the circumstance of the blood being traced from that place to the stable, and not from the inn to the stable, and on a remark Cox had made to him in the cart. I don't belong to the house. I han't got no keys to go in and out o' nights. And if I took a hatful of gold, I'd be off with it into another country, wouldn't you? Him as took the gentleman's money, he knew where 'twas, and he have got it, I didn't and I han't. Bradbury came down to the Swan and asked the landlady a question or two. She gave him short answers. He then told her that he wished to examine the wine that had come down from Mr. Gardner's room. The landlady looked him in the face, and said it had been drunk by the servants or thrown away long ago. I have my doubts of that, said he. And welcome, said she. Then he wished to examine the keyholes. No, said she, there has been prying enough into my house. Said he angrily, you are obstructing justice. It is very suspicious. It is you that is suspicious, and a mischief maker into the bargain, said she. How do I know what you might put into my wine and my keyholes, and say you found it? You are well known, you Bow Street runners, for your hanky-panky tricks. Have you got a search warrant, to throw more discredit upon my house? No. Then pack. And learn the law before you teach it me. Bradbury retired, bitterly indignant, and his indignation strengthened his faint doubt of Cox's guilt. He set a friend to watch the Swan, and he himself gave his mind to the whole case, and visited Cox in Newgate 3 times before his trial. The next novelty was that legal assistance was provided for Cox by a person who expressed compassion for his poverty and inability to defend himself, guilty or not guilty, and that benevolent person was Captain Cowan. In due course Daniel Cox was arraigned at the bar of the Old Bailey for robbery and murder. The deposition of the murdered man was put in by the Crown, and the witnesses sworn who heard it, and Captain Cowan was called to support a portion of it. He swore that he supped with the deceased and loaded one pistol for him while Mr. Gardner loaded the other, lent him the key of his own door for further security, and himself slept in the city. The judge asked him where, and he said, 13 Farringdon Street. It was elicited from him that he had provided counsel for the prisoner. His evidence was very short and to the point. It did not directly touch the accused, and the defendant's counsel, in spite of his client's eager desire, declined to cross-examine Captain Cowan. He thought a hostile examination of so respectable a witness, who brought nothing home to the accused, would only raise more indignation against his client. The prosecution was strengthened by the reluctant evidence of Barbara Lamb. She deposed that 3 years ago Cox had been detected by her stealing money from a gentleman's table in the Swan Inn, and she gave the details. The judge asked her whether this was at night. No, my lord, at about 4 of the clock. He is never in the house at night, the mistress can't abide him. Has he any key of the house? Oh, dear, no, my lord. The rest of the evidence for the Crown is virtually before the reader. For the defense it was proved that the man was found drunk, with no money nor keys upon him, and that the knife was found under the wall, and the blood was traceable from the wall to the stable. Bradbury, who proved this, tried to get in about the wine, but this was stopped as irrelevant. There is only one person under suspicion, said the judge, rather sternly. As counsel were not allowed in that day to make speeches to the jury, but only to examine and cross-examine and discuss points of law, Daniel Cox had to speak in his own defense. My lord, said he, it was my double done it. Your what? Asked my lord, a little peevishly. My double. There's a rogue prowls about the Swan at nights, which you couldn't tell him from me. Laughter. You needn't to laugh me to the gallows. I tell ye he have got a nose like mine. Laughter. Clerk of Arraigns. Keep silence in the court, on pain of imprisonment. And he have got a waistcoat the very spit of mine, and a tumble-down hat such as I do wear. I saw him go by and let hisself into the Swan with a key, and I told Sam Pott next morning. Judge. Who is Sam Pott? Culprit. Why, my stable boy, to be sure. Judge. Is he in court? Culprit. I don't know. There he is, Judge. Then you'd better call him. Culprit, shouting. H.Y. Sam. Sam. Here be I, loud laughter. The judge explained, calmly, that to call a witness meant to put him in the box and swear him, and that although it was irregular, yet he should allow Pott to be sworn, if it would do the prisoner any good. Prisoner's counsel said he had no wish to swear Mr. Pott. Well, Mr. Gurney, said the judge, I don't think he can do you any harm. Meaning in so desperate a case. Thereupon Sam Pott was sworn, and deposed that Cox had told him about this double. When? Often and often. Before the murder. Long afore that. Counsel for the Crown. Did you ever see this double? Not I. Counsel. I thought not. Daniel Cox went on to say that on the night of the murder he was up with a sick horse, and he saw his double let himself out of the inn the back way, and then turn round and close the door softly, so he slipped out to meet him. But the double saw him, and made for the garden wall. He ran up and caught him with one leg over the wall, and seized a black bag he was carrying off. The figure dropped it, and he heard a lot of money chink. That thereupon he cried thieves, and seized the man, but immediately received a blow, and lost his senses for a time. When he came to, the man and the bags were both gone, and he felt so sick that he staggered to the stable and drank a pint of neat brandy, and he remembered no more till they pumped on him, and told him he had robbed and murdered a gentleman inside the Swan Inn. What they can't tell me, said Daniel, beginning to shout, is how I could know who has got money, and who hasn't, inside the Swan Inn. I keeps the stables, not the inn, and where be my keys to open and shut the Swan? I never had none. And where's the gentleman's money? 'Twas somebody in the inn as done it, for to have the money, and when you find the money, you'll find the man. The prosecuting counsel ridiculed this defense, and inter alia asked the jury whether they thought it was a double the witness Lamb had caught robbing in the inn 3 years ago. The judge summed up very closely, giving the evidence of every witness. What follows is a mere synopsis of his charge. He showed it was beyond doubt that Mr. Gardner returned to the inn with money, having collected his rents in Wiltshire, and this was known in the inn, and proved by several, and might have transpired in the yard or the taproom. The unfortunate gentleman took Captain Cowan, a respectable person, his neighbour in the inn, into his confidence, and revealed his uneasiness. Captain Cowan swore that he supped with him, but could not stay all night, most unfortunately. But he encouraged him, left him his pistols, and helped him load them. Then his lordship read the dying man's deposition. The person thus solemnly denounced was found in the stable, bleeding from a recent wound, which seems to connect him at once with the deed as described by the dying man. But here, said my lord, the chain is no longer perfect. A knife, taken from the Swan, was found under the garden wall, and the first traces of blood commenced there, and continued to the stable, and were abundant on the straw and on the person of the accused. This was proved by the constable and others. No money was found on him, and no keys that could have opened any outer doors of the Swan Inn. The accused had, however, 3 years before been guilty of a theft from a gentleman in the inn, which negatives his pretense that he always confined himself to the stables. It did not, however, appear that on the occasion of the theft he had unlocked any doors, or possessed the means. The witness for the Crown, Barbara Lamb, was clear on that. The prisoner's own solution of the mystery was not very credible. He said he had a double, or a person wearing his clothes and appearance, and he had seen this person prowling about long before the murder, and had spoken of the double to one Pott. Pott deposed that Cox had spoken of this double more than once, but admitted he never saw the double with his own eyes. This double, says the accused, on the fatal night let himself out of the Swan Inn and escaped to the garden wall. There he, Cox, came up with this mysterious person, and a scuffle ensued in which a bag was dropped and gave the sound of coin, and then Cox held the man and cried thieves, but presently received a wound and fainted, and on recovering himself, staggered to the stables and drank a pint of brandy. The story sounds ridiculous, and there is no direct evidence to back it, but there is a circumstance that lends some color to it. There was one blood-stained instrument, and no more, found on the premises, and that knife answers to the description given by the dying man, and, indeed, may be taken to be the very knife missing from his room, and this knife was found under the garden wall, and there the blood commenced and was traced to the stable. Here, said my lord, to my mind, lies the defense. Look at the case on all sides, gentlemen, an undoubted murder done by hands, no suspicion resting on any known person but the prisoner, a man who had already robbed in the inn, a confident recognition by one whose deposition is legal evidence, but evidence we cannot cross-examine, and a recognition by moonlight only and in the heat of a struggle. If on this evidence, weakened not a little by the position of the knife and the traces of blood, and met by the prisoner's declaration, which accords with that single branch of the evidence, you have a doubt, it is your duty to give the prisoner the full benefit of that doubt, as I have endeavored to do. And if you have no doubt, why then you have only to support the law and protect the lives of peaceful citizens. Whoever has committed this crime, it certainly is an alarming circumstance that, in a public inn, surrounded by honest people, guarded by locked doors, and armed with pistols, a peaceful citizen can be robbed like this of his money and his life. The jury saw a murder at an inn, an accused, who had already robbed in that inn, and was denounced as his murderer by the victim. The verdict seemed to them to be Cox, of impunity. They all slept at inns, a double they had never seen, undetected accomplices they had all heard of. They waited 20 minutes, and brought in their verdict, guilty. The judge put on his black cap, and condemned Daniel Cox to be hanged by the neck till he was dead. Chapter 3. After the trial was over, and the condemned man led back to prison to await his execution, Bradbury went straight to 13 Farringdon Street and inquired for Captain Cowan. No such name here, said the good woman of the house. But you keep lodgers? Nay, we keep but one, and he is no captain, he is a city clerk. Well, madam, it is not idle curiosity, I assure you, but was not the lodger before him Captain Cowan? Laws, no. It was a parson. Your rakehelly captains wouldn't suit the like of us. 'Twas a reverend clerk, a grave old gentleman. He wasn't very well to do, I thinks his cassock was worn, but he paid his way. Keep late hours. Not when he was in town, but he had a country cure. Then you have let him in after midnight. Nay, I keep no such hours. I lent him a pass key. He came in and out from the country when he chose. I would have you to know he was an old man, and a sober man, and an honest man, I'd wager my life on that. And excuse me, sir, but who be you, that do catechize me to about my lodgers? I am an officer, madam. The simple woman turned pale, and clasped her hands. An officer, she cried. Alack! What have I done now? Why, nothing, madam, said the wily Bradbury. An officer's business is to protect such as you, not to trouble you, for all the world. There, now, I'll tell you where the shoe pinches. This Captain Cowan has just sworn in a court of justice that he slept here on the 15th of last October. He never did, then. Our good parson had no acquaintances in the town. Not a soul ever visited him. Mother said a young girl peeping in, I think he knew somebody of that very name. He did ask me once to post a letter for him, and it was to some man of worship, and the name was Cowan, yes, Cowan 'twas. I'm sure of it. By the same token, he never gave me another letter, and that made me pay the more attention. Jane, you are too curious, said the mother. And I am very much obliged to you, my little maid, said the officer, and also to you, madam, and so took his leave. One evening, all of a sudden, Captain Cowan ordered a prime horse at the Swan, strapped his valise on before him, and rode out of the yard post haste. He went without drawing bridle to Clapham, and then looked round him, and, seeing no other horseman near, trotted gently round into the borough, then into the city, and slept at an inn in Holborn. He had bespoken a particular room beforehand. A little room he frequented. He entered it with an air of anxiety. But this soon vanished after he had examined the floor carefully. His horse was ordered at 5 o'clock next morning. He took a glass of strong waters at the door to fortify his stomach, but breakfasted at Uxbridge, and fed his good horse. He dined at Beaconsfield, halted at Thame, and supped with his son at Oxford. Next day paid all the young man's debts and spent a week with him. His conduct was strange, boisterously gay and sullenly despondent by turns. During the week came an unexpected visitor, General Sir Robert Barrington. This officer was going out to America to fill an important office. He had something in view for young Cowan, and came to judge quietly of his capacity. But he did not say anything at that time, for fear of exciting hopes he might possibly disappoint. However, he was much taken with the young man. Oxford had polished him. His modest reticence, until invited to speak, recommended him to older men, especially as his answers were judicious, when invited to give his opinion. The tutors also spoke very highly of him. "You may well love that boy," said Central Barrington to the father. "God bless you for praising him," said the other. "I love him too well." Soon after the general left, Cowan changed some gold for notes, and took his departure for London, having first sent word of his return. He meant to start after breakfast and make one day of it, but he lingered with his son, and did not cross Magdalen Bridge till 1 o'clock. This time he rode through Dorchester, Benson, and Henley, and, as it grew dark, resolved to sleep at Maidenhead. Just after Hurley Bottom, at 4 cross-roads, 3 highwaymen spurred on him from right and left. "Your money or your life." He whipped a pistol out of his holster, and pulled at the nearest head in a moment. The pistol missed fire. The next moment a blow from the butt end of a horse pistol dazed him, and he was dragged off his horse, and his valise emptied in a minute. Before they had done with him, however, there was a clatter of hoofs, and the robbers sprang to their nags, and galloped away for the bare life as a troop of yeomanry rode up. The thing was so common, the newcomers read the situation at a glance, and some of the best mounted gave chase. The others attended to Captain Cowan, caught his horse, strapped on his valise, and took him with them into Maidenhead, his head aching, his heart sickening and raging by turns. All his gold gone, nothing left but a few £1 notes that he had sewed into the lining of his coat. He reached the Swan next day in a state of sullen despair. "A curse is on me," he said. "My pistol misfire, my gold gone." He was welcomed warmly. He stared with surprise. Barbara led the way to his old room, and opened it. He started back. "Not there," he said, with a shudder. "Alack! Captain, we have kept it for you. Sure you are not afeard?" "No," said he, doggedly, "no hope, no fear." She stared, but said nothing. He had hardly got into the room when, click, a key was turned in the door of communication. "A traveller there," said he. Then, bitterly, "things are soon forgotten in an inn." "Not by me," said Barbara solemnly. "But you know our dame, she can't let money go by her. 'Tis our best room, mostly, and nobody would use it that knows the place. He is a stranger. He is from the wars, will have it he is English, but talks foreign. He is civil enough when he is sober, but when he has got a drop he does maunder away to be sure, and sings such songs I never." "How long has he been here?" asked Cowan. "5 days, and the mistress hopes he will stay as many more, just to break the spell." "He can stay or go," said Cowan. "I am in no humor for company. I have been robbed, girl." "You robbed, sir?" "Not openly, I am sure." "Openly, but by numbers, 3 of them. I should soon have sped one, but my pistol snapped fire just like his." "There, leave me, girl, fate is against me, and a curse upon me. Bubbled out of my fortune in the city, robbed of my gold upon the road. To be honest is to be a fool." He flung himself on the bed with a groan of anguish, and the ready tears ran down soft Barbara's cheeks. She had tact, however, in her humble way, and did not prattle to a strong man in a moment of wild distress. She just turned and cast a lingering glance of pity on him, and went to fetch him food and wine. She had often seen an unhappy man the better for eating and drinking. When she was gone, he cursed himself for his weakness in letting her know his misfortunes. They would be all over the house soon. Why, that fellow next door must have heard me bawl them out. I have lost my head, said he, and I never needed it more. Barbara returned with the cold powdered beef and carrots, and a bottle of wine she had paid for herself. She found him sullen, but composed. He made her solemnly promise not to mention his losses. She consented readily, and said, "You know I can hold my tongue." When he had eaten and drunk, and felt stronger, he resolved to put a question to her. "How about that poor fellow?" She looked puzzled a moment, then turned pale, and said solemnly, "'Tis for this day week, I hear." "'Twas to be last week, but the king did respite him for a fortnight." "Ah! Indeed. Do you know why?" "No, indeed. In his place, I'd rather have been put out of the way at once, for they will surely hang him. Now in our day the respite is very rare, a criminal is hanged or reprieved. But at the period of our story men were often respited for short or long periods, yet suffered at last. One poor wretch was respited for 2 years, yet executed. This respite, therefore, was nothing unusual, and Cowan, though he looked thoughtful, had no downright suspicion of anything so serious to himself as really lay beneath the surface of this not unusual occurrence. I shall, however, let the reader know more about it. The judge in reporting the case notified to the proper authority that he desired His Majesty to know he was not entirely at ease about the verdict. There was a lacuna in the evidence against this prisoner. He stated the flaw in a very few words. But he did not suggest any remedy. Now the public clamored for the man's execution, that travelers might be safe. The king's adviser thought that if the judge had serious doubts, it was his business to tell the jury so. The order for execution issued. 3 days after this the judge received a letter from Bradbury, which I give verbatim. "The King versus Cox, my lord, forgive my writing to you in a case of blood. There is no other way. Daniel Cox was not defended. Counsel went against his wish, and would not throw suspicion on any other. That made it Cox or nobody. But there was a man in the inn whose conduct was suspicious. He furnished the wine that made the victim sleepy, and I must tell you the landlady would not let me see the remnant of the wine. She did everything to baffle me and defeat justice. He loaded 2 pistols so that neither could go off. He has got a pass key, and goes in and out of the Swan at all hours. He provided counsel for Daniel Cox. That could only be through compunction. He swore in court that he slept that night at 13 Farringdon Street. Your lordship will find it on your notes. For 'twas you put the question, and methinks heaven inspired you. An hour after the trial I was at 13 Farringdon Street. No Cowan and no captain had ever lodged there nor slept there. Present lodger, a city clerk, lodger at date of murder, an old clergyman that said he had a country cure, and got the simple body to trust him with a pass key, so he came in and out at all hours of the night. This man was no clerk, but, as I believe, the cracksman that did the job at the Swan. My lord, there is always two in a job of this sort, the professional man and the confederate. Cowan was the confederate, hocussed the wine, loaded the pistols, and lent his pass key to the cracksman. The cracksman opened the door with his tools, unless Cowan made him duplicate keys. Neither of them intended violence, or they would have used their own weapons. The wine was drugged expressly to make that needless. The cracksman, instead of a black mask, put on a calfskin waistcoat and a bottle nose, and that passed muster for Cox by moonlight. It puzzled Cox by moonlight, and deceived Gardner by moonlight. For the love of God, get me a respite for the innocent man, and I will undertake to bring the crime home to the cracksman and to his confederate Cowan. Bradbury signed this with his name and quality. The judge was not sorry to see the doubt his own wariness had raised so powerfully confirmed. He sent this missive on to the minister, with the remark that he had received a letter which ought not to have been sent to him, but to those in whose hands the prisoner's fate rested. He thought it his duty, however, to transcribe from his notes the question he had put to Captain Cowan, and his reply that he had slept at 13 Parringdon Street on the night of the murder, and also the substance of the prisoner's defense, with the remark that, as stated by that uneducated person, it had appeared ridiculous, but that after studying this Bow Street officer's statements, and assuming them to be in the main correct, it did not appear ridiculous, but only remarkable, and it reconciled all the undisputed facts, whereas that Cox was the murderer was and ever must remain irreconcilable with the position of the knife and the track of the blood. Bradbury's letter and the above comment found their way to the king, and he granted what was asked, a respite. Bradbury and his fellows went to work to find the old clergyman, alias Cracksman. But he had melted away without a trace, and they got no other clue. But during Cowan's absence they got a traveller, i.e., a disguised agent, into the inn, who found relics of wax in the keyholes of Cowan's outer door and of the door of communication. Bradbury sent this information in 2 letters, one to the judge, and one to the minister. But this did not advance him much. He had long been sure that Cowan was in it. It was the professional hand, the actual robber and murderer, he wanted. The days succeeded one another, nothing was done. He lamented, too late, he had not applied for a reprieve, or even a pardon. He deplored his own presumption in assuming that he could unravel such a mystery entirely. His busy brain schemed night and day, he lost his sleep, and even his appetite. At last, in sheer despair, he proposed to himself a new solution, and acted upon it in the dark and with consummate subtlety, for he said to himself, "I am in deeper water than I thought, Lord, how they skim a case at the Old Bailey. They take a pond for a puddle, and go to fathom it with a forefinger." Captain Cowan sank into a settled gloom, but he no longer courted solitude, it gave him the horrors. He preferred to be in company, though he no longer shone in it. He made acquaintance with his neighbor, and rather liked him. The man had been in the commissariat department, and seemed half surprised at the honor a captain did him in conversing with him. But he was well versed in all the incidents of the late wars, and Cowan was glad to go with him into the past, for the present was dead, and the future horrible. This Mr. Cutler, so deferential when sober, was inclined to be more familiar when in his cups, and that generally ended in his singing and talking to himself in his own room in the absurdest way. He never went out without a black leather case strapped across his back like a dispatch box. When joked and asked as to the contents, he used to say, "Papers, papers," curtly. One evening, being rather the worse for liquor, he dropped it, and there was a metallic sound. This was immediately commented on by the wags of the company. "That fell heavy for papers," said one. "And there was a ring," said another. "Come, unload thy pack, comrade, and show us thy papers." Cutler was sobered in a moment, and looked scared. Cowan observed this, and quietly left the room. He went upstairs to his own room, and, mounting on a chair, he found a thin place in the partition and made an eyelet hole. That very night he made use of this with good effect. Cutler came up to bed, singing and whistling, but presently threw down something heavy, and was silent. Cowan spied, and saw him kneel down, draw from his bosom a key suspended round his neck by a ribbon, and open the dispatch box. There were papers in it, but only to deaden the sound of a great many new guineas that glittered in the light of the candle, and seemed to fire, and fill the receptacle. Cutler looked furtively round, plunged his hands in them, took them out by handfuls, admired them, kissed them, and seemed to worship them, locked them up again, and put the black case under his pillow. While they were glaring in the light, Cowan's eyes flashed with unholy fire. He clutched his hands at them where he stood, but they were inaccessible. He sat down despondent, and cursed the injustice of fate. Bubbled out of money in the city, robbed on the road, but when another had money, it was safe. He left his keys in the locks of both doors, and his gold never quitted him. Not long after this discovery he got a letter from his son, telling him that the college bill for battles, or commons, had come in, and he was unable to pay it. He begged his father to disburse it, or he should lose credit. This tormented the unhappy father, and the proximity of gold tantalized him so that he bought a phial of laudanum, and secreted it about his person. "Better die," said he, "and leave my boy to Barrington. Such a legacy from his dead comrade will be sacred, and he has the world at his feet." He even ordered a bottle of red port and kept it by him to swill the laudanum in, and so get drunk and die. But when it came to the point he faltered. Meantime the day drew near for the execution of Daniel Cox. Bradbury had undertaken too much. His cracksman seemed to the king's advisers as shadowy as the double of Daniel Cox. The evening before that fatal day Cowan came to a wild resolution. He would go to Tyburn at noon, which was the hour fixed, and would die under that man's gibbet, so was this powerful mind unhinged. This desperate idea was uppermost in his mind when he went up to his bedroom. But he resisted. No, he would never play the coward while there was a chance left on the cards. While there is life there is hope. He seized the bottle, uncorked it, and tossed off a glass. It was potent and tingled through his veins and warmed his heart. He set the bottle down before him. He filled another glass, but before he put it to his lips jocund noises were heard coming up the stairs, and noisy, drunken voices, and two boon companions of his neighbor Cutler, who had a double-bedded room opposite him, parted with him for the night. He was not drunk enough, it seems, for he kept demanding t'other bottle. His friends, however, were of a different opinion. They bundled him into his room and locked him in from the other side, and shortly after burst into their own room, and were more garrulous than articulate. Cutler, thus disposed of, kept saying and shouting and whining that he must have t'other bottle. In short, anyone at a distance would have thought he was announcing 16 different propositions, so various were the accents of anger, grief, expostulation, deprecation, supplication, imprecation, and whining tenderness in which he declared he must have t'other bottle. At last he came bump against the door of communication. "Neighbor," said he, "your worship, I mean, great man of war." "Well, sir, let's have t'other bottle." Cowan's eyes flashed. He took out his phial of laudanum and emptied about a fifth part of it into the bottle. Cutler whined at the door, "Do open the door, your worship, and let's have t'other, hic, dot. Why, the key is on your side." A feeble-minded laugh at the discovery, a fumbling with the key, and the door opened, and Cutler stood in the doorway, with his cravat disgracefully loose and his visage wreathed in foolish smiles. His eyes joggled, he pointed with a mixture of surprise and low cunning at the table. "Why, there is t'other bottle. Let's have 'em." "Nay," said Cowan, "I drain no bottles at this time, one glass suffices me. I drink your health." He raised his glass. Cutler grabbed the bottle and said, brutally, "And I'll drink yours," and shut the door with a slam, but was too intent on his prize to lock it. Cowan sat and listened. He heard the wine gurgle, and the drunkard draw a long breath of delight. Then there was a pause, then a snatch of song, rather melodious and more articulate than Mr. Cutler's recent attempts at discourse. Then another gurgle and another loud ah. Then a vocal attempt, which broke down by degrees. Then a snore. Then a somnolent remark, "All right." Then a staggering onto his feet. Then a swaying to and fro, and a subsiding against the door. Then by and by a little reel at the bed and a fall flat on the floor. Then stertorous breathing. Cowan sat still at the keyhole some time, then took off his boots and softly mounted his chair, and applied his eye to the peephole. Cutler was lying on his stomach between the table and the bed. Cowan came to the door on tiptoe and turned the handle gently. The door yielded. He lost nerve for the first time in his life. What horrible shame, should the man come to his senses and see him. He stepped back into his own room, ripped up his portmanteau, and took out, from between the leather and the lining, a disguise and a mask. He put them on. Then he took his loaded cane, for he thought to himself, no more stabbing in that room, and he crept through the door like a cat. The man lay breathing stertorously, and his lips blowing out at every exhalation like lifeless lips urged by a strong wind, so that Cowan began to fear, not that he might wake, but that he might die. It flashed across him he should have to leave England. What he came to do seemed now wonderfully easy. He took the key by its ribbon carefully off the sleeper's neck, unlocked the dispatch box, took off his hat, put the gold into it, locked the dispatch box, replaced the key, took up his hat full of money, and retired slowly on tiptoe as he came. He had but deposited his stick and the booty on the bed, when the sham drunkard pinned him from behind, and uttered a shrill whistle. With a fierce snarl Cowan whirled his captor round like a feather, and dashed with him against the post of his own door, stunning the man so that he relaxed his hold, and Cowan whirled him round again, and kicked him in the stomach so felly that he was doubled up out of the way, and contributed nothing more to the struggle except his last meal. At this very moment 2 Bow Street runners rushed madly upon Cowan through the door of communication. He met one in full career with a blow so tremendous that it sounded through the house, and drove him all across the room against the window, where he fell down senseless. The other he struck rather short, and though the blood spurted and the man staggered, he was on him again in a moment, and pinned him. Cowan, a master of pugilism, got his head under his left shoulder, and pummeled him cruelly, but the fellow managed to hold on, till a powerful foot kicked in the door at a blow, and Bradbury himself sprang on Captain Cowan with all the fury of a tiger. He seized him by the throat from behind, and throttled him, and set his knee to his back. The other, though mauled and bleeding, whipped out a short rope, and pinioned him in a turn of the hand. Then all stood panting but the disabled men, and once more the passage and the room were filled with pale faces and panting bosoms. Lights flashed on the scene, and instantly loud screams from the landlady and her maids, and as they screamed they pointed with trembling fingers. And well they might. There, caught red-handed in an act of robbery and violence, a few steps from the place of the mysterious murder, stood the stately figure of Captain Cowan and the mottled face and bottle nose of Daniel Cox, condemned to die in just 12 hours' time. Chapter 4a, Scream, Ye fools, roared Bradbury, that couldn't see a church by daylight. Then, shaking his fist at Cowan, thou villain! 'Tisn't he one man you have murdered, 'tis 2. But please God I'll save one of them yet, and hang you in his place. Wait there. Not a moment to lose. In another minute they were all in the yard, and a hackney coach sent for. Captain Cowan said to Bradbury, "This thing on my face is choking me." "Oh, better than you have been choked, at Tyburn and all. Hang me. Don't pillory me. I've served my country. Bradbury removed the wax mask. He said afterward he had no power to refuse the villain, he was so grand and gentle. "Thank you, sir. Now, what can I do for you?" "Save Daniel Cox." Do that, and I'll forgive you." "Give me a sheet of paper." Bradbury, impressed by the man's tone of sincerity, took him into the bar, and getting all his men round him, placed paper and ink before him. He addressed to General Barrington, in attendance on His Majesty, these: "General, see His Majesty Betims, tell him from me that Daniel Cox, condemned to die at noon, is innocent, and get him a reprieve. O Barrington, come to your lost comrade. The bearer will tell you where I am." "I cannot." Edward Cowan. "Send a man you can trust to Windsor with that, and take me to my most welcome death." A trusty officer was dispatched to Windsor, and in about an hour Cowan was lodged in Newgate. All that night Bradbury lay bought to save the man that was condemned to die. He knocked up the Sheriff of Middlesex, and told him all. "Don't come to me," said the sheriff, "go to the minister." He rode to the minister's house. The minister was up. His wife gave a ball, windows blaring, shadows dancing, musics, lights. Night turned into day. Bradbury knocked. The door flew open, and revealed a line of bedizened footmen, dotted at intervals up the stairs. "I must see my lord." "Life or death?" "I'm an officer from Bow Street." "You can't see my lord. Haar is entertaining the Prussian ambassador and his suite." "I must see him, or an innocent man will die tomorrow." "Tell him so." "Here's a guinea." "Is there?" "Step aside here." He waited in torments till the message went through the gamut of lackeys, and got, more or less mutilated, to the minister. He detached a buffet, who proposed to Mr. Bradbury to call at the Doolittle office in Westminster next morning. "No," said Bradbury, "I don't leave the house till I see him. Innocent blood shall not be spilled for want of a word in time." The buffer retired, and in came a duffer who said the occasion was not convenient. "But it is," said Bradbury, "and if my lord is not here in 5 minutes, I'll go upstairs and tell my tale before them all, and see if they are all hairdressers' dummies, without heart or conscience or sense." In 5 minutes in came a gentleman, with an order on his breast, and said, "You are a Bow Street officer?" "Yes, my lord." "Name?" "Bradbury." "You say the man condemned to die tomorrow is innocent?" "Yes, my lord." "How do you know?" "Just taken the real culprit." "When is the other to suffer?" 12 tomorrow. "Seems short time." "Humph. Will you be good enough to take a line to the sheriff? Formal message tomorrow." The actual message ran, "Delay execution of Cox till we hear from Windsor. Bearer will give reasons." With this Bradbury hurried away, not to the sheriff, but to the prison, and infected the jailer and the chaplain and all the turnkeys, with pity for the condemned, and the spirit of delay. Bradbury breakfasted, and washed his face, and off to the sheriff. Sheriff was gone out. Bradbury hunted him from pillar to post, and could find him nowhere. He was at last obliged to go and wait for him at Newgate. He arrived at the stroke of 12 to superintend the execution. Bradbury put the minister's note into his hand. "This no use," said he. "I want an order from His Majesty, or the Privy Council at least." "Not to delay," suggested the chaplain. "You haven't the day for it." "All the day." "I can't be all the day hanging a single man. My time is precious, gentlemen." Then, his bark being worse than his bite, he said, "I shall come again at 4 o'clock, and then, if there is no news from Windsor, the law must take its course." He never came again, though, for, even as he turned his back to retire, there was a faint cry from the farthest part of the crowd, a paper raised on a hussar's lance, and as the mob fell back on every aide, a royal aide-de-camp rode up, followed closely by the mounted runner, and delivered to the sheriff a reprieve under the sign manual of His Majesty George I. At 2 p.m. of the same day General Sir Robert Barrington reached Newgate, and saw Captain Cowan in private. That unhappy man fell on his knees and made a confession. Barrington was horrified, and turned as cold as ice to him. He stood erect as a statue. "A soldier to rob," said he. "Murder was bad enough, but to rob." Cowan, with his head and hands all hanging down, could only say, faintly, "I have been robbed and ruined, and it was for my boy. Ah, me! What will become of him? I have lost my soul for him, and now he will be ruined and disgraced, by me, who would have died for him." The strong man shook with agony, and his head and hands almost touched the ground. Sir Robert Barrington looked at him and pondered. "No," said he, relenting a little, "that is the one thing I can do for you. I had made up my mind to take your son to Canada as my secretary, and I will take him. But he must change his name. I sail next Thursday." The broken man stared wildly, then started up and blessed him, and from that moment the wild hope entered his breast that he might keep his son unstained by his crime, and even ignorant of it. Barrington said that was impossible, but yielded to the father's prayers, and consented to act as if it was possible. He would send a messenger to Oxford, with money and instructions to bring the young man up and put him on board the ship at Gravesend. This difficult scheme once conceived, there was not a moment to be lost. Barrington sent down a mounted messenger to Oxford, with money and instructions. Cowan sent for Bradbury, and asked him when he was to appear at Bow Street. "Tomorrow, I suppose." "Do me a favor. Get all your witnesses, make the case complete, and show me only once to the public before I am tried." "Well, Captain," said Bradbury, "you were square with me about poor Cox. I don't see as it matters much to you, but I'll not say you nay." He saw the solicitor for the Crown, and asked a few days to collect all his evidence. The functionary named Friday. This was conveyed next day to Cowan, and put him in a fever, It gave him a chance of keeping his son ignorant, but no certainty. Ships were eternally detained at Gravesend waiting for a wind. There were no steam tugs then to draw them into blue water. Even going down the channel, letters boarded them if the wind slacked. He walked his room to and fro, like a caged tiger, day and night. Wednesday evening Barrington came with the news that his son was at the Star in Cornhill. "I have got him to bed," said he, "and, Lord forgive me, I have let him think he will see you before we go down to Gravesend tomorrow." "Then let me see him," said the miserable father. "He shall know naught from me." They applied to the jailer, and urged that he could be a prisoner all the time, surrounded by constables in disguise. No, the jailer would not risk his place and an indictment. Bradbury was sent for, and made light of the responsibility. "I brought him here," said he, "and I will take him to the Star, I and my fellows. Indeed, he will give us no trouble this time." "Why, that would blow the gaff, and make the young gentleman fly to the whole thing." "It can only be done by authority," was the jailer's reply. "Then by authority it shall be done," said Sir Robert. "Mr. Bradbury, have 3 men here with a coach at 1 o'clock, and a regiment, if you like, to watch the Star." Punctually at 1 came Barrington with an authority. It was a request from the Queen. The jailer took it respectfully. It was an authority not worth a button, but he knew he could not lose his place, with this writing to brandish at need. The father and son dined with the general at the Star. Bradbury and one of his fellows waited as private servants. Other officers, in plain clothes, watched back and front. At 3 o'clock father and son parted, the son with many tears, the father with dry eyes, but a voice that trembled as he blessed him. Young Cowan, now Morris, went down to Gravesend with his chief. The criminal back to Newgate, respectfully bowed from the door of the Star by landlord and waiters. At first he was comparatively calm, but as the night advanced became restless, and by began to pace his cell again like a caged lion. At 20 minutes past 11 a turnkey brought him a line. A horseman had galloped in with it from Gravesend. "A fair wind, we weigh anchor at the full tide. It is a merchant vessel, and the captain under my orders to keep off shore and take no messages. Farewell. Turn to the God you have forgotten. He alone can pardon you." On receiving this note, Cowan betook him to his knees. In this attitude the jailer found him when he went his round. He waited till the captain rose, and then let him know that an able lawyer was in waiting, instructed to defend him at Bow Street next morning. The truth is, the females of the Swan had clubbed money for this purposes. Cowan declined to see him. "I thank you, sir," said he, "I will defend myself." He said, however, he had a little favor to ask. "I have been," said he, "of late much agitated and fatigued, and a sore trial awaits me in the morning. A few hours of unbroken sleep would be a boon to me. The turnkeys must come in to see you are all right. It is their duty, but I will lie in sight of the door if they will be good enough not to wake me." There can be no objection to that, Captain, and I am glad to see you calmer. Thank you, never calmer in my life. He got his pillow, set 2 chairs, and composed himself to sleep. He put the candle on the table, that the turnkeys might peep through the door and see him. Once or twice they peeped in very softly, and saw him sleeping in the full light of the candle, to moderate which, apparently, he had thrown a white handkerchief over his face. At 9 in the morning they brought him his breakfast, as he must be at Bow Street between 10 and 11. When they came so near him, it struck them he lay too still. They took off the handkerchief. He had been dead some hours. Yes, there, calm, grave, and noble, incapable, as it seemed, either of the passions that had destroyed him or the tender affection which redeemed yet inspired his crimes, lay the corpse of Edward Cowan. Thus miserably perished a man in whom were many elements of greatness. He left what little money he had to Bradbury, in a note imploring him to keep particulars out of the journals, for his son's sake, and such was the influence on Bradbury of the scene at the Star, the man's dead face, and his dying words, that, though public detail was his interest, nothing transpired but that the gentleman who had been arrested on suspicion of being concerned in the murder at the Swan Inn had committed suicide, to which was added by another hand, Cox, however, has the King's pardon, and the affair still remains shrouded with mystery. Cox was permitted to see the body of Cowan, and, whether the features had gone back to youth, or his own brain, long sobered in earnest, had enlightened his memory, recognized him as a man he had seen committed for horse stealing at Ipswich, when he himself was the mayor's groom. But some girl lent the accused a file, and he cut his way out of the cage. Cox's calamity was his greatest blessing. He went into Newgate scarcely knowing there was a God. He came out thoroughly enlightened in that respect by the teaching of the chaplain and the death of Cowan. He went in a drunkard. The noose that dangled over his head so long terrified him into lifelong sobriety, for he laid all the blame on liquor, and he came out as bitter a foe to drink as drink had been to him. His case excited sympathy, a considerable sum was subscribed to set him up in trade. He became a horse dealer on a small scale, but he was really a most excellent judge of horses, and, being sober, enlarged his business, horsed a coach or 2, attended fairs, and eventually made a fortune by dealing in cavalry horses under government contracts. As his money increased, his nose diminished, and when he died, old and regretted, only a pink tinge revealed the habits of his earlier life. Mrs. Martha Cust and Barbara Lamb were no longer sure, but they doubted to their dying day the innocence of the ugly fellow, and the guilt of the handsome, civil-spoken gentleman. But they converted nobody to their opinion, for they gave their reasons. The Courting of Dinah Shadd by Rudyard Kipling. All day I had followed at the heels of a pursuing army, engaged on one of the finest battles that ever camp of exercise beheld. 30,000 troops had by the wisdom of the government of India been turned loose over a few thousand square miles of country to practice in peace what they would never attempt in war. The Army of the South had finally pierced the center of the Army of the North, and was pouring through the gap, hot-foot, to capture a city of strategic importance. Its front extended fanwise, the sticks being represented by regiments strung out along the line of route backward to the divisional transport columns, and all the lumber that trails behind an army on the move. On its right the broken left of the Army of the North was flying in mass, chased by the Southern horse and hammered by the Southern guns, till these had been pushed far beyond the limits of their last support. Then the flying Army of the North sat down to rest, while the commandant of the pursuing force telegraphed that he held it in check and observation. Unluckily he did not observe that 3 miles to his right flank a flying column of Northern horse, with a detachment of Gurkhas and British troops, had been pushed round, as fast as the falling light allowed, to cut across the entire rear of the Southern Army, to break, as it were, all the ribs of the fan where they converged, by striking at the transport reserve, ammunition, and artillery supplies. Their instructions were to go in, avoiding the few scouts who might not have been drawn off by the pursuit, and create sufficient excitement to impress the Southern Army with the wisdom of guarding their own flank and rear before they captured cities. It was a pretty maneuver, neatly carried out. Speaking for the 2nd Division of the Southern Army, our first intimation of it was at twilight, when the artillery were laboring in deep sand. Most of the escort were trying to help them out, and the main body of the infantry had gone on. A Noah's Ark of elephants, camels, and the mixed menagerie of an Indian transport train bubbled and squealed behind the guns, when there rose up from nowhere in particular British infantry to the extent of 3 companies, who sprung to the heads of the gun horses, and brought all to a standstill amid oaths and cheers. "How's that, umpire?" said the major commanding the attack, and with one voice the drivers and limber gunners answered, "Hoot," while the colonel of artillery sputtered. "All your scouts are charging our main body," said the major. "Your flanks are unprotected for 2 miles. I think we've broken the back of this division. And listen. There go the Gurkhas." A weak fire broke from the rearguard more than a mile away, and was answered by cheerful howlings. The Gurkhas, who should have swung clear of the 2nd Division, had stepped on its tail in the dark, but, drawing off, hastened to reach the next line, which lay almost parallel to us, 5 or 6 miles away. Our column swayed and surged irresolutely. 3 batteries, the divisional ammunition reserve, the baggage, and a section of hospital and bearer corps. The commandant ruefully promised to report himself cut up to the nearest umpire, and commending his cavalry and all other cavalry to the care of Iblis, toiled on to resume touch with the rest of the division. "We'll bivouac here tonight," said the major. "I have a notion that the Gurkhas will get caught. They may want us to reform on. Stand easy till the transport gets away." A hand caught my beast's bridle and led him out of the choking dust, a larger hand deftly canted me out of the saddle, and 2 of the hugest hands in the world received me sliding. Pleasant is the lot of the special correspondent who falls into such hands as those of Privates Mulvaney, Ortheris, and Learoyd. "And that's all right," said the Irishman, calmly. "We thought we'd find you somewheres hereby. Is there anything of yours in the transport? All threes'll fetch you tea out." All the rest did fetch tea out from under the trunk of an elephant in the shape of a servant and an animal, both laden with medical comforts. The little man's eyes sparkled. "If the brutal and licentious soldiery av these parts gets sight av the thruck," said Mulvaney, making practiced investigation, "they'll loot everything. They're being fed on iron filings and dog biscuit these days, but glory's no compensation for a Beliach. Praise be, we're here to protect you, sir. Beer, sausage, bread, soft, and that's a curiosity, soup in a tin, whiskey by the smell avut, and fowls. Mother av Moses, but ye take the field like a confectioner. Tea's scandalous." "Essa officer," said Ortheris, significantly. "When the sergeant's done lushin', the privet may clean the pot." I bundled several things into Mulvaney's haversack before the major's hand fell on my shoulder, and he said, tenderly, "Requisitioned for the Queen's service." Wolseley was quite wrong about special correspondents. They are the best friends of the soldier. Come and take potluck with us tonight. And so it happened amid laughter and shoutings that my well-considered commissariat melted away to reappear on the mess table, which was a waterproof sheet spread on the ground. The flying column had taken 3 days' rations with it, and there be few things nastier than government rations, especially when government is experimenting with German toys. Herbs worst, tinned beef, of surpassing tinniness, compressed vegetables, and meat biscuits may be nourishing, but what Thomas Atkins wants is bulk in his inside. The major, assisted by his brother officers, purchased goats for the camp, and so made the experiment of no effect. Long before the fatigue party sent to collect brushwood had returned, the men were settled down by their valises, kettles and pots had appeared from the surrounding country, and were dangling over fires as the kid and the compressed vegetables bubbled together. There rose a cheerful clinking of mess tins, outrageous demands for a little more stuff in with that there liver wing, and gust on gust of chaff as pointed as a bayonet and as delicate as a gun butt. "The boys are in a good temper," said the major. "They'll be singing presently." Well, a night like this is enough to keep them happy. Over our heads burned the wonderful Indian stars, which are not all pricked in on one plane, but preserving an orderly perspective, draw the eye through the velvet darkness of the void up to the barred doors of heaven itself. The earth was a grey shadow more unreal than the sky. We could hear her breathing lightly in the pauses between the howling of the jackals, the movement of the wind in the tamarisks, and the fitful mutter of musketry fire leagues away to the left. A native woman in some unseen hut began to sing, the mail train thundered past on its way to Delhi, and a roosting crow cawed drowsily. Then there was a belt-loosening silence about the fires, and the even breathing of the crowded earth took up the story. The men, full-fed, turned to tobacco and song, their officers with them. Happy is the subaltern who can win the approval of the musical critics in his regiment, and is honored among the more intricate step dancers. By him, as by him who plays cricket craftily, will Thomas Atkins stand in time of need when he will let a better officer go on alone. The ruined tombs of forgotten Musulman saints heard the ballad of Agra town, the Buffalo Battery marching to Kabul, the long, long Indian day, the place where the punka coolie died, and that crashing chorus which announces youth's daring spirit, manhood's fire, firm hand, and eagle eye must be a choir who would aspire to see the grey boar die. Today, of all those jovial thieves who appropriated my commissariat, and lay and laughed round that waterproof sheet, not one remains. They went to camps that were not of exercise, and battles without umpires. Burma, the Sudan, and the frontier fever and fight took them in their time. I drifted across to the men's fires in search of Mulvaney, whom I found greasing his feet by the blaze. There is nothing particularly lovely in the sight of a private thus engaged after a long day's march, but when you reflect on the exact proportion of the might, majesty, dominion, and power of the British Empire that stands on those feet, you take an interest in the proceedings. There's a blister, bad luck to UT, on the heel, said Mulvaney. I can't touch it. Prick UT out, little man. Ortheris produced his housewife, eased the trouble with a needle, stabbed Mulvaney in the calf with the same weapon, and was incontinently kicked into the fire. I've bruck the best av my toes over you, ye grinnin' child. Av disruption, said Mulvaney, sitting cross-legged and nursing his feet. Then, seeing me, oh, you tease you, sir. Be welcome, and take that maraudin' scut's place. Jock had him down on the Sindhurst for a bit. But Ortheris escaped and went elsewhere as I took possession of the hollow he had scraped for himself and lined with his great coat. Leroyd, on the other side of the fire, grinned affably, and in a minute fell fast asleep. There's the height av politeness for you, said Mulvaney, lighting his pipe with a flaming branch. But Jock's eaten half a box av your sardines at one gulp, and I think the tin too. What's the best wid you, sir, and how did you happen to be on the Luzon side this day when we captured you? The Army of the South is winning all along the line, I said. Thin that line's the hangman's rope, savin your presence. You'll learn tomorrow how we retreated to draw them on before we made them trouble, and that's what a woman does. By the same token, we'll be attacked before the dawnin', and UT would be better not to slip your boots. How do I know that? By the light av pure reason. Here are 3 companies av us ever so far inside av the enemy's flank, and a crowd av roarin', tearin', and squealing cavalry gone on just to turn out the whole nest av them. Av course the enemy will pursue by brigades like as not, and then we'll have to run for UT. Mark my words. I am av the opinion av Polonius, when he said, don't fight wid ivory scut for the pure joy av fightin', but if you do, knock the nose av him first and frequent. We ought to ha gone on and helped the Gurkhas. But what do you know about Polonius? I demanded. This was a new side of Mulvaney's character. All that Shakespeare ever wrote, and a dale more that the gallery shouted, said the man of war, carefully lacing his boots. Did I not tell you A.V. Silver's theatre in Dublin when I was younger than I am now, and a patron A.V. the drama? At Silver would never pay actor, man or woman, their just dues, and by consequence his companies was collapsible at the last minute. Then the boys would clamour to take a part, and oft as not at Silver made them pay for the fun. Faith, I've seen Hamlet played wid a new black eye, and the Queen as full as a cornucopia. I remember once Horgin, that listed in the Black Tyrone and was shot in South Africa, he seduced at Silver into giving him Hamlet's part instead of me, that had a fine fancy for rhetoric in those days. Of course I went into the gallery and began to fill the pit with other people's hats, and I passed the time of day to Horgin walking through Denmark like a hamstrung mule with a pole on his back. Hamlet, said I, there's a hole in your heel. Pull up your stockings, Hamlet, said I. Hamlet, Hamlet, for the love of decency, drop that skull, and pull up your stockings. The whole house began to tell him that. He stopped his soliloquisms mid-between. My stockings may be coming down, or they may not, said he, screwing his eye into the gallery, for well he knew who I was. But after the performance is over, me and the ghost'll trample the guts out of you, Terence, with your ass's bray. And that's how I come to know about Hamlet. Yeah. Those days, those days. Did you ever have one end in devilment, and nothing to pay for it in your life, sir? Never without having to pay, I said. That's through. 'Tis main, when you can see her on UT, but UT's the same wid horse or foot. A headache if you drink, and a bellyache if you eat too much, and a heartache to keep all down. Faith, the beast only gets the colic, and he's the lucky man. He dropped his head and stared into the fire, fingering his mustache the while. From the far side of the bivouac the voice of Corbett Nolan, senior subaltern of B Company, uplifted itself in an ancient and much appreciated song of sentiment, the men moaning melodiously behind him. The north wind blew coldly, she dropped from that hour, my own little Kathleen, my sweet little Kathleen, Kathleen, my Kathleen, Kathleen Amore, with 4 to 5 O's in the last word. Even at that distance you might have cut the soft South Irish accent with a shovel. For all we take we must pay, but the price is cruel high, murmured Mulvaney when the chorus had ceased. What's the trouble? I said gently, for I knew that he was a man of an inextinguishable sorrow. Here now, said he. Ye know what I am now. I know what I meant to be at the beginning of my service. I've told you time and again, and what I have not, Dinah Shadhers. And what am I? Oh, Mary Mother av Hyven. And a drunken, untrustable based av privet that has seen the regiment change out from colonel to drummer boy, not once or twict, but scores av times. Scores. And me not so near getting promotion as in the first. And me living on an capin clear o' clink not by my own good conduct, but the kindness av some officer boy young enough to be son to me. Do I not know ut? Can I not tell when I'm passed over at Pirad, though I'm rocking full av liquor and ready to fall all in one piece, such as even a sucking child might see, Becase, oh, 'tis only at Mulvaney. And when I'm let off in the ordinary room, through some thrick av the tongue and a ready answer and the ad man's mercy, is ut smiling I feel when I fall away and go back to Dinah Shad, trying to carry ut all off as a joke. Not it's hell to me, dumb hell through ut all, and next time when the fit comes I will be as bad again. Good cause the regiment has to know me for the best soldier in ut. Better cause have I to know meself for the worst man. I'm only fit to touch the new drafts what I'll never learn myself, and I am sure as though I heard ut, that the minute one av these pink-eyed recruities gets away from my mind ye now and listen to this, Jim, how sure I am that the sergeant holds me up to him for a warning. So I touch, as they say at musketry instruction, by direct and ricochet fire. Lord be good to me, for I have stood some trouble. Lie down and go to sleep, said I, not being able to comfort or advise. You're the best man in the regiment, and, next to Ortheris, the biggest fool. Lie down, and wait till we're attacked. What force will they turn out? Guns, think you? Thry that with your lords and ladies, twist in and turn in the talk, though you meant ut well. Ye could say nothing to help me, and yet ye never knew what cause I had to be what I am. Begin at the beginning and go on to the end, I said, royally. But rake up the fire a bit first. I passed Ortheris bayonet for a poker. That shows how little you know what to do, said Mulvaney, putting it aside. Fire takes all the heart out av the steel, and the next time, maybe, that our little man is fightin' for his life his bridle'll break, and so you'll have killed him, mannin' no more than to keep yourself warm. 'Tis a recruitis thrick that. Pass the clannin rod, sir. I snuggled down, abashed, and after an interval the low, even voice of Mulvaney began. Did I ever tell you how Dinah Shad came to be wife av mine? I dissembled a burning anxiety that I had felt for some months, ever since Dinah Shad, the strong, the patient, and the infinitely tender, had, of her own good love and free will, washed a shirt for me, moving in a barren land where washing was not. I can't remember, I said, casually. Was it before or after you made love to Annie Bragen, and got no satisfaction? The story of Annie Bragen is written in another place. It is one of the many episodes in Mulvaney's checkered career. Long before was that business av Annie Bragen and the corporal's ghost. Never woman was the worse for me when I had married Dinah. There's a time for all things, and I know how to keep all things in place, barrin' the drink, that keeps me in my place, with no hope av coming to be aught else. Begin at the beginning, I insisted. Mrs. Mulvaney told me that you married her when you were quartered in Crab Bokar barracks. And the same is a cesspit, said Mulvaney, piously. She spoke through, did Dinah? 'Twas this way. Talking av that, have ye fallen in love, sir? I preserved the silence of the damned. Mulvaney continued, Then I will assume that ye have not. I did. In the days of my youth, as I have more than once told you, I was a man that filled the eye and delighted the soul of women. Never man was hated as I have been. Never man was loved as I, no, not within half a day's march of ut. For the first 5 years of my service, when I was what I would give my soul to be now, I took whatever was within my reach, and digested ut, and that's more than most men can say. Drink I took, and ut did me no harm. By the hollow of heaven, I could play wid 4 women at once, and keep them from finding out anything about the other 3, and smile like a full-blown marigold through ut all. Dick Cahan, of the battery we'll have down on us tonight, could drive his team no better than I mine, and I hiled the worser cattle. And so I lived and so I was happy, till after that business wid Annie Bragen, she that turned me off as cool as a meat safe, and taught me where I stood in the mind of an honest woman. 'Twas no sweet dose to take. After that I sickened a while and took thought to my regimental work, conceiting meself I would study and be a sergeant, and a major general 20 minutes after that. But on top o' my ambitiousness there was an empty place in my soul, and me own opinion of meself could not fill ut. Said I to meself, Terence, you're a great man and the best set up in the regiment. Go on and get promotion. Said meself to me, what for? Said I to meself, for the glory of ut. Said meself to me, will that fill these 2 strong arms of yours, Terence? Go to the devil, said I to meself. Go to the married lines, said meself to me. 'Tis the same thing, said I to meself. Av you're the same man, ut is, said meself to me. And with that I considered on ut a long while. Did you ever feel that way, sir? I snored gently, knowing that if Mulvaney were uninterrupted he would go on. The clamour from the bivouac fires beat up to the stars as the rival singers of the companies were pitted against each other. So I felt that way, and a bad time ut was. Once, being a fool, I went into the married lines, more for the sark of speaking to our ad colour sergeant Shad than for any thruck wid women folk. I was a corporal then, reduced afterwards, but a corporal then. I've got a photograph of meself to prove ut. You'll take a cup of tea with us, said he. I will, that I said, though tea is not my diversion. 'Twould be better for you if ut were, said Mother Shad. And she had ought to know, for Shad, in the end of his service, drank bungful each night. With that I took off my gloves, there was pipe clay in them so that they stood alone, and pulled up my chair, looking round at the china ornaments and bits of things in the Shad's quarters. They were things that belonged to a woman, and no camp kit, here today and dissipated next. You're comfortable in this place, Sergeant, said I. 'Tis the wife that did ut, boy, said he, pointing the stem of his pipe to Mother Shad, and she smacked the top of his bald head upon the compliment. That means you want money, said she. And thin, and thin when the kettle was to be filled, Dinah came in, my Dinah, her sleeves rolled up to the elbow, and her hair in a golden glory over her forehead, the big blue eyes beneath twinkling like stars on a frosty night, and the tread of her 2 feet lighter than waste paper from the Colonel's basket in Audley room when UT's emptied. Being but a slip av a girl, she went pink at seeing me, and I twisted me mustache and looked at a picture for an inst the wall. Never show a woman that ye care the snap av a finger for her, and, begad, she'll come bleat into your boot heels. I suppose that's why you followed Annie Bragen till everybody in the married quarters laughed at you, said I, remembering that unhallowed wooing, and casting off the disguise of drowsiness. I'm laying down the general theory av the attack, said Mulvaney, driving his foot into the dying fire. If you read the soldier's pocketbook, which never any soldier reads, you'll see that there are exceptions. When Dinah was out av the door, and 'twas as though the sunlight had gone to, Mother av Hyven, Sergeant, said I, but is that your daughter? I've believed that way these 18 years, said Shad, his eyes twinkling. But Mrs. Shad has her own opinion, like ivery other woman. 'Tis wid yours this time, for a miracle, said Mother Shad. Then why, in the name av fortune, did I never see her before, said I, because you've been thrapsin' round with the married women these 3 years past. She was a bit av a child till last year, and she shot up with the spring, said Mother Shad. I'll thrapes no more, said I. D'you mean that, said Mother Shad, looking at me sideways, like a hen looks at a hawk when the chickens are running free. Try me, and tell, said I. With that I pulled on my gloves, drank off the tea, and went out av the house as stiff as at General P. Rad, for well I knew that Dinah Shad's eyes were in the small av my back out av the scullery window. Faith, that was the only time I mourned I was not a cavalryman, for the sark av the spurs to jingle. I went out to think, and I did a powerful lot av thinking, but all came round to that slip av a girl in the dotted blue dress, with the blue eyes and the sparkle in them. Then I kept off canteen, and I kept to the married quarters or nearby on the chance av meeting Dinah. Did I meet her? Oh, my time passed, did I not, with a lump in my throat as big as my valise, and my heart going like a farrier's forge on a Saturday morning. 'Twas good day to ye, Miss Dinah, and good day to you, Corporal, for a week or two, and devil a bit further could I get, becase av the respect I had to that girl that I cut broken between finger and thumb. Here I giggled as I recalled the gigantic figure of Dinah Shad when she handed me my shirt. Ye may laugh, grunted Mulvaney, but I'm speaking the trut, and tease you that are in fault. Dinah was a girl that had taken the imperiousness out av the Duchess av Clonmel in those days. Flower hand, foot av shodder, and the eyes av the morning she had. That is my wife today, a Dinah, and never aught else than Dinah Shad to me. 'Twas after 3 weeks standing off and on, and niver marking headway except through the eyes, that a little drummer boy grinned in me face when I had admonished him with the buckle av my belt for rioting all over the place. And I'm not the only one that doesn't cape to barracks, said he. I took him by the scruff of his neck, my heart was hung on a hair trigger those days, you will understand, and out wid you said I, or I'll lave no bone of you unbruck. Speak to Dempsey said he, howlin'. Dempsey which said I, ye unwashed limb of Satan. Of the bobtailed dragoons said he. He's seen her home from her aunt's house in the civil lines 4 times this fortnight. Child, said I, drop in him, your tongue's stronger than your body. Go to your quarters. I'm sorry I dressed you down. At that I went 4 ways to once huntin' Dempsey. I was mad to think that with all my airs among women I should ha been chetted by a basin-faced fool of a cavalryman not fit to trust on a mule thrunk. Presently I found him in our lines, the bobtails was quartered next us, an Italoe, top-heavy son of a she-mule he was, wid his big brass spurs and his plastrons on his epigastons and all. But he niver flinched a hair. A word wid you, Dempsey said I, you've walked wid Dinah Shadd 4 times this fortnight gone. What's that to you, said he. I'll walk 40 times more, and 40 on top of that, ye shovel-futed, clod-breaking infantry lance corporeal. Before I could yard, he had his gloved fist home on me cheek, and down I went full sprawl. Will that content you, said he, blowing on his knuckles for all the world like a Scots Greys officer. Content, said I, for your own sake, man, take off your spurs, peel your jacket, and on glove. 'Tis the beginning of the overture. Stand up. He stud all he knew, but he never peeled his jacket, and his shoulders had no fair play. I was fightin' for Dinah Shadd and that cut on me cheek. What hope had he for an inst me? Stand up, said I, time and again, when he was beginning to quarter the ground and yard high and go large. This isn't riding school, said I, oh, man, stand up, and let me get at ye. But when I saw he would be running about, I grup his stock in me left and his waist belt in me right, and swung him clear to me right front, head under, he hammerin' me nose till the wind was knocked out of him on the bare ground. Stand up, said I, or I'll kick your head into your chest. And I'd ha done you too, so ragin' mad I was. Me collarbones bruck, said he. Help me back to lines. I'll walk wid her no more. So I helped him back. And was his collarbone broken? I asked, for I fancied that only Leroyd could neatly accomplish that terrible throw. He pitched on his left shoulder point. It was. Next day the news was in both barracks, and when I met Dinah Shadd wid a cheek like all the regimental tailor's samples, there was no good morning, corporal or aught else. And what have I done, Miss Shadd, said I, very bowed, plantin' meself for an inst her, that ye should not pass the time of day. Ye half-killed Rough Rider Dempsey, said she, her dear blue eyes filling up. Maybe, said I, was he a friend of yours that saw ye home 4 times in a fortnight? Yes, said she, very bowed, but her mouth was down at the corners. And what's that to you? Ask Dempsey, said I, pretending to go away. Did you fight for me then, ye silly man, she said, though she knew ut all along. Who else, said I, and I took one pace to the front. I wasn't worth ut, said she, finger in her apron. That's for me to say, said I. Shall I say ut? Yes, said she, in a saint's whisper, and at that I explained meself, and she told me what every man that is a man, and many that is a woman, hears once in his life. But what made ye cry at starting, Dinah, darling, said I. Your bloody cheek, said she, ducking her little head down on my sash. I was duty for the day, and whimpering like a sorrowful angel. Now, a man could take that two ways. I took ut as pleased me best, and my first kiss wid it. Mother av innocence. But I kissed her on the tip av the nose and under the eye, and a girl that lets a kiss come tumbleways like that has never been kissed before. Take note av that, sir. Then we went, hand in hand, to Mother Shad, like two little child her, and she said it was no bad thing, and Shad nodded behind his pipe, and Dinah ran away to her own room. That day I thread on rolling clouds. All earth was too small to hurt me. Begad, I could ha picked the sun out av the sky for a live coal to me pipe, so magnificent I was. But I took recruities at squad drill, and began with general battalion advance when I should ha been balance step in Ya. That day. A very long pause. Well, said I. It was all wrong, said Mulvaney, with an enormous sigh. And sure I know that every bit avut was me own foolishness. That night I took maybe the half av 3 pints, not enough to turn the hair of a man in his natural senses. But I was more than half drunk with pure joy, and that canteen beer was so much whiskey to me. I can't tell how ut came about, but becase I had no thought for anyone except Dinah, becase I hadn't slipped her little white arms from me neck 5 minutes, becase the breath av her kiss was not gone from my mouth. I must go through the married lines on me way to Quarthers, and I must stay talking to a red-headed Mullingar heifer av a girl, Judy Sheehy, that was daughter to Mother Sheehy, the wife av Nick Sheehy, the canteen sergeant, the black curse av Sheely be on the whole brood that are above ground this day. And what are ye holdin' your head that high for, Corporal, said Judy. Comin' and thry a cup av tay, she said, standing in the doorway. Being an unbustable fool, and thinking av anything but tay, I wint. Mother's at canteen, said Judy, smoothing the hair av hers that was like red snakes, and looking at me cornerways out av her green cat's eyes. Ye will not mind, Corporal. I can endure, said I. At Mother Sheehy being no devotion av mine, nor her daughter too. Judy fetched the tea things and put them on the table, leaning over me very close to get them square. I drew back, thinking of Dinah. Is ut afraid you are av a girl alone, said Judy. No, said I. Why should I be? That rests with the girl, said Judy, drawing her chair next to mine. Then there let ut rest, said I, and thinking I'd been a trifle unpolite, I said, the tay's not quite sweet enough for me taste, Put your little finger in the cup, Judy, 'twill make you tea neck tha. What's next ha, said she. Something very sweet, said I, and for the sinful life av me I could not help looking at her out av the corner av my eye, as I was used to look at a woman. Go on wid ye, Corporal, said she. You're a flirt. On me soul I'm not, said I. Then you're a cruel handsome man, and that's worse, said she, having big sighs and looking crossways. You know your own mind, said I. 'Twould be better for me if I did not, she said. There's a deal to be said on both sides av that, said I, not thinking. Say your own part avut, then, Terence, darling, said she, for begad I'm thinking I've said too much or too little for an honest girl. And with that she put her arms round me neck and kissed me. There's no more to be said after that, said I, kissing her back again. Oh, the main scut that I was, my head ringing wid Dinah Shadd. How does ut come about, sir, that when a man has put the commether on one woman he's sure bound to put ut on another? 'Tis the same thing at musketry. One day ever why shot goes wide or into the bank, and the next, lay high, lay low, sight or snap, ye can't get off the bull's-eye for 10 shots running. That only happens to a man who has had a good deal of experience. He does it without thinking, I replied. Thanking you for the compliment, sir, ut may be so, but I'm doubtin' whether you meant ut for a compliment. Here, now. I sat there wid Judy on my knee, telling me all manner av nonsense, and only saying yes and no when I'd much better ha kept tongue between teeth. And that was not an hour after I had left Dinah. What I was thinking av I cannot say. Presently, quiet as a cat, at Mother he came in velvet drunk. She had her daughter's red hair, but 'twas spalled in patches, and I could see in her wicked face, clear as lightning, what Judy would be 20 year to come. I was for jumping up, but Judy never moved. Terence has promised, Mother, said she, and the cowed sweat broke out all over me. At Mother he sat down of a heap, and began playing with the cups. Then you're a well-matched pair, she said, very thick, for he's the biggest rogue that I've spoiled the Queen's shoe leather, and, I'm off. Judy, said I, ye should not talk nonsense to your mother. Get her to bed, girl. Nonsense, said the old woman, pricking up her ears like a cat, and gripping the table edge. 'Twill be the most nonsensical nonsense for you, ye grinning badger, if nonsense tease. Git clear, you. I'm going to bed. I ran out into the dark, me head in a stew and me heart sick, but I had sense enough to see that I'd brought ut all on meself. It's this to pass the time av day to a panjandrum of hellcats, said I. What I've said and what I've not said do not matter. Judy and her dam will hold me for a promised man, and Dinah will give me the go, and I deserve ut. I will go and get drunk, said I, and forget about ut, for 'tis plain I'm not a marryin' man. On me way to canteen I ran against Lascelles, colour sergeant that was ave comp ny, a hard man, wid a torment av a wife. You've the head av a drowned man on your shoulders, said he, and you're going where you'll get a worse one. Come back, said he. Let me go, said I've thrown me luck over the wall wid me own hand. Then that's not the way to get ut back, said he. Have out wid your thrubble, ye fool boy. And I told him how the matter was. He sucked his lower lip. You've been thrapped, said he. Do she he'd be the better for a man's name to hers as soon as she can. And ye thought ye'd put the commether on her. That's the natural vanity av the based. Terence, you're a big-born fool, but you're not bad enough to marry into that comp-ny. If you said anything, and for all your protestations I'm sure you did, or did not, which is worse, eat ut all. Lie like the father av all lies, but come out av ut free av Judy. Do I not know what ut is to marry a woman that was the very spit av Judy when she was young? I'm getting it, and I've learned patience, but you, Terence, you'd raise hand on Judy and kill her in a year. Never mind if Dinah gives you the go, you've deserved ut. Never mind if the whole regiment laughs at you all day. Get shut av Judy and her mother. They can't drag you to church, but if they do, they'll drag you to hell. Go back to your quarters and lie down, said he. Then, over his shoulder, you must ha done with them. Next day I went to see Dinah, but there was no tucker in me as I walked. I knew the thrubble would come soon enough widout any handlin' av mine, and I dreaded ut sore. I heard Judy calling me, but I hiled straight on to the shad's quarters, and Dinah would ha kissed me, but I hiled her back. When all's said, darling, said I, you can give ut me if you will, though I misdoubt 'twill be so easy to come by thin. I had scarce begun to put the explanation into shape before Judy and her mother came to the door. I think there was a veranda, but I'm forgetting. Will ye not step in, said Dinah, pretty and polite, though the Shads had no dealings with the Sheehys. And Mother Shad looked up quick, and she was the first to see the thrubble, for Dinah was her daughter. I'm pressed for time today, said Judy, as bowed as brass, and I've only come for Terence, my promised man. 'Tis strange to find him here the day after the day. Dinah looked at me as though I had hit her, and I answered straight, there was some nonsense last night at the Sheehys' quarters, and Judy's carrying on the joke. Darling, said I. At the Sheehys' quarters, said Dinah, very slow, and Judy cut in wid, he was there from 9 till 10, Dinah Shad, and the better half av that time I was sitting on his knee, Dinah Shad. Ye may look and ye may look and ye may look me up and down, but ye won't look away that Terence is my promised man. Terence, darling, 'tis time for us to be coming home. Dinah Shad never said a word to Judy. Ye left me at 8:30, said she to me, and I never thought that ye'd leave me for Judy, promises or no promises. Go back wid her, you that have to be fetched by a girl. I'm done with you, said she, and she ran into her own room, her mother following. So I was alone with those two women, and at liberty to spake me sentiments. Judy Sheehy, said I, if you made a fool av me betune the lights, You shall not do ut in the day. I never promised you words or lines. You lie, said Mother Sheehy, and may ut choke you where you stand. She was far gone in drink. And though ut choked me where I stood, I'd not change, said I. Go home, Judy. I take shame for a decent girl like you dragging your mother out bareheaded on this errand. Here, now, and have ut for an answer. I gave me word to Dinah Shadd yesterday, and more blame to me. I was with you last night talking nonsense, but nothing more. You've chosen to try to herd me on ut. I will not be held thereby for anything in the world. Is that enough? Judy went pink all over. And I wish you joy of the perjury, said she. You've lost a woman that would ha' wore her hand to the bone for your pleasure, indeed, Terence, ye were not thrapped. Lascelles must ha' spoken plain to her. I am as such as Dinah is, deed I am. You've lost a fool av a girl that'll never look at you again, and you've lost what ye never had, your common honesty. If you manage your men as you manage your love markin', small wonder they call you the worst corporal in the comp. Ny. Come away, mother, said she. But devil a feud would the old woman budge. D'you heard by that, said she, peering up under her thick grey eyebrows. And vad, said I, though Dinah gave me the go 20 times. I'll have no thruck with you or yours, said I. Take your child away, ye shameless woman. And am I shameless, said she, bringing her hands up above her head. Then what are you, ye lying, scammon, weak-kneed, dirty old son of a sutler? Am I shameless? Who put the open shame on me and my child that we should go begging through the lines in daylight for the broken word of a man? Double portion of my shame be on you, Terence Mulvaney, that think yourself so strong. By Mary and the saints, by blood and water, and by ivory sorrow that came into the world since the beginning, the black blight fall on you and yours, so that you may never be free from pain for another when ut's not your own. May your heart bleed in your breast drop by drop, with all your friends laughing at the bleeding. Strong you think yourself. May your strength be a curse to you to drive you into the devil's hands against your own will. Clear-eyed you are. May your eyes see clear ivory step av the dark path you take till the hot cinders av hell put them out. May the rage and dry thirst in my owned bones go to you, that you shall never pass bottle full nor glass empty. God preserve the light av your understanding to you, my jewel av abhoy, that ye may never forget what you meant to be and do, when you're wallowing in the muck. May ye see the better and follow the worse as long as there's breath in your body, and may ye die quick in a strange land, watching your death before ut takes you, unable to stir hand or foot. I heard a scuffling in the room behind, and thin Dinah Shadd's hand dropped into mine like a rose laugh into a muddy road. The half av that I'll take, said she, and more too, if I can. Go home, ye silly talking woman, go home and confess. Come away. Come away, said Judy, pulling her mother by the shawl. 'Twas none av Terence's fault. For the love av Mary, stop the talking. And you, said Mother Sheehy, spinning round for an inst Dinah. Will ye take the half av that man's load? Stand off from him, Dinah Shad, before he takes you down to, you that look to be a quartermaster sergeant's wife in 5 years. Ye look too high, child. Ye shall wash for the quartermaster sergeant, when he pls to give you the job out av charity, but a private's wife ye shall be to the end, and ivory sorrow of a private's wife ye shall know, and niver a joy but one, that shall go from you like the tide from a rock. The pain of bearing ye shall know, but niver the pleasure of giving the breast, and you shall put away a man-child into the common ground with niver a priest to say a prayer over him, and on that man-child ye shall think ivery day av your life. Think long, Dinah Shad, for you'll niver have another though you pray till your knees are bleeding. The mothers av children shall mock you behind your back when you're ringing over the wash tub. You shall know what it is to take a drunken husband home and see him go to the giard room. Will that place you, Dinah Shad, that won't be seen talking to my daughter. You shall talk to worse than Judy before all's over. The sergeant's wives shall look down on you, contemptuous daughter of a sergeant, and you shall cover all up with a smiling face when your heart's bursting. Stand aff him, Dinah Shad, for I've put the black curse of Sheely upon him, and his own mouth shall make good. She pitched forward on her head and began foaming at the mouth. Dinah Shad ran out with water, and Judy dragged the old woman into the veranda till she sat up. I'm old and forlorn, she said, trembling and crying, and 'tis like I say a dale more than I main. When you're able to walk, go, said Mother Shad. This house has no place for the likes of you, that have cursed my daughter. Ya, said the old woman. Hard words break no bones, and Dinah Shad'll keep the love of her husband till my bones are green corn. Judy, darling, I misremember what I came here for. Can you lend us the bottom of a take-up of tea, Mrs. Shad? But Judy dragged her off, crying as though her heart would break. And Dinah Shad and I, in 10 minutes we had forgot all. Then why do you remember it now, said I, as like I'd forget. Ivery word that wicked woman spoke fell through in my life afterward, and I cut ha stud all, except when little Shad was born. That was on the line of March 3 months after the regiment was taken with cholera. We were between Umballa and Calcathin, and I was on picket. When I came off, the women showed me the child, and turned on its side and died as I looked. We buried him by the road, and Father Victory was a day's march behind with the heavy baggage, so the Comp.NY captain read prayer. And since then I've been a childless man, and all else that Mother Sheehy put upon me and Dinah Shad. What do you think, sir? I thought a good deal, but it seemed better then to reach out for Mulvaney's hand. This demonstration nearly cost me the use of 3 fingers. Whatever he knows of his weaknesses, Mulvaney is entirely ignorant of his strength. But what do you think, he insisted, as I was straightening out the crushed members. My reply was drowned in yells and outcries from the next fire, where 10 men were shouting for authorities. Privet authorities. Mr. Authorities. D-boy. Cap-N authorities. Field Marshal authorities. Stanley, you pen ortho pop, come here to your own comp NY. And the Cockney, who had been delighting another audience with recondite and Rabelaisian yarns, was shot down among his admirers by the major force. "You've crumpled my dress shirt Orid," said he, "and I shan't sing no more to this 'ere bloomin' drawing room." Learoyd, roused by the confusion, uncoiled himself, crept behind Ortheris, and raised him aloft on his shoulders. "Sing, ye bloomin' hummingbird," said he, and Ortheris, beating time on Learoyd's skull, delivered himself, in the raucous voice of the Ratcliffe Highway, of the following chaste and touching ditty: "My girl she give me the go oncet, when I was a London lad, and I went on the drunk for a fortnight, and then I went to the bad. The Queen she gave me a shilling to fight for 'er over the seas, but Government built me a fever trap, and India gave me disease." Chorus, ho! Don't you eat what a girl says, and don't you go for the beer, but I was an ass when I was at grass, and that is why I'm here. I fired a shot at an Afghan, the beggar he fired again, and I lay on my bed with a ole in my head, and missed the next campaign. I up with my gun at a Burman who carried a bloomin' da, but the cartridge stuck and the bayonet bruck and all I got was the scar. Chorus, ho! Don't you aim at a Afghan when you stand on the skyline clear, and don't you go for a Burman if none o' your friends is near. I served my time for a corporal, and wetted my stripes with pop, for I went on the bend with a intimate friend, and finished the night in the shop. I served my time for a sergeant, the colonel he said no. The most you'll be is a full C.B, asterisk, and very next night 'twas so. Asterisk, confined to barracks. Chorus, ho! Don't you go for a corporal unless your head is clear, but I was an ass when I was at grass, and that is why I am here. I've tasted the luck o' the army in barrack and camp and clink, and I lost my tip through the bloomin' trip along o' the women and drink. I'm down at the heel o' my service, and when I am laid on the shelf, my very best friend from beginning to end, by the blood of a mouse, was myself. Chorus, ho! Don't you eat what a girl says, and don't go for the beer, but I was an ass when I was at grass, and that is why I'm here. Listen to our little man now, singing and shouting as though trouble had never touched him. Do ye remember when he went mad with the homesickness, said Mulvaney, recalling a never-to-be-forgotten season when Ortheris waded through the deep waters of affliction and behaved abominably. But he's talking the bitter truth, though. Yah! My very worst friend from beginning to end, by the blood of a mouse, was Meself. Hark out, he continued, jumping to his feet. What did I tell you, sir? FTTL. SPTTL. WHTTL. Went the rifles of the picket in the darkness, and we heard their feet rushing toward us as Ortheris tumbled past me and into his great coat. It is an impressive thing, even in peace, to see an armed camp spring to life with clatter of accoutrements, click of martini levers, and blood-curdling speculations as to the fate of missing boots. Pickets driven in, said Mulvaney, staring like a buck at bay into the soft, slinging gloom. Stand by and cape close to us. If T's Carvel they may blunder into the fires. Ta, ra, ta, ra, la. Sung the thrice blessed bugle, and the rush to form square began. There is much rest and peace in the heart of a square if you arrive in time and are not trodden upon too frequently. The smell of leather belts, fatigue uniform, and unpacked humanity is comforting. A dull grumble, that seemed to come from every point of the compass at once, struck our listening ears, and little thrills of excitement ran down the faces of the square. Those who write so learnedly about judging distance by sound should hear cavalry on the move at night. A high-pitched yell on the left told us that the disturbers were friends, the cavalry of the attack, who had missed their direction in the darkness, and were feeling blindly for some sort of support and camping ground. The difficulty explained, they jingled on. Double pickets out there, by your arms lie down and sleep, the rest, said the major, and the square melted away as the men scrambled for their places by the fires. When I woke I saw Mulvaney, the night dew gemming his mustache, leaning on his rifle at picket, lonely as Prometheus on his rock, with I know not what vultures tearing his liver. The Sire de Maltroit store by R. L. Stevenson. Dennis de Beaulieu was not yet 22, but he counted himself a grown man, and a very accomplished cavalier into the bargain. Lads were early formed in that rough, warfaring epoch, and when one has been in a pitched battle and a dozen raids, has killed one's man in an honorable fashion, and knows a thing or two of strategy and mankind, a certain swagger in the gait is surely to be pardoned. He had put up his horse with due care, and supped with due deliberation, and then, in a very agreeable frame of mind, went out to pay a visit in the grey of the evening. It was not a very wise proceeding on the young man's part. He would have done better to remain beside the fire or go decently to bed. For the town was full of the troops of Burgundy and England under a mixed command, and though Dennis was there on safe conduct, his safe conduct was like to serve him little on a chance encounter. It was September, 1429. The weather had fallen sharp. A flighty piping wind, laden with showers, beat about the township, and the dead leaves ran riot along the streets. Here and there a window was already lighted up, and the noise of men-at-arms making merry over supper within, came forth in fits and was swallowed up and carried away by the wind. The night fell swiftly, the flag of England, fluttering on the spire top, grew ever fainter and fainter against the flying clouds, a black speck like a swallow in the tumultuous, leaden chaos of the sky. As the night fell the wind rose, and began to hoot under archways and roar amid the tree-tops in the valley below the town. Dennis de Beaulieu walked fast and was soon knocking at his friend's door. But though he promised himself to stay only a little while and make an early return, his welcome was so pleasant, and he found so much to delay him, that it was already long past midnight before he said goodbye upon the threshold. The wind had fallen again in the meanwhile. The night was as black as the grave. Not a star, nor a glimmer of moonshine, slipped through the canopy of cloud. Dennis was ill acquainted with the intricate lanes of Chateau Landon. Even by daylight he had found some trouble in picking his way, and in this absolute darkness he soon lost it altogether. He was certain of one thing only, to keep mounting the hill, for his friend's house lay at the lower end or tail of Chateau Landon, while the inn was up at the head, under the great church spire. With this clue to go upon he stumbled and groped forward, now breathing more freely in open places where there was a good slice of sky overhead, now feeling along the wall in stifling closes. It is an eerie and mysterious position to be thus submerged in opaque blackness in an almost unknown town. The silence is terrifying in its possibilities. The touch of cold window bars to the exploring hand startles the man like the touch of a toad. The inequalities of the pavement shake his heart into his mouth. A piece of denser darkness threatens an ambuscade or a chasm in the pathway, and where the air is brighter, the houses put on strange and bewildering appearances, as if to lead him further from his way. For Dennis, who had to regain his inn without attracting notice, there was real danger as well as mere discomfort in the walk, and he went warily and boldly at once, and at every corner paused to make an observation. He had been for some time threading a lane so narrow that he could touch a wall with either hand, when it began to open out and go sharply downward. Plainly this lay no longer in the direction of his inn, but the hope of a little more light tempted him forward to reconnoiter. The lane ended in a terrace with a bartizan wall, which gave an outlook between high houses, as out of an embrasure, into the valley lying dark and formless several 100 feet below. Dennis looked down, and could discern a few treetops waving and a single speck of brightness where the river ran across a weir. The weather was clearing up, and the sky had lightened, so as to show the outline of the heavier clouds and the dark margin of the hills. By the uncertain glimmer, the house on his left hand should be a place of some pretensions. It was surmounted by several pinnacles and turret tops, the round stern of a chapel, with a fringe of flying buttresses, projected boldly from the main block, and the door was sheltered under a deep porch carved with figures and overhung by 2 long gargoyles. The windows of the chapel gleamed through their intricate tracery with a light as of many tapers, and throughout the buttresses and the peaked roof in a more intense blackness against the sky. It was plainly the hotel of some great family of the neighborhood, and as it reminded Dennis of a town house of his own at Burgess, he stood for some time gazing up at it and mentally gauging the skill of the architects and the consideration of the 2 families. There seemed to be no issue to the terrace but the lane by which he had reached it. He could only retrace his steps, but he had gained some notion of his whereabout, and hoped by this means to hit the main thoroughfare and speedily regain the inn. He was reckoning without that chapter of accidents which was to make this night memorable above all others in his career, for he had not gone back above 100 yards before he saw a light coming to meet him, and heard loud voices speaking together in the echoing narrows of the lane. It was a party of men-at-arms going the night round with torches. Dennis assured himself that they had all been making free with the wine bowl, and were in no mood to be particular about safe conducts or the niceties of chivalrous war. It was as like as not that they would kill him like a dog and leave him where he fell. The situation was inspiriting but nervous. Their own torches would conceal him from sight, he reflected, and he hoped that they would drown the noise of his footsteps with their own empty voices. If he were but fleet and silent, he might evade their notice altogether. Unfortunately, as he turned to beat a retreat, his foot rolled upon a pebble, he fell against the wall with an ejaculation, and his sword rang loudly on the stones. 2 or 3 voices demanded who went there, some in French, some in English, but Dennis made no reply, and ran the faster down the lane. Once upon the terrace, he paused to look back. They still kept calling after him, and just then began to double the pace in pursuit, with a considerable clank of armor, and great tossing of the torchlight to and fro in the narrow jaws of the passage. Dennis cast a look around and darted into the porch. There he might escape observation, or, if that were too much to expect, was in a capital posture whether for parley or defense. So thinking, he drew his sword and tried to set his back against the door. To his surprise, it yielded behind his weight, and though he turned in a moment, continued to swing back on oiled and noiseless hinges, until it stood wide open on a black interior. When things fall out opportunely for the person concerned, he is not apt to be critical about the how or why, his own immediate personal convenience seeming a sufficient reason for the strangest oddities and resolutions in our sublunary things, and so Dennis, without a moment's hesitation, stepped within and partly closed the door behind him to conceal his place of refuge. Nothing was further from his thoughts than to close it altogether, but for some inexplicable reason, perhaps by a spring or a weight, the ponderous mass of oak whipped itself out of his fingers and clanked to, with a formidable rumble and a noise like the falling of an automatic bar. The Round, at that very moment, debouched upon the terrace and proceeded to summon him with shouts and curses. He heard them ferreting in the dark corners, the stock of a lance even rattled along the outer surface of the door behind which he stood, but these gentlemen were in too high a humor to be long delayed, and soon made off down a corkscrew pathway which had escaped Dennis's observation, and passed out of sight and hearing along the battlements of the town. Dennis breathed again. He gave them a few minutes' grace for fear of accidents, and then groped about for some means of opening the door and slipping forth again. The inner surface was quite smooth, not a handle, not a molding, not a projection of any sort. He got his fingernails round the edges and pulled, but the mass was immovable. He shook it, it was as firm as a rock. Dennis de Beaulieu frowned and gave vent to a little noiseless whistle. What ailed the door? He wondered. Why was it open? How came it to shut so easily and so effectually after him? There was something obscure and underhand about all this that was little to the young man's fancy. It looked like a snare, and yet who could suppose a snare in such a quiet by-street and in a house of so prosperous and even noble an exterior? And yet, snare or no snare, intentionally or unintentionally, here he was, prettily trapped, and for the life of him he could see no way out of it again. The darkness began to weigh upon him. He gave ear, all was silent without, but within and close by he seemed to catch a faint sighing, a faint sobbing rustle, a little stealthy creak, as though many persons were at his side, holding themselves quite still, and governing even their respiration with the extreme of slyness. The idea went to his vitals with a shock, and he faced about suddenly as if to defend his life. Then, for the first time, he became aware of a light about the level of his eyes and at some distance in the interior of the house, a vertical thread of light, widening toward the bottom, such as might escape between two wings of arras over a doorway. To see anything was a relief to Dennis. It was like a piece of solid ground to a man laboring in a morass. His mind seized upon it with avidity, and he stood staring at it and trying to piece together some logical conception of his surroundings. Plainly there was a flight of steps ascending from his own level to that of this illuminated doorway, and indeed he thought he could make out another thread of light, as fine as a needle and as faint as phosphorescence, which might very well be reflected along the polished wood of a handrail. Since he had begun to suspect that he was not alone, his heart had continued to beat with smothering violence, and an intolerable desire for action of any sort had possessed itself of his spirit. He was in deadly peril, he believed. What could be more natural than to mount the staircase, lift the curtain, and confront his difficulty at once? At least he would be dealing with something tangible, at least he would be no longer in the dark. He stepped slowly forward with outstretched hands, until his foot struck the bottom step. Then he rapidly scaled the stairs, stood for a moment to compose his expression, lifted the arras and went in. He found himself in a large apartment of polished stone. There were 3 doors, one on each of 3 sides, all similarly curtained with tapestry. The 4th side was occupied by 2 large windows and a great stone chimney-piece, carved with the arms of the Maltroits. Dennis recognized the bearings, and was gratified to find himself in such good hands. The room was strongly illuminated, but it contained little furniture except a heavy table and a chair or two. The hearth was innocent of fire, and the pavement was but sparsely strewn with rushes clearly many days old. On a high chair beside the chimney, and directly facing Dennis as he entered, sat a little old gentleman in a fur tippet. He sat with his legs crossed and his hands folded, and a cup of spiced wine stood by his elbow on a bracket on the wall. His countenance had a strongly masculine cast, not properly human, but such as we see in the bull, the goat, or the domestic boar, something equivocal and wheedling, something greedy, brutal, and dangerous. The upper lip was inordinately full, as though swollen by a blow or a toothache, and the smile, the peaked eyebrows, and the small, strong eyes were quaintly and almost comically evil in expression. Beautiful white hair hung straight all round his head, like a saint's, and fell in a single curl upon the tippet. His beard and mustache were the pink of venerable sweetness. Age, probably in consequence of inordinate precautions, had left no mark upon his hands, and the Maltroit hand was famous. It would be difficult to imagine anything at once so fleshy and so delicate in design. The tapered, sensual fingers were like those of one of Leonardo's women. The fork of the thumb made a dimpled protuberance when closed. The nails were perfectly shaped, and of a dead, surprising whiteness. It rendered his aspect tenfold more redoubtable, that a man with hands like these should keep them devoutly folded in his lap like a virgin martyr, that a man with so intense and startling an expression of face should sit patiently on his seat and contemplate people with an unwinking stare, like a god, or a god's statue. His quiescence seemed ironical and treacherous, it fitted so poorly with his looks. Such was Alan, Sire de Maltroit. Dennis and he looked silently at each other for a second or two. "Pray step in," said the Sire de Maltroit. "I have been expecting you all the evening." He had not risen, but he accompanied his words with a smile and a slight but courteous inclination of the head. Partly from the smile, partly from the strange musical murmur with which the sire prefaced his observation, Dennis felt a strong shudder of disgust go through his marrow. And what with disgust and honest confusion of mind, he could scarcely get words together in reply. "I fear," he said, "that this is a double accident. I am not the person you suppose me. It seems you were looking for a visit, but for my part, nothing was further from my thoughts, nothing could be more contrary to my wishes, than this intrusion." "Well, well," replied the old gentleman indulgently, "here you are, which is the main point. Seat yourself, my friend, and put yourself entirely at your ease. We shall arrange our little affairs presently." Dennis perceived that the matter was still complicated with some misconception, and he hastened to continue his explanations. "Your door," he began. "About my door?" asked the other, raising his peaked eyebrows. "A little piece of ingenuity." And he shrugged his shoulders. "A hospitable fancy. By your own account, you were not desirous of making my acquaintance. We old people look for such reluctance now and then, and when it touches our honor, we cast about until we find some way of overcoming it. You arrive uninvited, but believe me, very welcome." "You persist in error, sir," said Dennis. "There can be no question between you and me. I am a stranger in this countryside. My name is Dennis, de Moishio de Beaulieu. If you see me in your house, it is only," my young friend interrupted the other, "you will permit me to have my own ideas on that subject. They probably differ from yours at the present moment," he added with a leer, "but time will show which of us is in the right." Dennis was convinced he had to do with a lunatic. He seated himself with a shrug, content to wait the upshot, and a pause ensued, during which he thought he could distinguish a hurried gabbling as of prayer from behind the arras immediately opposite him. Sometimes there seemed to be but one person engaged, sometimes two, and the vehemence of the voice, low as it was, seemed to indicate either great haste or an agony of spirit. It occurred to him that this piece of tapestry covered the entrance to the chapel he had noticed from without. The old gentleman meanwhile surveyed Dennis from head to foot with a smile, and from time to time emitted little noises like a bird or a mouse, which seemed to indicate a high degree of satisfaction. This state of matters became rapidly insupportable, and Dennis, to put an end to it, remarked politely that the wind had gone down. The old gentleman fell into a fit of silent laughter, so prolonged and violent that he became quite red in the face. Dennis got upon his feet at once, and put on his hat with a flourish. "Sir," he said, "if you are in your wits, you have affronted me grossly. If you are out of them, I flatter myself I can find better employment for my brains than to talk with lunatics. My conscience is clear. You have made a fool of me from the first moment, you have refused to hear my explanations, and now there is no power under God will make me stay here any longer, and if I cannot make my way out in a more decent fashion, I will hack your door in pieces with my sword." The Sire de Maltroit raised his right hand and wagged it at Dennis with the fore and little fingers extended. "My dear nephew," he said, "sit down." "Nephew," retorted Dennis, "you lie in your throat," and he snapped his fingers in his face. "Sit down, you rogue," cried the old gentleman, in a sudden, harsh voice, like the barking of a dog. "Do you fancy," he went on, "that when I had made my little contrivance for the door I had stopped short with that? If you prefer to be bound hand and foot till your bones ache, rise and try to go away. If you choose to remain a free young buck, agreeably conversing with an old gentleman, why, sit where you are in peace, and God be with you." "Do you mean I am a prisoner?" demanded Dennis. "I state the facts," replied the other. "I would rather leave the conclusion to yourself." Dennis sat down again. Externally he managed to keep pretty calm, but within, he was now boiling with anger, now chilled with apprehension. He no longer felt convinced that he was dealing with a madman. And if the old gentleman was sane, what, in God's name, had he to look for? What absurd or tragical adventure had befallen him? What countenance was he to assume? While he was thus unpleasantly reflecting, the arras that overhung the chapel door was raised, and a tall priest in his robes came forth and, giving a long, keen stare at Dennis, said something in an undertone to Sire de Maltroit. "She is in a better frame of spirit?" asked the latter. "She is more resigned," Messi replied the priest. "Now the Lord help her, she is hard to please," sneered the old gentleman. "A likely stripling, not ill-born, and of her own choosing, too. Why, what more would the jade have? The situation is not usual for a young damsel," said the other, and somewhat trying to her blushes. "She should have thought of that before she began the dance. It was none of my choosing, God knows that, but since she is in it, by Our Lady, she shall carry it to the end." And then addressing Dennis, "Monsieur de Beaulieu," he asked, "may I present you to my niece? She has been waiting your arrival, I may say, with even greater impatience than myself. Dennis had resigned himself with a good grace. All he desired was to know the worst of it as speedily as possible, so he rose at once, and bowed in acquiescence. The Sire de Maltroit followed his example and limped, with the assistance of the chaplain's arm, toward the chapel door. The priest pulled aside the arras, and all three entered. The building had considerable architectural pretensions. A light groining sprang from 6 stout columns, and hung down in 2 rich pendants from the center of the vault. The place terminated behind the altar in a round end, embossed and honeycombed with a superfluity of ornament in relief, and pierced by many little windows shaped like stars, trefoils, or wheels. These windows were imperfectly glazed, so that the night air circulated freely in the chapel. The tapers, of which there must have been 100 burning on the altar, were unmercifully blown about, and the light went through many different phases of brilliancy and semi-eclipse. On the steps in front of the altar knelt a young girl richly attired as a bride. A chill settled over Dennis as he observed her costume. He fought with desperate energy against the conclusion that was being thrust upon his mind. It could not, it should not, be as he feared. "Blanche," said the sire, in his most flute-like tones, "I have brought a friend to see you. My little girl, turn round and give him your pretty hand. It is good to be devout, but it is necessary to be polite, my niece." The girl rose to her feet and turned toward the newcomers. She moved all of a piece, and shame and exhaustion were expressed in every line of her fresh young body, and she held her head down and kept her eyes upon the pavement, as she came slowly forward. In the course of her advance, her eyes fell upon Dennis de Beaulieu's feet of which he was justly vain, be it remarked, and wore in the most elegant accoutrement even while traveling. She paused, started, as if his yellow boots had conveyed some shocking meaning, and glanced suddenly up into the wearer's countenance. Their eyes met. Shame gave place to horror and terror in her looks. The blood left her lips. With a piercing scream she covered her face with her hands and sank upon the chapel floor. "That is not the man," she cried. "My uncle, that is not the man." The Sire de Maltroit chirped agreeably. "Of course not," he said. "I expected as much. It was so unfortunate you could not remember his name." "Indeed," she cried, "indeed, I have never seen this person till this moment. I have never so much as set eyes upon him. I never wish to see him again." "Sir," she said, turning to Dennis, "if you are a gentleman, you will bear me out. Have I ever seen you, have you ever seen me, before this accursed hour?" "To speak for myself, I have never had that pleasure," answered the young man. "This is the first time, Messy, that I have met with your engaging niece." The old gentleman shrugged his shoulders. "I am distressed to hear it," he said. "But it is never too late to begin. I had little more acquaintance with my own late lady ere I married her, which proves," he added with a grimace, "that these impromptu marriages may often produce an excellent understanding in the long run. As the bridegroom is to have a voice in the matter, I will give him 2 hours to make up for lost time before we proceed with the ceremony." And he turned toward the door, followed by the clergyman. The girl was on her feet in a moment. "My uncle, you cannot be in earnest," she said. "I declare before God I will stab myself rather than be forced on that young man. The heart rises at it. God forbids such marriages. You dishonor your white hair. Oh, my uncle, pity me. There is not a woman in all the world but would prefer death to such a nuptial. Is it possible," she added, faltering, "is it possible that you do not believe me, that you still think this?" And she pointed at Dennis with a tremor of anger and contempt, "that you still think this to be the man?" "Frankly," said the old gentleman, pausing on the threshold, "I do. But let me explain to you once for all, Blanche de Maltroit, my way of thinking about this affair. When you took it into your head to dishonor my family and the name that I have borne, in peace and war, for more than 60 years, you forfeited, not only the right to question my designs, but that of looking me in the face. If your father had been alive, he would have spat on you and turned you out of doors. His was the hand of iron. You may bless your God you have only to deal with the hand of velvet, mademoiselle. It was my duty to get you married without delay. Out of pure goodwill, I have tried to find your own gallant for you. And I believe I have succeeded. But before God and all the holy angels, Blanche de Maltroit, if I have not, I care not one jackstraw. So let me recommend you to be polite to our young friend, for upon my word, your next groom may be less appetizing." And with that he went out, with the chaplain at his heels, and the arras fell behind the pair. The girl turned upon Dennis with flashing eyes. "And what, sir," she demanded, "may be the meaning of all this?" "God knows," returned Dennis gloomily. "I am a prisoner in this house, which seems full of mad people. More I know not, and nothing do I understand." "And pray how came you here?" she asked. He told her as briefly as he could. "For the rest," he added, "perhaps you will follow my example, and tell me the answer to all these riddles, and what, in God's name, is like to be the end of it." She stood silent for a little, and he could see her lips tremble and her tearless eyes burn with a feverish luster. Then she pressed her forehead in both hands. "Alas, how my head aches," she said wearily, "to say nothing of my poor heart. But it is due to you to know my story, unmaidenly as it must seem. I am called Blanche de Maltroit. I have been without father or mother for as long as I can recollect, and indeed I have been most unhappy all my life. 3 months ago a young captain began to stand near me every day in church. I could see that I pleased him. I am much to blame, but I was so glad that anyone should love me, and when he passed me a letter, I took it home with me and read it with great pleasure. Since that time he has written many. He was so anxious to speak with me, poor fellow, and kept asking me to leave the door open some evening that we might have 2 words upon the stair. For he knew how much my uncle trusted me." She gave something like a sob at that, and it was a moment before she could go on. "My uncle is a hard man, but he is very shrewd," she said at last. "He has performed many feats in war, and was a great person at court, and much trusted by Queen Isabeau in old days. How he came to suspect me I cannot tell, but it is hard to keep anything from his knowledge, and this morning, as we came from Mass, he took my hand in his, forced it open, and read my little billet, walking by my side all the while. When he had finished, he gave it back to me with great politeness. It contained another request to have the door left open, and this has been the ruin of us all. My uncle kept me strictly in my room until evening, and then ordered me to dress myself as you see me, a hard mockery for a young girl, do you not think so? I suppose, when he could not prevail with me to tell him the young captain's name, he must have laid a trap for him, into which, alas, you have fallen in the anger of God. I looked for much confusion, for how could I tell whether he was willing to take me for his wife on these sharp terms? He might have been trifling with me from the first, or I might have made myself too cheap in his eyes. But truly I had not looked for such a shameful punishment as this. I could not think that God would let a girl be so disgraced before a young man. And now I have told you all, and I can scarcely hope that you will not despise me." Dennis made her a respectful inclination. "Madam," he said, "you have honored me by your confidence. It remains for me to prove that I am not unworthy of the honor. Is Messie de Maltroit at hand?" "I believe he is writing in the salle without," she answered. "May I lead you thither, madam?" asked Dennis, offering his hand with his most courtly bearing. She accepted it, and the pair passed out of the chapel, Blanche in a very drooping and shamefast condition, but Dennis strutting and ruffling in the consciousness of a mission, and the boyish certainty of accomplishing it with honor. The Sire de Maltroit rose to meet them with an ironical obeisance. "Sir," said Dennis, with the grandest possible air, "I believe I am to have some say in the matter of this marriage, and let me tell you at once, I will be no party to forcing the inclination of this young lady. Had it been freely offered to me, I should have been proud to accept her hand, for I perceive she is as good as she is beautiful, but as things are, I have now the honor, Messie, of refusing." Blanche looked at him with gratitude in her eyes, but the old gentleman only smiled and smiled, until his smile grew positively sickening to Dennis. "I am afraid," he said, "Monsieur de Beaulieu, that you do not perfectly understand the choice I have to offer you. Follow me, I beseech you, to this window." And he led the way to one of the large windows which stood open on the night. "You observe," he went on, "there is an iron ring in the upper masonry, and, reeved through that, a very efficacious rope. Now, mark my words, if you should find your disinclination to my niece's person insurmountable, I shall have you hanged out of this window before sunrise. I shall only proceed to such an extremity with the greatest regret, you may believe me. For it is not at all your death that I desire, but my niece's establishment in life. At the same time, it must come to that if you prove obstinate. Your family, Monsieur de Beaulieu, is very well in its way, but if you sprang from Charlemagne, you should not refuse the hand of a Maltroit with impunity, not if she had been as common as the Pears Road, not if she were so hideous as the gargoyle over my door. Neither my niece nor you nor my own private feelings move me at all in this matter. The honor of my house has been compromised. I believe you to be the guilty person, at least you are now in the secret, and you can hardly wonder if I request you to wipe out the stain. If you will not, your blood be on your own head. It will be no great satisfaction to me to have your interesting relics kicking their heels in the breeze below my windows, but half a loaf is better than no bread, and if I cannot cure the dishonor, I shall at least stop the scandal. There was a pause. I believe there are other ways of settling such imbroglios among gentlemen, said Dennis. You wear a sword, and I hear you have used it with distinction. The Sire de Maltroit made a signal to the chaplain, who crossed the room with long silent strides and raised the arras over the third of the 3 doors. It was only a moment before he let it fall again, but Dennis had time to see a dusky passage full of armed men. When I was a little younger, I should have been delighted to honor you, Monsieur de Beaulieu, said Sire Alain, but I am now too old. Faithful retainers are the sinews of age, and I must employ the strength I have. This is one of the hardest things to swallow as a man grows up in years, but with a little patience, even this becomes habitual. You and the lady seem to prefer the salle for what remains of your 2 hours, and as I have no desire to cross your preference, I shall resign it to your use with all the pleasure in the world. No haste, he added, holding up his hand, as he saw a dangerous look come into Dennis de Beaulieu's face. If your mind revolts against hanging, it will be time enough 2 hours hence to throw yourself out of the window or upon the pikes of my retainers. 2 hours of life are always 2 hours. A great many things may turn up in even as little a while as that. And, besides, if I understand her appearance, my niece has still something to say to you. You will not disfigure your last hours by a want of politeness to a lady. Dennis looked at Blanche, and she made him an imploring gesture. It is likely that the old gentleman was hugely pleased at this symptom of an understanding, for he smiled on both, and added sweetly, if you will give me your word of honor, Monsieur de Beaulieu, to await my return at the end of the 2 hours before attempting anything desperate, I shall withdraw my retainers, and let you speak in greater privacy with Mademoiselle. Dennis again glanced at the girl, who seemed to beseech him to agree. I give you my word of honor, he said. Messie de Maltroit bowed, and proceeded to limp about the apartment, clearing his throat the while with that odd musical chirp which had already grown so irritating in the ears of Dennis de Beaulieu. He first possessed himself of some papers which lay upon the table, then he went to the mouth of the passage and appeared to give an order to the men behind the arras, and lastly he hobbled out through the door by which Dennis had come in, turning upon the threshold to address a last smiling bow to the young couple, and followed by the chaplain with a hand lamp. No sooner were they alone than Blanche advanced toward Dennis with her hands extended. Her face was flushed and excited, and her eyes shone with tears. "You shall not die," she cried, "you shall marry me after all." "You seem to think, madam," replied Dennis, "that I stand much in fear of death." "Oh, no, no," she said, "I see you are no poltroon. It is for my own sake, I could not bear to have you slain for such a scruple." "I am afraid," returned Dennis, "that you underrate the difficulty, madam. What you may be too generous to refuse, I may be too proud to accept. In a moment of noble feeling toward me, you forget what you perhaps owe to others." He had the decency to keep his eyes upon the floor as he said this, and after he had finished, so as not to spy upon her confusion. She stood silent for a moment, then walked suddenly away, and falling on her uncle's chair, fairly burst out sobbing. Dennis was in the acme of embarrassment. He looked round, as if to seek for inspiration, and seeing a stool, plumped down upon it for something to do. There he sat, playing with the guard of his rapier, and wishing himself dead 1,000 times over, and buried in the nastiest kitchen heap in France. His eyes wandered round the apartment, but found nothing to arrest them. There were such wide spaces between the furniture, the light fell so boldly and cheerlessly over all, the dark outside air looked in so coldly through the windows, that he thought he had never seen a church so vast, nor a tomb so melancholy. The regular sobs of Blanche de Maltroit measured out the time like the ticking of a clock. He read the device upon the shield over and over again, until his eyes became obscured. He stared into shadowy corners until he imagined they were swarming with horrible animals, and every now and again he awoke with a start, to remember that his last 2 hours were running, and death was on the march. Oftener and oftener, as the time went on, did his glance settle on the girl herself. Her face was bowed forward and covered with her hands, and she was shaken at intervals by the convulsive hiccup of grief. Even thus she was not an unpleasant object to dwell upon, so plump and yet so fine, with a warm brown skin, and the most beautiful hair, Dennis thought, in the whole world of womankind. Her hands were like her uncle's, but they were more in place at the end of her young arms, and looked infinitely soft and caressing. He remembered how her blue eyes had shone upon him, full of anger, pity, and innocence. And the more he dwelt on her perfections, the uglier death looked, and the more deeply was he smitten with penitence at her continued tears. Now he felt that no man could have the courage to leave a world which contained so beautiful a creature, and now he would have given 40 minutes of his last hour to have unsaid his cruel speech. Suddenly a hoarse and ragged peal of cock-crow rose to their ears from the dark valley below the windows. And this shattering noise in the silence of all around was like a light in a dark place, and shook them both out of their reflections. "Alas, can I do nothing to help you?" she said, looking up. "Madam," replied Dennis, with a fine irrelevancy, "if I have said anything to wound you, believe me, it was for your own sake and not for mine." She thanked him with a tearful look. "I feel your position cruelly," he went on. "The world has been bitter hard on you. Your uncle is a disgrace to mankind. Believe me, madam, there is no young gentleman in all France but would be glad of my opportunity, to die in doing you a momentary service. I know already that you can be very brave and generous, she answered. What I want to know is whether I can serve you, now or afterward, she added, with a quaver. Most certainly, he answered with a smile. Let me sit beside you as if I were a friend, instead of a foolish intruder. Try to forget how awkwardly we are placed to one another. Make my last moments go pleasantly, and you do me the chief service possible. You are very gallant, she added, with a yet deeper sadness. Very gallant, and it somehow pains me. But draw nearer, if you please, and if you find anything to say to me, you will at least make certain of a very friendly listener. Ah! Monsieur de Beaulieu, she broke forth, ah! Monsieur de Beaulieu, how can I look you in the face? And she fell to weeping again with a renewed effusion. Madam, said Dennis, taking her hand in both of his, reflect on the little time I have before me, and the great bitterness into which I am cast by the sight of your distress. Spare me, in my last moments, the spectacle of what I cannot cure even with the sacrifice of my life. I am very selfish, answered Blanche. I will be braver, Monsieur de Beaulieu, for your sake. But think if I can do you no kindness in the future, if you have no friends to whom I could carry your adieus. Charge me as heavily as you can, every burden will lighten, by so little, the invaluable gratitude I owe you. Put it in my power to do something more for you than weep. My mother is married again, and has a young family to care for. My brother Gichard will inherit my fiefs, and if I am not in error, that will content him amply for my death. Life is a little vapor that passeth away, as we are told by those in holy orders. When a man is in a fair way and sees all life open in front of him, he seems to himself to make a very important figure in the world. His horse whinnies to him, the trumpets blow and the girls look out of window as he rides into town before his company. He receives many assurances of trust and regard, sometimes by express in a letter, sometimes face to face, with persons of great consequence falling on his neck. It is not wonderful if his head is turned for a time. But once he is dead, were he as brave as Hercules or as wise as Solomon, he is soon forgotten. It is not 10 years since my father fell, with many other knights around him, in a very fierce encounter, and I do not think that any one of them, nor so much as the name of the fight, is now remembered. No, no, madam, the nearer you come to it, you see that death is a dark and dusty corner, where a man gets into his tomb and has the door shut after him till the judgment day. I have few friends just now, and once I am dead I shall have none. Ah, Monsieur de Beaulieu, she exclaimed, you forget Blanche de Maltroit. You have a sweet nature, madam, and you are pleased to estimate a little service far beyond its worth. It is not that, she answered. You mistake me if you think I am so easily touched by my own concerns. I say so, because you are the noblest man I have ever met, because I recognize in you a spirit that would have made even a common person famous in the land. And yet here I die in a mousetrap, with no more noise about it than my own squeaking, answered he. A look of pain crossed her face, and she was silent for a little while. Then a light came into her eyes, and with a smile she spoke again. I cannot have my champion think meanly of himself. Anyone who gives his life for another will be met in paradise by all the heralds and angels of the Lord God. And you have no such cause to hang your head. For, pray, do you think me beautiful? She asked, with a flush. Indeed, madam, I do, he said. I am glad of that, she answered heartily. Do you think there are many men in France who have been in marriage by a beautiful maiden, with her own lips, and who have refused her to her face? I know you men would half despise such a triumph, but believe me, we women know more of what is precious in love. There is nothing that should set a person higher in his own esteem, and we women would prize nothing more dearly. You are very good, he said, but you cannot make me forget that I was asked in pity and not for love. I am not so sure of that, she replied, holding down her head. Hear me to an end, Monsieur de Beaulieu. I know how you must despise me, I feel you are right to do so. I am too poor a creature to occupy one thought of your mind, although, alas, you must die for me this morning. But when I asked you to marry me, indeed, and indeed, it was because I respected and admired you, and loved you with my whole soul, from the very moment that you took my part against my uncle. If you had seen yourself, and how noble you looked, you would pity rather than despise me. And now, she went on, hurriedly checking him with her hand, although I have laid aside all reserve and told you so much, remember that I know your sentiments toward me already. I would not, believe me, being nobly born, weary you with importunities into consent. I too have a pride of my own, and I declare before the Holy Mother of God, if you should now go back from your word already given, I would no more marry you than I would marry my uncle's groom. Dennis smiled a little bitterly. It is a small love, he said, that shies at a little pride. She made no answer, although she probably had her own thoughts. Come hither to the window, he said with a sigh. Here is the dawn. And indeed the dawn was already beginning. The hollow of the sky was full of essential daylight, colorless and clean, and the valley underneath was flooded with a gray reflection. A few thin vapors clung in the coves of the forest or lay along the winding course of the river. The scene disengaged a surprising effect of stillness, which was hardly interrupted when the cocks began once more to crow among the steadings. Perhaps the same fellow who had made so horrid a clangor in the darkness not half an hour before, now sent up the merriest cheer to greet the coming day. A little wind went bustling and eddying among the tree-tops underneath the windows. And still the daylight kept flooding insensibly out of the east, which was soon to grow incandescent and cast up that red-hot cannonball, the rising sun. Dennis looked out over all this with a bit of a shiver. He had taken her hand, and retained it in his almost unconsciously. Has the day begun already? She said, and then, illogically enough, the night has been so long. Alas! What shall we say to my uncle when he returns?" "What you will," said Dennis, and he pressed her fingers in his. She was silent. "Blanche," he said, with a swift, uncertain, passionate utterance, "you have seen whether I fear death. You must know well enough that I would as gladly leap out of that window into the empty air as lay a finger on you without your free and full consent. But if you care for me at all, do not let me lose my life in a misapprehension, for I love you better than the whole world, and though I will die for you blithely, it would be like all the joys of paradise to live on and spend my life in your service." As he stopped speaking, a bell began to ring loudly in the interior of the house, and a clatter of armor in the corridor showed that the retainers were returning to their post, and the 2 hours were at an end. "After all that you have heard," she whispered, leaning toward him with her lips and eyes. "I have heard nothing," he replied. "The captain's name was Florimond de Champdivers," she said in his ear. "I did not hear it," he answered, taking her supple body in his arms and covering her wet face with kisses. A melodious chirping was audible behind, followed by a beautiful chuckle, and the voice of Messie de Maltroit wished his new nephew a good morning. The Secret of Goresthorpe Grange by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. I am sure that nature never intended me to be a self-made man. There are times when I can hardly bring myself to realize that 20 years of my life were spent behind the counter of a grocer's shop in the East End of London, and that it was through such an avenue that I reached a wealthy independence and the possession of Goresthorpe Grange. My habits are conservative, and my tastes refined and aristocratic. I have a soul which spurns the vulgar herd. Our family, the D'Odds, date back to a prehistoric era, as is to be inferred from the fact that their advent into British history is not commented on by any trustworthy historian. Some instinct tells me that the blood of a crusader runs in my veins. Even now, after the lapse of so many years, such exclamations as "By Our Lady" rise naturally to my lips, and I feel that, should circumstances require it, I am capable of rising in my stirrups and dealing an infidel a blow, say with a mace, which would considerably astonish him. Goresthorpe Grange is a feudal mansion, or so it was termed in the advertisement which originally brought it under my notice. Its right to this adjective had a most remarkable effect upon its price, and the advantages gained may possibly be more sentimental than real. Still, it is soothing to me to know that I have slits in my staircase through which I can discharge arrows, and there is a sense of power in the fact of possessing a complicated apparatus by means of which I am enabled to pour molten lead upon the head of the casual visitor. These things chime in with my peculiar humor, and I do not grudge to pay for them. I am proud of my battlements and of the circular, uncovered sewer which girds me round. I am proud of my portcullis and donjon and keep. There is but one thing wanting to round off the medievalism of my abode, and to render it symmetrically and completely antique. Goresthorpe Grange is not provided with a ghost. Any man with old-fashioned tastes and ideas as to how such establishments should be conducted would have been disappointed at the omission. In my case it was particularly unfortunate. From my childhood I had been an earnest student of the supernatural, and a firm believer in it. I have reveled in ghostly literature until there is hardly a tale bearing upon the subject which I have not perused. I learned the German language for the sole purpose of mastering a book upon demonology. When an infant I have secreted myself in dark rooms in the hope of seeing some of those bogies with which my nurse used to threaten me, and the same feeling is as strong in me now as then. It was a proud moment when I felt that a ghost was one of the luxuries which my money might command. It is true that there was no mention of an apparition in the advertisement. On reviewing the mildewed walls, however, and the shadowy corridors, I had taken it for granted that there was such a thing on the premises. As the presence of a kennel presupposes that of a dog, so I imagined that it was impossible that such desirable quarters should be untenanted by one or more restless shades. Good heavens! What can the noble family from whom I purchased it have been doing these hundreds of years? Was there no member of it spirited enough to make away with his sweetheart, or take some other steps calculated to establish a hereditary spectre? Even now I can hardly write with patience upon the subject. For a long time I hoped against hope. Never did rat squeak behind the wainscot, or rain drip upon the attic floor, without a wild thrill shooting through me as I thought that at last I had come upon traces of some unquiet soul. I felt no touch of fear upon these occasions. If it occurred in the night time, I would send Mrs. D'Odd, who is a strong-minded woman, to investigate the matter while I covered up my head with the bedclothes and indulged in an ecstasy of expectation. Alas, the result was always the same. The suspicious sound would be traced to some cause so absurdly natural and commonplace that the most fervid imagination could not clothe it with any of the glamour of romance. I might have reconciled myself to this state of things had it not been for Jorrocks, of Haverstock Farm. Jorrocks is a coarse, burly, matter-of-fact fellow whom I only happen to know through the accidental circumstance of his fields adjoining my domain. Yet this man, though utterly devoid of all appreciation of archaeological unities, is in possession of a well-authenticated and undeniable spectre. Its existence only dates back, I believe, to the reign of the second George, when a young lady cut her throat upon hearing of the death of her lover at the Battle of Dettingen. Still, even that gives the house an air of respectability, especially when coupled with blood-stains upon the floor. Jorrocks is densely unconscious of his good fortune, and his language, when he reverts to the apparition, is painful to listen to. He little dreams how I covet every one of those moans and nocturnal wails which he describes with unnecessary objurgation. Things are indeed coming to a pretty pass when democratic spectres are allowed to desert the landed proprietors and annul every social distinction by taking refuge in the houses of the great unrecognized. I have a large amount of perseverance. Nothing else could have raised me into my rightful sphere, considering the uncongenial atmosphere in which I spent the earlier part of my life. I felt now that a ghost must be secured, but how to set about securing one was more than either Mrs. D'Odd or myself was able to determine. My reading taught me that such phenomena are usually the outcome of crime. What crime was to be done, then, and who was to do it? A wild idea entered my mind that Watkins, the house steward, might be prevailed upon, for a consideration, to immolate himself or someone else in the interests of the establishment. I put the matter to him in a half-jesting manner, but it did not seem to strike him in a favorable light. The other servants sympathized with him in his opinion. At least, I cannot account in any other way for their having left the house in a body the same afternoon. My dear Mrs. D'Odd remarked to me one day after dinner, as I sat moodily sipping a cup of sack, "I love the good old names, my dear. That odious ghost of Jorrocks has been gibbering again. Let it gibber," I answered, recklessly. Mrs. D'Odd struck a few chords on her virginal and looked thoughtfully into the fire. "I tell you what it is, Argentine," she said at last, using the pet name which we usually substitute for Silas, "we must have a ghost sent down from London." "How can you be so idiotic, Matilda?" I remarked, severely. "Who could get us such a thing?" "My cousin, Jack Brocket, could," she answered, confidently. Now, this cousin of Matilda's was rather a sore subject between us. He was a rakish, clever young fellow, who had tried his hand at many things, but wanted perseverance to succeed at any. He was, at that time, in chambers in London, professing to be a general agent, and really living, to a great extent, upon his wits. Matilda managed so that most of our business should pass through his hands, which certainly saved me a great deal of trouble, but I found that Jack's commission was generally considerably larger than all the other items of the bill put together. It was this fact which made me feel inclined to rebel against any further negotiations with the young gentleman. "Oh, yes, he could," insisted Mrs. D., seeing the look of disapprobation upon my face. "You remember how well he managed that business about the crest." "It was only a resuscitation of the old family coat of arms, my dear," I protested. Matilda smiled in an irritating manner. "There was a resuscitation of the family portraits, too, dear," she remarked. "You must allow that Jack selected them very judiciously." I thought of the long line of faces which adorned the walls of my banqueting hall, from the burly Norman robber, through every gradation of casque, plume, and ruff, to the sombre Chesterfieldian individual who appears to have staggered against a pillar in his agony at the return of a maiden MS which he grips convulsively in his right hand. I was fain to confess that in that instance he had done his work well, and that it was only fair to give him an order, with the usual commission, for a family spectre, should such a thing be attainable. It is one of my maxims to act promptly when once my mind is made up. Noon of the next day found me ascending the spiral stone staircase which leads to Mr. Brocket's chambers, and admiring the succession of arrows and fingers upon the whitewashed wall, all indicating the direction of that gentleman's sanctum. As it happened, artificial aids of the sort were unnecessary, as an animated flap dance overhead could proceed from no other quarter, though it was replaced by a deathly silence as I groped my way up the stair. The door was opened by a youth evidently astounded at the appearance of a client, and I was ushered into the presence of my young friend, who was writing furiously in a large ledger, upside down, as I afterward discovered. After the first greetings, I plunged into business at once. "Look here, Jack," I said, "I want you to get me a spirit, if you can." "Spirits, you mean?" shouted my wife's cousin, plunging his hand into the waste paper basket and producing a bottle with the celerity of a conjuring trick. "Let's have a drink." I held up my hand as a mute appeal against such a proceeding so early in the day, but on lowering it again I found that I almost involuntarily closed my fingers round the tumbler which my adviser had pressed upon me. I drank the contents hastily off, lest anyone should come in upon us and set me down as a toper. After all, there was something very amusing about the young fellow's eccentricities. "Not spirits," I explained, smilingly, "an apparition, a ghost. If such a thing is to be had, I should be very willing to negotiate." "A ghost for Goresthorpe Grange?" inquired Mr. Brockett with as much coolness as if I had asked for a drawing-room suite. "Quite so," I answered. "Easiest thing in the world," said my companion, filling up my glass again in spite of my remonstrance. "Let us see." Here he took down a large red notebook, with all the letters of the alphabet in a fringe down the edge. "A ghost, you said, didn't you?" "That's GG, gems, gimlets, gaspipes, gauntlets, guns, galleys. Ah, here we are. Ghosts. Volume 9, Section 6, page 41. Excuse me." And Jack ran up a ladder and began rummaging among a pile of ledgers on a high shelf. I felt half inclined to empty my glass into the spittoon when his back was turned, but on second thoughts I disposed of it in a legitimate way. "Here it is," cried my London agent, jumping off the ladder with a crash, and depositing an enormous volume of manuscript upon the table. "I have all these things tabulated, so that I may lay my hands upon them in a moment. It's all right, it's quite weak." Here he filled our glasses again. "What were we looking up, again?" "Ghosts," I suggested. "Of course. Page 41. Here we are. J. H. Fowler and Son, Dunkel Street, suppliers of mediums to the nobility and gentry, charms sold, love philters, mummies, horoscopes cast. Nothing in your line there, I suppose?" I shook my head despondingly. "Frederick Tabb," continued my wife's cousin, "sole channel of communication between the living and the dead. Proprietor of the spirits of Byron, Kirk White, Grimaldi, Tom Cribb, and Inigo Jones. That's about the figure." "Nothing romantic enough there," I objected. "Good heavens! Fancy a ghost with a black eye and a handkerchief tied round its waist, or turning somersaults, and saying, 'How are you tomorrow?' The very idea made me so warm that I emptied my glass and filled it again. "Here is another," said my companion, "Christopher McCarthy, bi-weekly seances, attended by all the eminent spirits of ancient and modern times. Nativities, charms, abracadabras, messages from the dead. He might be able to help us. However, I shall have a hunt round myself tomorrow, and see some of these fellows. I know their haunts, and it's odd if I can't pick up something cheap. So there's an end of business, he concluded, hurling the ledger into the corner, and now we'll have something to drink. We had several things to drink, so many that my inventive faculties were dulled next morning, and I had some little difficulty in explaining to Mrs. D'Odd why it was that I hung my boots and spectacles upon a peg along with my other garments before retiring to rest. The new hopes excited by the confident manner in which my agent had undertaken the commission caused me to rise superior to alcoholic reaction, and I paced about the rambling corridors and old-fashioned rooms picturing to myself the appearance of my expected acquisition, and deciding what part of the building would harmonize best with its presence. After much consideration, I pitched upon the banqueting hall as being, on the whole, most suitable for its reception. It was a long low room, hung round with valuable tapestry and interesting relics of the old family to whom it had belonged. Coats of mail and implements of war glimmered fitfully as the light of the fire played over them, and the wind crept under the door, moving the hangings to and fro with a ghastly rustling. At one end there was the raised dais, on which in ancient times the host and his guests used to spread their table, while a descent of a couple of steps led to the lower part of the hall, where the vassals and retainers held wassail. The floor was uncovered by any sort of carpet, but a layer of rushes had been scattered over it by my direction. In the whole room there was nothing to remind one of the 19th century, except, indeed, my own solid silver plate, stamped with the resuscitated family arms, which was laid out upon an oak table in the center. This, I determined, should be the haunted room, supposing my wife's cousin to succeed in his negotiation with the spirit mongers. There was nothing for it now but to wait patiently until I heard some news of the result of his inquiries. A letter came in the course of a few days, which, if it was short, was at least encouraging. It was scribbled in pencil on the back of a playbill, and sealed apparently with a tobacco stopper. On the track it said, "Nothing of the sort to be had from any professional spiritualist, but picked up a fellow in a pub yesterday who says he can manage it for you. We'll send him down unless you wire to the contrary. Abrahams is his name, and he has done one or two of these jobs before." The letter wound up with some incoherent allusions to a check, and was signed by my affectionate cousin, John Brockett. I need hardly say that I did not wire, but awaited the arrival of Mr. Abrahams with all impatience. In spite of my belief in the supernatural, I could scarcely credit the fact that any mortal could have such a command over the spirit world as to deal in them and barter them against mere earthly gold. Still, I had Jack's word for it that such a trade existed, and here was a gentleman with a judaical name ready to demonstrate it by proof positive. How vulgar and commonplace Jorrocks' 18th century ghost would appear should I succeed in securing a real medieval apparition. I almost thought that one had been sent down in advance, for, as I walked round the moat that night before retiring to rest, I came upon a dark figure engaged in surveying the machinery of my portcullis and drawbridge. His start of surprise, however, and the manner in which he hurried off into the darkness, speedily convinced me of his earthly origin, and I put him down as some admirer of one of my female retainers mourning over the muddy Hellespont which divided him from his love. Whoever he may have been, he disappeared and did not return, though I loitered about for some time in the hope of catching a glimpse of him and exercising my feudal rights upon his person. Jack Brocket was as good as his word. The shades of another evening were beginning to darken round Goresthorpe Grange, when a peal at the outer bell, and the sound of a fly pulling up, announced the arrival of Mr. Abrahams. I hurried down to meet him, half expecting to see a choice assortment of ghosts crowding in at his rear. Instead, however, of being the sallow-faced, melancholy-eyed man that I had pictured to myself, the ghost dealer was a sturdy little podgy fellow, with a pair of wonderfully keen, sparkling eyes and a mouth which was constantly stretched in a good-humoured, if somewhat artificial, grin. His sole stock in trade seemed to consist of a small leather bag jealously locked and strapped, which emitted a metallic clink upon being placed on the stone flags of the hall. "And how are you, sir?" he asked, wringing my hand with the utmost effusion. "And the missus, how is she? And all the others, how's all their health?" I intimated that we were all as well as could reasonably be expected, but Mr. Abrahams happened to catch a glimpse of Mrs. D'Odd in the distance, and at once plunged at her with another string of inquiries as to her health, delivered so volubly and with such an intense earnestness that I half expected to see him terminate his cross-examination by feeling her pulse and demanding a sight of her tongue. All this time his little eyes rolled round and round, shifting perpetually from the floor to the ceiling, and from the ceiling to the walls, taking in apparently every article of furniture in a single comprehensive glance. Having satisfied himself that neither of us was in a pathological condition, Mr. Abrahams suffered me to lead him upstairs, where a repast had been laid out for him to which he did ample justice. The mysterious little bag he carried along with him, and deposited it under his chair during the meal. It was not until the table had been cleared and we were left together that he broached the matter on which he had come down. "I understand," he remarked, puffing at a Trichina that you want my help in fitting up this 'ere house with a apparition." I acknowledged the correctness of his surmise, while mentally wondering at those restless eyes of his, which still danced about the room as if he were making an inventory of the contents. "And you won't find a better man for the job, though I says it as shouldn't," continued my companion. "What did I say to the young gent what spoke to me in the bar of the Lame Dog? 'Can you do it?' says he. 'Try me,' says I, 'me and my bag. Just try me.' I couldn't say fairer than that." My respect for Jack Brocket's business capacities began to go up very considerably. He certainly seemed to have managed the matter wonderfully well. "You don't mean to say that you carry ghosts about in bags?" I remarked, with diffidence. Mr. Abrahams smiled a smile of superior knowledge. "You wait," he said, give me the right place and the right hour, with a little of the essence of Leucoptolicus. Here he produced a small bottle from his waistcoat pocket, and you won't find no ghost that I ain't up to. You'll see them yourself, and pick your own, and I can't say fairer than that. As all Mr. Abraham's protestations of fairness were accompanied by a cunning leer and a wink from one or other of his wicked little eyes, the impression of candor was somewhat weakened. "When are you going to do it?" I asked, reverentially. 10 minutes to 1 in the morning, said Mr. Abrahams, with decision. Some says midnight, but I says 10 to 1, when there ain't such a crowd, and you can pick your own ghost. And now, he continued, rising to his feet, suppose you trot me round the premises, and let me see where you wants it, for there's some places as attracts 'em, and some as they won't hear of, not if there was no other place in the world. Mr. Abrahams inspected our corridors and chambers with a most critical and observant eye, fingering the old tapestry with the air of a connoisseur, and remarking in an undertone that it would match uncommon nice. It was not until he reached the banqueting hall, however, which I had myself picked out, that his admiration reached the pitch of enthusiasm. "'S the place," he shouted, dancing, bag in hand, round the table on which my plate was lying, and looking not unlike some quaint little goblin himself. "'S the place, we won't get nothing to beat this. A fine room, noble, solid, none of your electroplate trash. That's the way as things ought to be done, sir. Plenty of room for 'em to glide here. Send up some brandy and a box of weeds. I'll sit here by the fire and do the preliminaries, which is more trouble than you think, for them ghosts carries on hawful at times, before they finds out who they've got to deal with. If you was in the room they'd tear you to pieces as like as not. You leave me alone to tackle them, and at 12:30 come in, and I'll lay they'll be quiet enough by then." Mr. Abraham's request struck me as a reasonable one, so I left him with his feet upon the mantelpiece, and his chair in front of the fire, fortifying himself with stimulants against his refractory visitors. From the room beneath, in which I sat with Mrs. D'Odd, I could hear that after sitting for some time he rose up, and paced about the hall with quick, impatient steps. We then heard him try the lock of the door, and afterward drag some heavy article of furniture in the direction of the window, on which, apparently, he mounted, for I heard the creaking of the rusty hinges as the diamond-paned casement folded backward, and I knew it to be situated several feet above the little man's reach. Mrs. D'Odd says that she could distinguish his voice speaking in low and rapid whispers after this, but that may have been her imagination. I confess that I began to feel more impressed than I had deemed it possible to be. There was something awesome in the thought of the solitary mortal standing by the open window and summoning in from the gloom outside the spirits of the netherworld. It was with a trepidation which I could hardly disguise from Matilda that I observed that the clock was pointing to 12:30, and that the time had come for me to share the vigil of my visitor. He was sitting in his old position when I entered, and there were no signs of the mysterious movements which I had overheard, though his chubby face was flushed as with recent exertion. "Are you succeeding all right?" I asked as I came in, putting on as careless an air as possible, but glancing involuntarily round to see if we were alone. "Only your help is needed to complete the matter," said Mr. Abrahams, in a solemn voice. "You shall sit by me and partake of the essence of Leucoptolicus, which removes the scales from our earthly eyes. Whatever you may chance to see, speak not and make no movement, lest you break the spell." His manner was subdued, and his usual Cockney vulgarity had entirely disappeared. I took the chair which he indicated, and awaited the result. My companion cleared the rushes from the floor in our neighborhood, and going down upon his hands and knees, described a half-circle with chalk, which enclosed the fireplace and ourselves. Round the edge of this half-circle he drew several hieroglyphics, not unlike the signs of the zodiac. He then stood up and uttered a long invocation, delivered so rapidly that it sounded like a single gigantic word in some uncouth guttural language. Having finished this prayer, if prayer it was, he pulled out the small bottle which he had produced before, and poured a couple of teaspoonfuls of clear, transparent fluid into a vial, which he handed to me with an intimation that I should drink it. The liquid had a faintly sweet odor, not unlike the aroma of certain sorts of apples. I hesitated a moment before applying it to my lips, but an impatient gesture from my companion overcame my scruples, and I tossed it off. The taste was not unpleasant, and, as it gave rise to no immediate effects, I leaned back in my chair and composed myself for what was to come. Mr. Abrahams seated himself beside me, and I felt that he was watching my face from time to time while repeating some more of the invocations in which he had indulged before. A sense of delicious warmth and languor began gradually to steal over me, partly, perhaps, from the heat of the fire, and partly from some unexplained cause. An uncontrollable impulse to sleep weighed down my eyelids, while, at the same time my brain worked actively, and 100 beautiful and pleasing ideas flitted through it. So utterly lethargic did I feel that, though I was aware that my companion put his hand over the region of my heart, as if to feel how it was beating, I did not attempt to prevent him, nor did I even ask him for the reason of his action. Everything in the room appeared to be reeling slowly round in a drowsy dance, of which I was the center. The great elk's head at the far end wagged solemnly backward and forward, while the massive salvers on the tables performed cotillions with the claret cooler and the epon. My head fell upon my breast from sheer heaviness, and I should have become unconscious had I not been recalled to myself by the opening of the door at the other end of the hall. This door led onto the raised dais, which, as I have mentioned, the heads of the house used to reserve for their own use. As it swung slowly back upon its hinges, I sat up in my chair, clutching at the arms, and staring with a horrified glare at the dark passage outside. Something was coming down it, something unformed and intangible, but still a something. Dim and shadowy, I saw it flit across the threshold, while a blast of ice-cold air swept down the room, which seemed to blow through me, chilling my very heart. I was aware of the mysterious presence, and then I heard it speak in a voice like the sighing of an east wind among pine trees on the banks of a desolate sea. It said, "I am the invisible nonentity. I have affinities and am subtle. I am electric, magnetic, and spiritualistic. I am the great ethereal Psi-Heaver. I kill dogs. Mortal, wilt thou choose me?" I was about to speak, but the words seemed to be choked in my throat, and before I could get them out, the shadow flitted across the hall and vanished in the darkness at the other side, while a long-drawn melancholy sigh quivered through the apartment. I turned my eyes toward the door once more, and beheld, to my astonishment, a very small old woman, who hobbled along the corridor and into the hall. She passed backward and forward several times, and then, crouching down at the very edge of the circle upon the floor, she disclosed a face, the horrible malignity of which shall never be banished from my recollection. Every foul passion appeared to have left its mark upon that hideous countenance. "Ha! Ha!" she screamed, holding out her wizened hands like the talons of an unclean bird. "You see what I am. I am the fiendish old woman. I wear snuff-colored silks. My curse descends on people. Sir Walter was partial to me. Shall I be thine, mortal?" I endeavored to shake my head in horror, on which she aimed a blow at me with her crutch, and vanished with an eldritch scream. By this time my eyes turned naturally toward the open door, and I was hardly surprised to see a man walk in, of tall and noble stature. His face was deathly pale, but was surmounted by a fringe of dark hair which fell in ringlets down his back. A short pointed beard covered his chin. He was dressed in loose-fitting clothes, made apparently of yellow satin, and a large white ruff surrounded his neck. He paced across the room with slow and majestic strides. Then turning, he addressed me in a sweet, exquisitely modulated voice. "I am the cavalier," he remarked. "I pierce and am pierced. Here is my rapier. I clink steel. This is a blood stain over my heart. I can emit hollow groans. I am patronized by many old conservative families. I am the original manor house apparition. I work alone, or in company with shrieking damsels." He bent his head courteously, as though awaiting my reply, but the same choking sensation prevented me from speaking, and, with a deep bow, he disappeared. He had hardly gone before a feeling of intense horror stole over me, and I was aware of the presence of a ghastly creature in the room, of dim outlines and uncertain proportions. One moment it seemed to pervade the entire apartment, while at another it would become invisible, but always leaving behind it a distinct consciousness of its presence. Its voice, when it spoke, was quavering and gusty. It said, "I am the lever of footsteps and the spiller of gouts of blood. I tramp upon corridors. Charles Dickens has alluded to me. I make strange and disagreeable noises. I snatch letters and place invisible hands on people's wrists. I am cheerful. I burst into peals of hideous laughter. Shall I do one now? I raised my hand in a deprecating way, but too late to prevent one discordant outbreak which echoed through the room. Before I could lower it, the apparition was gone. I turned my head toward the door in time to see a man come hastily and stealthily into the chamber. He was a sunburned, powerfully built fellow, with earrings in his ears and a Barcelona handkerchief tied loosely round his neck. His head was bent upon his chest, and his whole aspect was that of one afflicted by intolerable remorse. He paced rapidly backward and forward like a caged tiger, and I observed that a drawn knife glittered in one of his hands, while he grasped what appeared to be a piece of parchment in the other. His voice, when he spoke, was deep and sonorous. He said, "I am a murderer. I am a ruffian. I crouch when I walk. I step noiselessly. I know something of the Spanish Main. I can do the lost treasure business. I have charts. I'm able-bodied and a good walker. Capable of haunting a large park." He looked toward me beseechingly, but before I could make a sign I was paralyzed by the horrible sight which appeared at the door. It was a very tall man, if, indeed, it might be called a man, for the gaunt bones were protruding through the corroding flesh, and the features were of a leaden hue. A winding sheet was wrapped round the figure, and formed a hood over the head, from under the shadow of which two fiendish eyes, deep set in their grisly sockets, blazed and sparkled like red-hot coals. The lower jaw had fallen upon the breast, disclosing a withered, shriveled tongue and two lines of black and jagged fangs. I shuddered and drew back as this fearful apparition advanced to the edge of the circle. "I am the American blood-curdler," it said, in a voice which seemed to come in a hollow murmur from the earth beneath it. "None other is genuine. I am the embodiment of Edgar Allan Poe. I am circumstantial and horrible. I am a low-caste, spirit-subduing spectre. Observe my blood and my bones. I am grisly and nauseous. No depending on artificial aid. Work with grave clothes, a coffin lid, and a galvanic battery. Turn hair white in a night." The creature stretched out its fleshless arms to me as if in entreaty, but I shook my head, and it vanished, leaving a low, sickening, repulsive odor behind it. I sank back in my chair, so overcome by terror and disgust that I would have very willingly resigned myself to dispensing with a ghost altogether, could I have been sure that this was the last of the hideous procession. A faint sound of trailing garments warned me that it was not so. I looked up, and beheld a white figure emerging from the corridor into the light. As it stepped across the threshold, I saw that it was that of a young and beautiful woman dressed in the fashion of a bygone day. Her hands were clasped in front of her, and her pale, proud face bore traces of passion and of suffering. She crossed the hall with a gentle sound, like the rustling of autumn leaves, and then, turning her lovely and unutterably sad eyes upon me, she said, "I am the plaintive and sentimental, the beautiful and ill-used. I have been forsaken and betrayed. I shriek in the night time and glide down passages. My antecedents are highly respectable and generally aristocratic. My tastes are aesthetic. Old oak furniture like this would do, with a few more coats of mail and plenty of tapestry. Will you not take me?" Her voice died away in a beautiful cadence as she concluded, and she held out her hands as in supplication. I am always sensitive to female influences. Besides, what would Jorrocks' ghost be to this? Could anything be in better taste? Would I not be exposing myself to the chance of injuring my nervous system by interviews with such creatures as my last visitor, unless I decided at once? She gave me a seraphic smile, as if she knew what was passing in my mind. That smile settled the matter. "She will do," I cried. "I choose this one," and as, in my enthusiasm, I took a step toward her, I passed over the magic circle which had girdled me round. "Argentine, we have been robbed." I had an indistinct consciousness of these words being spoken, or rather screamed, in my ear a great number of times without my being able to grasp their meaning. A violent throbbing in my head seemed to adapt itself to their rhythm, and I closed my eyes to the lullaby of robbed. 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 A vigorous shake caused me to open them again, however, and the sight of Mrs. D'Odd, in the scantiest of costumes and most furious of tempers, was sufficiently impressive to recall all my scattered thoughts and make me realize that I was lying on my back on the floor, with my head among the ashes which had fallen from last night's fire, and a small glass vial in my hand. I staggered to my feet, but felt so weak and giddy that I was compelled to fall back into a chair. As my brain became clearer, stimulated by the exclamations of Matilda, I began gradually to recollect the events of the night. There was the door through which my supernatural visitors had filed. There was the circle of chalk, with the hieroglyphics round the edge. There was the cigar box and brandy bottle which had been honored by the attentions of Mr. Abrahams. But the seer himself, where was he? And what was this open window, with a rope running out of it? And where, oh, where, was the pride of Goresthorpe Grange, the glorious plate which was to have been the delectation of generations of D'Odds? And why was Mrs. D standing in the grey light of dawn, wringing her hands and repeating her monotonous refrain? It was only very gradually that my misty brain took these things in, and grasped the connection between them. Reader, I have never seen Mr. Abrahams since. I have never seen the plate stamped with the resuscitated family crest. Hardest of all, I have never caught a glimpse of the melancholy spectre with the trailing garments, nor do I expect that I ever shall. In fact, my night's experiences have cured me of my mania for the supernatural, and quite reconciled me to inhabiting the humdrum, 19th-century edifice on the outskirts of London which Mrs. D has long had in her mind's eye. As to the explanation of all that occurred, that is a matter which is open to several surmises. That Mr. Abrahams, the ghost hunter, was identical with Jemmy Wilson, alias the Nottingham Crackster, is considered more than probable at Scotland Yard, and certainly the description of that remarkable burglar tallied very well with the appearance of my visitor. The small bag which I have described was picked up in a neighbouring field next day, and found to contain a choice assortment of jimmies and centre bits. Footmarks, deeply imprinted in the mud on either side of the moat, showed that an accomplice from below had received the sack of precious metals which had been let down through the open window. No doubt the pair of scoundrels, while looking round for a job, had overheard Jack Brocket's indiscreet inquiries, and had promptly availed themselves of the tempting opening. And now as to my less substantial visitors, and the curious, grotesque vision which I had enjoyed, am I to lay it down to any real power over occult matters possessed by my Nottingham friend? For a long time I was doubtful upon the point, and eventually endeavored to solve it by consulting a well-known analyst and medical man, sending him the few drops of the so-called essence of Leucoptolicus which remained in my vial. I append the letter which I received from him, only too happy to have the opportunity of winding up my little narrative by the weighty words of a man of learning, Arundel Street. Dear Sir, your very singular case has interested me extremely. The bottle which you sent contained a strong solution of chloral, and the quantity which you describe yourself as having swallowed must have amounted to at least 80 grains of the pure hydrate. This would, of course, have reduced you to a partial state of insensibility, gradually going on to complete coma. In this semi-unconscious state of chloralism it is not unusual for circumstantial and bizarre visions to present themselves, more especially to individuals unaccustomed to the use of the drug. You tell me in your note that your mind was saturated with ghostly literature, and that you had long taken a morbid interest in classifying and recalling the various forms in which apparitions have been said to appear. You must also remember that you were expecting to see something of that very nature, and that your nervous system was worked up to an unnatural state of tension. Under the circumstances, I think that, far from the sequel being an astonishing one, it would have been very surprising indeed to anyone versed in narcotics had you not experienced some such effects. I remain, dear Sir, sincerely yours, T. Eastube, M.D. Argentine D. Odd, Esquire, The Elms, Brixton. A change of treatment by W. W. Jacobs from many cargoes. Copyright 1903 by Frederica Stokes Company. Yes, I've sailed under some cute skippers in my time, said the night watchman. Them that go down in big ships see the wonders o' the deep, you know, he added with a sudden chuckle. But the one I'm going to tell you about ought never to have been trusted out without his ma. A good many o' my skippers had fads, but this one was the worst I ever sailed under. It's some few years ago now. I'd shipped on his bark, the John Elliot, as slow-going an old tub as ever I was aboard of, when I wasn't in quite a fit and proper state to know what I was doing, and I hadn't been in her 2 days afore I found out his be through overhearing a few remarks made by the second mate, who came up from dinner in a hurry to make I don't mind saws and knives hung round the cabin, he says to the first mate, but when a chap has a human and alongside his plate, studying it while folks is at their food, it's more than a Christian man can stand. That's nothing, says the first mate, who had sailed with the bark afore. He's half crazy on doctoring. We nearly had a mutiny aboard once owing to his wanting to hold a post-mortem on a man what fell from the masthead. Wanted to see what the poor fella died of. I call it unwholesome, says the second mate, very savage. He offered me a pill at breakfast the size of a small marble, quite put me off my feet, it did. Of course, the skipper's fad soon got known for'ard. But I didn't think much about it, till one day I seed old Dan L. Dennis sitting on a locker reading. Every now and then he'd shut the book, and look up, closing his eyes, and moving his lips like a hen drinking, and then look down at the book again. "Why, Dan," I says, "what's up? You ain't larning lessons at your time o' life?" "Yes, I am," says Dan very soft. "You might hear me say it, it's this one about heart disease." He hands over the book, which was stuck full o' all kinds o' diseases, and winks at me odd. "Picked it up on a bookstall," he says, then he shut his eyes and said his piece wonderful. It made me quite queer to listen to him. "That's how I feel," says he, when he'd finished. "Just strength enough to get to bed. Lend a hand, Bill, and go and fetch the doctor." Then I see his little game, but I wasn't going to run any risks, so I just mentioned, promiscuous-like, to the cook as old Dan seemed rather queer, and went back and tried to borrow the book, being always fond of reading. Old Dan pretended he was too ill to hear what I was saying, and afore I could take it away from him, the skipper comes hurrying down with a bag in his hand. "What's the matter, my man?" says he, "what's the matter?" "I'm all right, sir," says old Dan, "'cept that I've been swoonding away a little." "Tell me exactly how you feel," says the skipper, feeling his pulse. Then old Dan said his piece over to him, and the skipper shook his head and looked very solemn. "How long have you been like this?" he says. 4 or 5 years, sir," says Dan. "It ain't nothing serious, sir, is it?" "You lie quite still," says the skipper, putting a little trumpet thing to his chest and then listening. There's serious mischief here, I'm afraid. The prognosis is very bad." "Prog what, sir?" says Dan, staring. "Prognotis," says the skipper, "at least I think that's the word he said. You keep perfectly still, and I'll go and mix you up a draught, and tell the cook to get some strong beef tea on." Well, the skipper had no sooner gone, than Cornish Harry, a great big lumbering chap o' 6 feet 2, goes up to old Dan, and he says, "Gimme that book." "Go away," says Dan, "don't come worrying you heard the skipper say how bad my prognosis was." "You lend me the book," says Harry, catching hold of him, "or else I'll bang you first, and split to the skipper afterward. I believe I'm a bit consumptive. Anyway, I'm going to see." He dragged the book away from the old man, and began to study. There was so many complaints in it he was almost tempted to have something else instead of consumption, but he decided on that at last, and he got a cough what worried the forecastle all night long, and the next day, when the skipper came down to see Dan, he could hardly hear hisself speak. "That's a nasty cough you've got, my man," says he, looking at Harry. "Oh, it's nothing, sir," says Harry, careless like. "I've had it for months now off and on. I think it's perspiring so of a night, does it?" "What?" says the skipper. "Do you perspire of a night?" "Dreadful," says Harry. "You could wring the clothes out." "I suppose it's healthy for me, ain't it, sir?" "Undo your shirt," says the skipper, going over to him, and sticking the trumpet agin him. "Now take a deep breath. Don't cough." "I can't help it, sir," says Harry, "it will come. Seems to tear me to pieces." "You get to bed at once," says the skipper, taking away the trumpet, and shaking his head. "It's a fortunate thing for you, my lad, you're in skilled hands. With care, I believe I can pull you round. How does that medicine suit you, Dan?" "Beautiful, sir," says Dan, "it's wonderful soothing. I slip like a newborn babe after it." "I'll send you to get some more," says the skipper. "You're not to get up, mind, either of you." "All right, sir," says the two in very faint voices, and the skipper went away after telling us to be careful not to make a noise. We all thought it a fine joke at first, but the airs them two chaps give themselves was something sickening. Being in bed all day, they was naturally wakeful of a night, and they used to call across the forecastle inquiring after each other's healths, and waking us other chaps up. And they you'd swope beef tea and jellies with each other, and Dan you'd try and coax a little port wine out o' Harry, which he had to make blood with, but Harry you'd say he hadn't made enough that day, and he'd drink to the better health of old Dan's prognotis, and smack his lips until it drove us a'most crazy to hear him. After these chaps had been ill 2 days, the other fellas began to put their heads together, being maddened by the smell o' beef tea and the like, and said they was going to be ill too, and both the invalids got into a fearful state of excitement. "You'll only spoil it for all of us," says Harry, "and you don't know what to have without the book." "It's all very well doing your work as well as our own," says one of the men. "It's our turn now. It's time you two got well." "Well," says Harry, "well. Why, you silly ignorant chaps, we shan't never get well. People with our complaints never do. You ought to know that." "Well, I shall split," says one of them. "You do," says Harry, "you do, and I'll put a head on you that all the port wine and jellies in the world wouldn't cure. Sides, don't you think the skipper knows what's the matter with us?" Afore the other chaps could reply, the skipper hisself comes down, accompanied by the first mate, with a look on his face which made Harry give the deepest and hollowest cough he'd ever done. "What they really want," says the skipper, turning to the mate, "is carefulnessing." "I wish you'd let me nurse 'em," says the first mate, "only 10 minutes, I'd put 'em both on their legs, and running for their lives into the bargain, in 10 minutes. "Hold your tongue, sir," says the skipper, "what you say is unfeeling, besides being an insult to me. Do you think I studied medicine all these years without knowing when a man's ill?" W. Jacobs, the first mate, growled something, and went on deck, and the skipper started examining of 'em again. He said they was wonderfully patient lying in bed so long, and he had 'em wrapped up in bedclothes and carried on deck, so as the pure air could have a go at 'em. We had to do the carrying, and there they sat, breathing the pure air, and looking at the first mate out of the corners of their eyes. If they wanted anything from below, one of us had to go and fetch it, and by the time they was taken down to bed again, we all resolved to be took ill too. Only 2 of them did it though, for Harry, who was a powerful, ugly-tempered chap, swore he'd do all sorts o' dreadful things to us if we didn't keep well and hearty, and all 'cept these 2 did. One of 'em, Mike Rafferty, laid up with a swelling on his ribs, which I knew myself he 'ad for 15 years, and the other chap had paralysis. I never saw a man so really happy as the skipper was. He was up and down with his medicines and his instruments all day long, and used to make notes of the cases in a big pocket book, and read 'em to the second mate at meal times. The forecastle had been turned into hospital about a week, and I was on deck doing some odd job or the other, when the cook comes up to me pulling a face as long as a fiddle. "'Nother invalid," says he. First mate's gone stark, staring mad. "Mad," says I. "Yes," says he. "He's got a big basin in the galley, and he's laughing like a hyena and mixing bilge water and ink, and paraffin and butter and soap and all sorts o' things up together. The smell's enough to kill a man. I've had to come away. Curious like, I jest walked up to the galley and puts my 'ead in, and there was the mate as the cook said, smiling all over his face, and ladling some thick sticky stuff into a stone bottle. "How's the poor sufferers, sir?" says he, stepping out of the galley just as the skipper was going by. "They're very bad, but I hope for the best," says the skipper, looking at him hard. "I'm glad to see you're turned a bit more feeling." "Yes, sir," says the mate. "I didn't think so at first, but I can see now them chaps is all very ill. You'll excuse me saying it, but I don't quite approve of your treatment." I thought the skipper would bust. "My treatment," says he. "My treatment? What do you know about it?" "You're treating 'em wrong, sir," says the mate. "I have here," patting the jar, "a remedy which you'd cure them all if you'd only let me try it." "Pooh," says the skipper. "One medicine cure all diseases. The old story." "What is it?" "Where'd you get it from?" says he. "I brought the ingredients aboard with me," says the mate. "It's a wonderful medicine discovered by my grandmother, and if I might only try it I'd thoroughly cure them poor chaps." "Rubbish," says the skipper. "Very well, sir," says the mate, shrugging his shoulders. "O' course, if you won't let me you won't. Still, I tell you, if you'd let me try I'd cure 'em all in 2 days. That's a fair challenge." Well, they talked, and talked, and talked, until at last the skipper give way and went down below with the mate, and told the chaps they was to take the new medicine for 2 days, just to prove the mate was wrong. "Let poor old Dan try it first, sir," says Harry, starting up, and sniffing as the mate took the cork out. "He's been awful bad since you've been away." "Harry's worse than I am," "Sir," says Dan, "it's only his kind heart that makes him say that." "It don't matter which is fust," says the mate, filling a tablespoon with it, "there's plenty for all. Now, Harry." "Take it," says the skipper. Harry took it, and the fuss he made you'd ha' thought he was swallering a football. It stuck all round his mouth, and he carried on so dreadful that the other invalids was half sick afore it came to them. By the time the other three had theirs it was as good as a pantomime, and the mate corked the bottle up, and went and sat down on a locker while they tried to rinse their mouths out with the luxuries which had been given 'em. "How do you feel?" says the skipper. "I'm dying," says Dan. "So am I," says Harry. "I believe the mate's pisoned us." The skipper looks over at the mate very stern and shakes his head slowly. "It's all right," says the mate. "It's always like that the first dozen or so doses." "Dozen or so doses," says old Dan, in a faraway voice. "It has to be taken every 20 minutes, says the mate, pulling out his pipe and lighting it, and the four men groaned all together. "I can't allow it," says the skipper, "I can't allow it. Men's lives mustn't be sacrificed for an experiment." "'Tain't a experiment," says the mate very indignant, "it's an old family medicine." "Well, they shan't have any more," says the skipper firmly. "Look here," says the mate. "If I kill any one o' these men, I'll give you £20. Honour bright, I will." "Make it 25, says the skipper, considering. "Very good," says the mate. 25, I can't say no fairer than that, can I? It's about time for another dose now." He gave them another tablespoonful all round as the skipper left, and the chaps what wasn't invalids nearly bust with joy. He wouldn't let 'em have anything to take the taste out, 'cause he said it didn't give the medicine a chance, and he told us other chaps to remove the temptation, and you bet we did. After the 5th dose, the invalids began to get desperate, and when they heard they'd got to be woke up every 20 minutes through the night to take the stuff, they sort o' give up. Old Dan said he felt a gentle glow stealing over him and strengthening him, and Harry said that it felt like a healing balm to his lungs. All of them agreed it was a wonderful sort o' medicine, and after the 6th dose the man with paralysis dashed up on deck, and ran up the rigging like a cat. He sat there for hours spitting, and swore he'd brain anybody who interrupted him, and after a little while Mike Rafferty went up and jained him, and if the first mate's ears didn't burn by reason of the things them two poor sufferers said about him, they ought to. They was all doing full work next day, and though, o' course, the skipper saw how he'd been done, he didn't allude to it. Not in words, that is, but when a man tries to make 4 chaps do the work of 8, and hits 'em when they don't, it's a easy job to see where the shoe pinches. The Stick-It Minister by S.R. Crockett. The Renunciation of Robert Fraser, formerly student in divinity. The crows were wheeling behind the plough in scattering clusters, and plumping singly upon the soft, thick grubs which the ploughshare was turning out upon an unkindly world. It was a bask blowy day in the end of March, and there was a hint of storm in the air, a hint emphasized for those skilled in weather lore by the presence of half a dozen seagulls, white vagrants among the black coats, blown by the south wind up from the Solway, a snell, Scotch, but not unfriendly day altogether. Robert Fraser bent to the plough handles, and cast a keen and wary eye towards his guide-posts on the ridge. His face was colourless, even when a dash of rain came swirling across from the crest of Ben Gaun, whose steep bulk heaved itself a blue haystack above the level horizon of the moorland. He was dressed like any other ploughman of the South Uplands, rough homespun much the worse for wear, and leggings the colour of the red soil which he was reversing with the share of his plough. Yet there was that about Robert Fraser which marked him no common man. When he paused at the top of the ascent, and stood with his back against the horns of the plough, the countryman's legacy from Adam of the mattock, he pushed back his weather-beaten straw hat with a characteristic gesture, and showed a white forehead with blue veins channeling it, a damp, heavy lock of black hair clinging to it as in Seven's picture of John Keats on his deathbed. Robert Fraser saw a couple of black specks which moved smoothly and evenly along the top of the distant dike of the highway. He stood still for a moment or two watching them. As they came nearer, they resolved themselves into a smart young man sitting in a well-equipped gig drawn by a showily actioned hone, and driven by a man in livery. As they passed rapidly along the road, the hand of the young man appeared in a careless wave of recognition over the stone dike, and Robert Fraser lifted his slack reins in staid acknowledgment. It was more than a year since the brothers had looked each other so nearly in the eyes. They were Dr. Henry Fraser, the rising physician of Carn Edward, and his elder brother Robert, once student of divinity at Edinburgh College, whom 3 parishes knew as the Stickit minister. When Robert Fraser stabled his horses that night and went into his supper, he was not surprised to find his friend, Saunders McHugh of Drumk Hat, sitting by the peat fire in the room. Almost the only thing which distinguished the Stickit minister from the other small farmers of the parish of Dulloch was the fact that he always sat in the evening by himself ben the house, and did not use the kitchen in common with his housekeeper and herd boy, save only at meal times. Robert had taken to Saunders ever since, the back of his ambition broken, he had settled down to the farm, and he welcomed him with shy cordiality. "You'll take a cup of tea, Saunders?" he asked. "Thank ye, Robert, I wadna be wore tea," returned his friend. "I saw your brither the day," said Saunders McHugh, after the teacups had been cleared away, and the silent housekeeper had replaced the books upon the table. Saunders picked a couple of them up, and, having adjusted his glasses, he read the titles, Milton's Works, and a volume of a translation of Dorner's Person of Christ. "I saw your brither the day, he maun be gettin' a big practice." "Eh," said Robert Fraser, very thoughtfully. Saunders McHugh glanced up quickly. It was, of course, natural that the unsuccessful elder brother should envy the prosperous younger, but he had thought that Robert Fraser was living on a different plane. It was one of the few things that the friends had never spoken of, though everyone knew why Dr. Fraser did not visit his brother's little farm. "He's gettin' in wi' the big folk noo, and thinks maybe that his brither wad do him nae credit." That was the way the clash of the countryside explained the matter. I never told you how I came to leave the college, Saunders said the younger man, resting his brow on a hand that even the horn of the plough could not make other than diaphanous. No, said Saunders quietly, with a tender gleam coming into the humoursome kindly eyes that lurked under their bushy tussocks of grey eyebrow. Saunders's humour lay near the fountain of tears. No, continued Robert Fraser, I have not spoken of it to so many, but you've been a good friend to me, Saunders, and I think you should hear it. I have not tried to set myself right with folks in the general, but I would like to let you see clearly before I go my ways to him who seeth from the beginning. Hear till him, said Saunders, man. Your host is no near as sair as it was I the back end. Ye'll be here lang efter me, but lang or short, we'll do ye ken, Robert Fraser, that ye need not to pit yersel writ wi me. Ha I no kenned ye since ye wore the sick OTWA scrubbers. I thank you, Saunders, said Robert, but I am well aware that I'm to die this year. No, no, not a word. It is the Lord's will. It's mair than 7 year now since I first kenned that my days were to be few. It was the year my faither died, and left Harry and me by our lane. He left no siller to speak of, just plenty to lay him decently in the kirkyard among his forebears. I had been a year at the Divinity Hall then, and was going up to put in my discourses for the next session. I had been troubled with my breast for some time, and so called one day at the infirmary to get a word with Sir James. He was very busy when I went in, and never noticed me till the host took me. Then on a sudden he looked up from his papers, came quickly over to me, put his own white handkerchief to my mouth, and quietly said, "Come into my room, laddie." He was a good man and a faithful, Sir James, if ever there was one. He told me that with care I might live 5 or 6 years, but it would need great care. Then a strange prickly coldness came over me, and I seemed to walk light-headed in an atmosphere suddenly rarefied. I think I